Right, so instead of doing literally anything productive with my time, like going outside or speaking to another human, I decided to combine all 6 of my Halo as a Marine series into one gigantic video. Every mainline Halo game from Combat Evolved to Halo 4, all played on Legendary, as the most disposable man in the UNSC. Over the course of this series, we survived Jackal snipers, angry space monkeys, the Flood, and whatever mental condition convinced me this challenge was a good idea in the first place. With every new game came more and more skulls designed specifically to reduce my lifespan. Everything has been stitched together in upload order, with the old intros and outros removed to make this slightly less painful to binge. I've also added chapters so you can skip directly to your favourite Halo game, or whichever section contains the highest concentration of my suffering. So, grab a drink, lower your expectations to dangerously low levels, and enjoy watching one man slowly descend into madness. Today, I'm going to be attempting to beat Halo on Legendary as a Marine. That's right. Now, you may be asking, why would someone with a total disregard for their own life attempt to do something like this? And I'll tell you the truth, I have no idea. Questioning my sanity aside, those of you who are familiar with Halo know that Legendary difficulty is no joke. It is the hardest difficulty in the game, and it is designed to be a real challenge even for experienced players. So to attempt it as a Marine, well, let's just say it's going to be interesting. We're going to use the Halo CE Infantry mod created by Dreary Muscle 5, the link is in the description. As we jump into the game, you notice right away, playing as a Marine is a whole different experience. The game is played in third person, with some weapons with scopes being in first person. You also have the health and animations of the Marine, whereas the Master Chief had his shields and a buffer of health to tank any damage. As a Marine, I have none of that, and my body is more brittle than my crusty socks at the bottom of my wash basket. So I'll have to rely on wits and strategy in order to survive. Both, I have none of. The mod description even says that this mod is hard, and is recommended to be played on normal, and that heroic and legendary are for the strongest of wills. Regardless, I was feeling pretty confident. Having played Halo 1 an offensive amount of times, I knew how to tackle legendary difficulty. But, being a simple Marine, it now meant that I was about to have my human rights violated, but I wasn't one to back down from this challenge. After getting woken up by sexy anime waifu, I noticed something was off. I was a Spartan. Turns out that mission 1 of this mod has you playing as an Orion cyborg, and not a Marine. But this is a start to finish run, so we're just gonna roll with it. Turns out this fancy armor means nothing though, as I still get shredded apart faster than you could say, Cortana, I'm feeling submissive. What? Every hit felt like a sledgehammer to the face. Any mistake could be my last. This run was all about trial and error, and let me tell you, there was a lot of errors. Fuck! By making my way down some corridors, I had a brief handshake with Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief.
I then proceeded to steal his external hard drive filled with porn. Giggling like a schoolgirl, I made my swift getaway through the canteen towards the escape pods. It turns out, the Covenant were also after the hard drive, as they came crashing into the ship just to get close to it. I would have to find another way off the ship. Exchanging some pleasantries with some nearby Covenant, I made my way up the stairs and down some more corridors. After spending some time in the vents, my crewmates were starting to become more sus of me. I emerged out, introducing a group of coveys to a plasma grenade, and then ended up getting my cheeks slapped by a nearby elite. Attempt number 2 had me throwing more grenades than I'd like to admit, but I finally made it to an escape pod. We were finally off the ship. Upon crashing onto the ring, Cortana seems to have hit her head a bit too hard.
Chief? Chief, can you hear me?
It appears she failed to notice that the Chief was taking a permanent nap on the floor. But before the Chief clocked out for the day, he handed us the Captain's external hard drive. It was up to us to keep it safe. Okay, now the run had officially begun. Taking a short hike up the hill, I started to get harassed by the local wildlife, aka banshees.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
Coming across our first encounter as a Marine, it was here that I realised what I had actually signed up for, as this elite kicked my ass more times than I'd like to admit. It was as if this elite had a personal grudge against me. Getting past that, we made up with Sergeant Chad Johnson, who told us that he had called an Uber and was waiting to be picked up. After hanging out with Johnson and the boys for a bit, we were soon interrupted by some nosy neighbours. Dealing with what felt like endless waves of Covenant, Johnson was killed for the first time in this run. But don't worry, we will be seeing him again. The Uber had finally arrived. It turns out they had picked up someone before us, but they were going to the same place we were, so we named our new friend Dave and set off. Coming across more coveys, me and Dave set to work. With my amazing driving skills and his massive weapon, we were truly a force to be reckoned with. After throwing what must have been an illegal amount of grenades, I activated the bridge and we were able to continue on our adventure. While me and Dave were on a romantic drive through the countryside, we came upon another crashed escape pod. Trading in my trusty plasma pistol for a sniper rifle, I did some sniping on some elites, before heading down to collect the first lot of Marines. Spoiler alert, they did not survive. Moving on to the next set of Marines, I actually died here a few times for some reason. Maybe my monkey brain thought I was
untouchable,
but that was far from the truth. Dave, on the other hand, was on a killing spree. He managed to mop up the remaining Covenant and we were able to move on to the last lot of Marines, who were taking cover behind Dwayne the Boulder Johnson. Somehow I died here again as I got my hog stuck within the rocks. As the dropship started to arrive, I activated no clip on the Warthog and was able to kill some of the enemy reinforcements before they even had a chance to touch the ground. Everything seemed to be going in our favour, but then, tragedy struck. Dave, our lifelong heterosexual life partner, who had been on this whole adventure with us, was killed. I was heartbroken. I was angry. Our friend, who I had spent the last half an hour with, was no more. After wiping away the tears, I went on a vehicle killing spree in name of Dave. And then, it was over.
That's the last of them. Roger that. I'm on my way.
But at what cost? After mourning the loss of my best friend and rounding up some of the Lost Boys, we finally got picked up by Echo 419. Now, we could see what it was all for. What was on the captain's hard drive.
God damn it!
It seems that the captain was no fool. He had set a password so we can't get access to the hard drive. So I decided to launch a rescue mission in hopes to get the password off the good captain. Upon getting dropped off, I noticed that this rescue team was wearing something a little more eye-catching. Flashing the ODST armor, we have received a 69% increase to our sex appeal. Despite having worse aim than a stormtrooper, I was able to clear out the first area, making way for our band of merry men to move on with the mission. Things were looking good. That was until an elite shot me point blank with his needler. I rapidly learned that the red elites, aka mages, were going to be an issue moving forward. Nah, who am I kidding? They've always been an issue. Not only were they the cause of most of my deaths thus far, they also took 2 sniper shots to the head to put down on Legendary. Sometimes 3. Coming up to the grav lift, I decided to change tactics and charge in. Up to this point, I was playing it safe, but my little goblin brain wanted a health pack on the far side of the area and I had to snatch it up before the local residents of the ship came out to yell at me to get off their lawn. While making my getaway, I had the rare event that happened on Legendary.
Cortana to Echo 419. Requesting reinforcements at our position.
Cortana called in backup. Normally on a lower difficulty, when all your marines get unalived, Cortana will call in for more. On Legendary, this is a rare thing to happen. I was so shocked that I had to pause the game to check to see if I was still on Legendary. I was. Being reinforced made this a lot easier, as the Covenant were more focused on the others instead of me, and no wonder, as one of the Marines was none other than the man himself.
Hunt 'em down, Marines!
Sergeant Johnson had respawned to join the fight once more. Ironically, after all the fighting, it was just me and him left when the hunters decided it was time to crash our little reunion. Because of the way Halo 1 is, it is considered a headshot if you shoot the hunter in the orange exposed parts with a sniper rifle or magnum, and they will go down in one shot. Being a fragile marine, you're damn right that I abused it when it came to the hunter parts. Hey, it's not my fault Bungie designed the game like this. After a swift victory, it was time to part ways with Johnson once more, as he remembered that he'd left his oven on, and made his exit just as more ODSTs got dropped off. It filled me full of confidence that I would get to see Johnson again, so much so that I T-posed to assert my dominance as I entered the ship.
We're in.
This area highlighted yet another challenge for us. On Legendary, we are greeted with more sword elites than I like to count, causing several blood vessels to burst simultaneously. After a number of attempts, I tucked my tail in between my legs and left my marines to get slaughtered as I took potshots from a nearby doorway. I was in this hallway long enough to claim squatters' rights. The gold elites clearly took offense to this and made it their mission to cut me out. Literally. After getting evicted from my hallway, we put on our heelys and glide our way towards another large room. I found myself claiming yet another hallway as I mowed down any nerd that came towards me. I kept dying here to goddamn jackals rapid firing at me. Several deaths and one burst blood vessel later, we came up to the ship's hangar bay. As the saying goes, don't change what isn't broken? Or something like that. I once again found myself cowering down another hallway, taking pot shots at anyone who came close, and sniping hunters in the back like a real man, until Cortana decided to open up the doors so I could leave. We gobbled up the last of the health kits, bringing us up to full health. That lasted all of 5 seconds before I died again. Well, I say died. I reset the checkpoint. Before coming up to the 3rd floor, everything for a change was pretty straightforward. I actually felt like I was enjoying this challenge. I was living my best life, having a laugh and having fun. And then I wasn't. I ended up on 1 health and made the foolish decision to not reset the checkpoint. This was a mistake that led to death after death. For the next 20 minutes, I was struggling, being sandwiched harder than Jill Valentine in between Barry and Chris.
What are you talking about?
I kept finding myself getting gunned down by a grunt, or an insufferable pistol goblin.
Right, I'll tell you what, you fat little
After almost committing a war crime, I found out that I can jump on the Spirit without dying, and made my way back up and took out the Cubbies Metal Gear style. With my new art for stealth, I snuck up to the bridge and quietly took out an elite with an anti-material rifle, before losing a 1v1 with the Golden Boy. Once we made it to the holding cells, I T-posed in front of the captain and the rescued Marines, claiming myself as the dominant alpha male. This had clearly upset some nearby elites, as 2 of them instantly came in and clapped my cheeks, claiming the title of the most dominant alpha male on the ring. After a battle of dominance and a little backtracking, we finally got the captain back to the hangar. Instead of letting Cortana drive, the captain took it upon himself and crashed the ship into a wall, marking himself as the worst getaway driver. After a quick pee break and a call to my therapist, Mission 4 kicks off with us storming the beaches of Normandy. And by us, I of course mean the Marines. All I did was hang back and snipe with my pistol. To my surprise, we did not lose a single Marine in the battle.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Once my Amazon Prime order was delivered, we set off towards Mickey Mouse's clubhouse, which had a few unwelcome guests. Dave 2.0 ended up taking a plasma grenade to the face.
What the fuck?
Leading to the flipping of the Warhog and my swift execution. Coming back for round 2, we managed to mop up these nerds camping inside, resulting in us getting locked out of the clubhouse. Taking the rejection like a champ, we had the great idea of shutting down the island's security system. That way, how can they lock the door if there is no lock? While me and the boys were on a lovely drive down the beach, it was here that I saw something that brought a tear to my eye.
Echo 419 to ground teams.
Not 1, not 2, but 7 jackals. This run had made my hatred of the flightless birds to increase so much that any time I see them my blood boils. I took advantage of the second hog, and me and Dave 2.0 put more bullets down range, faster than my friend swiping right on Tinder. Moving to the interior of the island, we quickly take out a pair of hunters before getting assassinated by another flock of jackals. Seriously, this mission has so many jackals. So many in fact that I would let out an audible groan each time I saw them. But I had a plan. It was pretty complicated. But step 1, hide behind anything that could provide cover. Crates, walls, even a foot-high rock became my best friend. And step 2, pray that the Covenant's aiming skills were as bad as my fashion sense. It wasn't a great plan, but it's all I had. The plan seems to be effective, as a mass genocide on the Kigyal species soon followed. Heading inside, we take down 2 more hunters. Honestly, this tactic is so broken. We managed to disable the island security system, finally giving us access to Mickey Mouse's clubhouse. That led to us instantly getting clapped by a bunch of stealth elites. After dishing out a can of whoop-ass, we began to backtrack to our Warthog when we got jumped by more jackals.
Fuck!
Honestly, I swear to God, if this game throws any more jackals at me, it's literally going to lead to me having a brain aneurysm. On the way back, we discover what must have been Captain Keyes' landing attempt. I scrounge up a rocket launcher. Cortana said to use them on the hunters, but I had a better target in mind. Once we made it back to the clubhouse, we run over some of the locals and park up my car in front of the entrance doorway. This will come in handy later. Upon entering the location, we discover an elite too busy playing Miss Pac-Man to even notice us, so we do the right thing and hit him in the back. Making our way down the stairs, we clear out more bad aliens trying to stop us, but little did they know, this Marine had the power of anime on his side. Honestly, I really didn't have much trouble getting down here. It was getting back that was going to be the problem. Once we had downloaded the location of all the single women in my area, we called an Uber to meet us outside. The backtracking had commenced. I'm not even going to lie to you, backtracking our way out here was a real test of my patience, as the jackals seemed to have got wind of my earlier statement about using the rocket launcher to cleanse them off this ring, and they were upset about it for some reason. I have no idea why. After many setbacks and a few pro gamer moves, and by that I mean I threw a grenade at myself a few times, we managed to make it out the basement, where my parking skills from earlier came in handy, as Dave 2.0 took out the elite showing off his golden bling. Upon making our way outside, we had a couple of stealthy boys who made the mistake of being on the receiving end of Dave 2.0. What a lad he was. We say our final goodbyes to Dave 2.0, get in our Uber, and with that we can put this mission behind us. I'll be honest and say that I wasn't looking forward to this mission. Not only is this one of the longest missions in the game, but it has tons of Covenant, Banshees, Wraiths, Ghosts, and very few health kits with a great distance between them. I wasn't lying if I said the thought of this mission gave me jackal-based anxiety. But it turns out I had nothing to worry about, as I was able to clear out the first set of rooms without losing a single bar of health. Very poggers. It was here that I once again started to get a spot of bother from the local wildlife, coming back to get some revenge for me killing his mate at the start of the game, but we put an end to that very quickly. Up to this point, I had abused the pistol so much that I had run out of ammo, which wasn't good, as a group of jackals and a sword elite came rushing towards me, wanting to show me where he was going to stick his pointy thing. After having his glowy thing thrusted into me a fair few times, I was finally able to gun him down, and before I knew it, I was outside meeting up with Fireteam Zulu. We were making good progress. So much progress, in fact, that we made it to the tank in less than 20 minutes. Either the hand of God had taken over my keyboard, or I was finally getting good, as they say. Coming up to the tank, I laid my eyes on the mad lad himself, Sergeant Johnson. I knew that we'd see him again. With this sudden boost of serotonin to my brain, we mounted the tank and rolled into the next valley. Taking down the local postcode worth of Wraiths and Ghosts, I suddenly realised that I had made a mistake. I had forgotten about the Banshees flying overhead. This mistake had led to a tragic moment. Johnson died once again, after taking a Banshee blast square in the face. As upset as I was that he had perished once again, I had a small glimmer of hope that we'll see him again in the next mission, for one final time. As we came up to the second bridge of the mission, we rolled our 66 tons of titanium armor across with no issues. Well, apart from missing a grunt point blank with the tank's main gun, but that doesn't count. Upon exiting the tunnel, I show off my COD no-scoping skills as I hit this 180 with the tank's main gun mid-air and take out a hunter.
Wow.
I sadly had to leave my tank here, as she was a bit too big to fit through these pillars.
Can't make it, the shit's stuck. Out my way, son!
This next part I thought was going to be a real pain to do, but it turns out, just like the rest of this mission so far, it went smooth. And we didn't die. Seriously, has God taken over my keyboard or something? We say goodbye to our Marines who had joined us on this epic adventure, but I will know I will see them again soon. Moving inside, we give the grunts and this elite a permanent nap before heading up the elevator. This next part, I will admit, gave my brain a rage-induced migraine. The combination of jackals and a gold elite with an itchy trigger finger seemed to cause me more issues than I would like to admit. But that was nothing compared to these two bridges. On top of the migraine, these two bridges were so bad that they were a serious threat to my long-term health. They were filled with jackals, elite mages, grunts with needlers, stealth elites, and to make it worse, I had hunters and little goblins shooting at me from the other bridge. Overall, these two bridges and the connecting rooms took me just over an hour and a half to get past. I died that much that I put the Helldivers to shame with the amount of deaths that I racked up, and I die a lot on Helldivers. Moving on, I came up on two hunters just chilling before I introduced them to a pistol that I had found lying on the floor. Honestly, this tactic is so broken. Well, that was my fault, until a couple of grunts decided to ruin my day and force me to reset the checkpoint, as there was no way I was dealing with the next bit on 1 health. I finally made it to the ice bridge where I was once again abused by the flying wildlife. Now, in normal Halo, I would grab the Banshee and fly to the top of the spire, but I was struggling to get out the door, never mind racing an elite to the Banshee. So after around 15 minutes I was finally able to leave the door, and I was debating internally if I should just jump down and run up the spire, but I might break my fragile legs doing so. So instead, I took the elevator down, killing some more coveys, found a hidden weapon stash, and stole a ghost to make my way to the top of the spire. This ghost made climbing this tower and ambushing the coveys behind the main door so easy. We entered the main control room in hopes to finally see what was on the captain's hard drive. How many of you forgot about that storyline? Because I certainly did. After trying to load what was on the hard drive, Cortana told us to go find the captain once again, as she forgot to enable the remember login details setting. Enraged, she demanded us to go and find him again. I honestly don't know where I'm going with this hard drive storyline, by the way, but yeah. Moving on. The serotonin being deployed to my brain in this moment had an expiry date of now. With the main causes of my deaths being from elite mages and goddamn tree turkeys, this mission had a lot of one of them, and I wish it was the elites. Getting dropped off by Echo 419, we can see that Captain Keyes has been flying dropships again, as we can see 2 examples of his parking skills.
You can't park there, sir.
After getting put down by jackals camping in a bush, we make our way towards the building. We witness someone with worse aim than me. I'm just glad I'm not alone in this world. Heading down the long shaft, we take out the grunts and jackals guarding the door with some grenades, and then I got killed by a jackal camping on the other side of the door. After serving the local population of jackals some well-deserved plasma grenades, I can safely say that I died to something that no other Halo player has ever died from. The Crazy Marine. Honestly, this guy just got his first kill in over 20 years, and it was on me of all people. So as soon as I reloaded the checkpoint, I showed him who he was messing with. Crossing the light bridge, we come up to that room. That room I've been dreading the whole game so far. So, I did the only thing. I put on my big boy pants. Admittedly, I put them on backwards first, and then made my way down to that room that used to give me nightmares as a kid when I used to play this game. Getting jump scared by Mendoza's corpse, we find Jenkins' helmet cam and delete his browser history, but not before making a copy for ourselves, of course. I tell you, Jenkins must have had some good stuff on his browser history, as seconds later the flood burst down doors trying to take it from me. Now I would like to tell you that this room was easy, as it was just the infection forms to deal with, but no. These little shits just kept coming at me, and if one touches me, it was game over.
I'm dying. Help me.
I was in this room longer than I would have liked, but every time I survived the 3 waves of infection forms, the combat forms seemed to have an issue with that, and sent me back to the last checkpoint, and I have to do this room all over again. Once a few infection forms had entered me without my consent, I watched over the grunts getting unalived by the flood, and then I made my excuses and left. Even though the flood don't have guns at this point, they're still pretty hard to deal with. Well, hard enough to send my marine ass back to the last checkpoint. But I used the tactic that I used in the infection forms room, run away and shoot anything that wanted to turn me into a human burger, and that seemed to work for now. And it also worked for the next few areas, so no complaints here. My dreams were slightly crushed, however, upon finding out that the dead marines ahead didn't have the god-killing weapon, also known as the Halo CE shotgun. So this adventure must carry on without it, as we made our way to the elevator, only to find that it went down, and not up.
This is where the fun begins.
The flood now have guns, and our simple run-and-shoot tactic now involved trying to avoid gunfire. If fighting the coveys was easy peasy lemon squeezy, then fighting the flood was difficult lemon difficult. And for 2 very annoying reasons. These little bastards, and the stunlock animation. As being stunlocked for long enough caused an infection form to fly directly into my joy department. But not to worry, as I remembered that the next room had active camo, so I thought there would be a 300 IQ play to use them. That was not the case, however, as the flood instantly knew my plans and decided to ruin my day by shooting me in the back and knocking me off the edge. And then it seemed the game and the flood were working against me as I got a checkpoint soon after, cementing this event in place. Thanks, game. Using what camo I had left, I made a run to the next room and ended up dying a few times here, as the flood's AI is so unpredictable sometimes. Well, that's the excuse I'm going to use anyway. Totally not a skill issue. Making my way back to the room where I saw the Marines die, I saw her. Just laying there. I knew in that moment, I had to have her. So, I decided to hatch a plan to retrieve her. It was quite a simple plan, really. I tricked the flood into getting below me and I threw a grenade down this tiny little hole, and then I could jump down and save her. Somehow my silly little plan worked, and she was finally mine. The weapon that was going to save me. I hope she was worth it, as I had to backtrack to get back up to where I was. Grabbing the shotgun seemed to be worth it, as I was soon applying the attract flood and hide around the corner with a shotgun tactic. And with that, I made it to a room where I saw a sight that I never thought I'd see. Honestly, the thought of these Marines teaming up with the insufferable, rapid-firing pistol goblins made my blood boil. With this new rage flowing through me, I doom-marined my way to the exit elevator and find a group of lost Marines. I was heartbroken to see Johnson not among them, but knowing we'll see him in Halo 2 brings me hope. When I started this run, I knew there'll be tough parts to deal with. This forest run I knew was going to be one of them. I just didn't know it was going to be this level of tough. I had my rights violated more times in this little forest than the whole run so far. The Marines were little more than a distraction that lasted all of 2 seconds. In the end, I decided to ditch the Marines and make a run for it. This seemed to work, as before I knew it, I was being abducted against my will by Guilty Spark. Out of the whole game, this is the level I was least looking forward to doing. This mission raised my cortisol to lethal levels. Seriously, doing this level was not a pleasant experience. As I took my first steps into the library, I could already feel the sweat dripping down my back. The flood were coming at me from all angles, like hungry zombies in a buffet line. But let's just say, I was the main course. I knew right away that the key to success in this level was to have nerves of steel, lightning fast reflexes, and a healthy dose of insanity. And guess what? I had none of that. Maybe a little insanity, as I am playing Halo as a Marine. God, what am I doing with my life? Just like the Fast and Furious movies, the waves of flood never seem to end, resulting in me dying more times than a noob with a sniper rifle trying to get clips for his COD no-scope montage. Do you want to know how long this mission took me? I was here for 5 hours. 5 hours of dying over and over again. The flood here are relentless. When I said at the start about having my human rights violated, I wasn't wrong. My stress and pain levels were high. My enjoyment of the game was at an all-time low. I mean, this was like I was constantly edging my brain to aneurysm. I couldn't tell you how many times a run would be going so well, until one of the little poppers decided to take a chunk out of my buttered Baps. I would be stuck dying in the same spot, sometimes up to 40 minutes at a time, and I had 4 floors of non-stop flood, but I refused to let this level beat me. With each respawn, only fueled my determination even more. The flood may be tough, but they haven't met me, a mentally ill gamer with nothing to lose, armed with nothing but my true love, aka the shotgun. I channeled my inner Doomslayer, and I got to work. Through blood, sweat, and an amount of tears I will not disclose to you, the final door was now in sight. I mean, yes, it may have taken me over an hour to get past the threshold, but we did it! Running towards that index, and against all odds, this Marine had conquered the library, on Legendary. Marvin Mabuto would be proud of this lone Marine. That night, I submitted a police report, stating that I had been violated, and that my human rights had been abused. And to this day, I have had no reply. Funny enough, before I started this run, I recorded this level first, just to see if the run was doable, and after 5 hours of pain, it was. Completing the library sparked life into this run, and I knew if I could beat this level, then maybe beating the game was possible. If you would like to see my live reactions and suffering in this mission, then click the video on screen now. After beating the library, I took a short break from the game, but we were soon back at it, ready to destroy the mental health I had just recuperated. Being transported once again against my will back to the control center, I T-posed in front of Cortana and Spark. After conquering the library, I feel like I've earned the right to assert the dominance that's radiating off me. After the floating testicles betrayal, I take a laser to the face, and we kickstart this mission with 1 health. Amazing. I felt a feeling of relief, however, that I would fight alongside Marines once again for this mission. That feeling lasted all of 6 seconds though, as they got wiped out as soon as I opened the main doors to the control room. This was pretty much our first obstacle of the mission, but we put on our big boy pants and dealt with it, and by dealing with it, I mean I threw an illegal amount of grenades until 1 elite was left, and then I noob comboed him. Heading up, we throw the sniper rifle off the tower, and show off our FaZe Clan credentials by totally hitting all 8 bullets I had in the rifle, and not miss a single shot. Making our way down the structure was just as easy as climbing up, just minus the ghost. With the shotgun, elites were nothing now. I mean, I still died a lot, but with the shotgun, only a few shots were needed, and the elites were put down. Waiting for us at the bottom was our leaving party that I did not agree to, with a Wraith and a Golden Boy waiting for us. Oh boy. So I did what any normal person would do, and that was grab the rocket launcher and go to town on the elites and the Wraith. Stealing the nearby Banshee, and like a sickening plot twist, I became the annoying wildlife, as I blew up some grunts and elites that came out of a door that I wanted to go in. Coming up to the first generator, Cortana tells me about overloading the beam with my shields. I think she still hasn't gotten used to the idea that I'm not the chief. Escaping was going to be an issue here, as soon as I stepped into the beam, I was swarmed by sentinels, and I made the rookie mistake of not bringing a plasma pistol with me to this intervention. But after a few deaths that got added to our ever-growing number of deaths, we managed to make it out. Just about. Returning to the Banshee, and dealing with some coveys who were jealous of our new ride, I came up to a room where I'm not gonna lie to you, I was stuck here for almost an hour. My lack of health really played a part here, and the fact after I cleared this room, the game decided to kick me right in the balls and not give me a checkpoint. So if I died past this room, I'd be sent right back and have to do it all again. Fantastic. Once we had finally made our way forward, we encountered the Flood doing their daily service and killing the Covenant for me. Honestly, I don't think they're all that bad, they're just misunderstood. But despite the stress of the rest of the game ahead of me, a positive, if there was such a thing as one, was that I was actually getting good at killing the Flood. Actually, that's total dog shit, as the Flood decided it was time for another snacking on my Baps, and came after me. Running away like a true man, we come up to the bridges again, where the Flood and the Covenant seem to be having a disagreement over which bridge is better. Fighting the two factions separately was not an issue, but as soon as they're in the same area together, all bets are off. As I can't hang back in camp like I do with the Covenant, and I can't run around like a shotgun-wielding madman like I do with the Flood. Something had to change. What that was, however, I have no idea. Regardless, I'm just a little Marine, and I'm not the biggest threat here, but everyone seems to think that I am. These next few parts were a real slug to deal with. Never in my life have I seen so many shotgun Flood charge at me, and I actually feared for my long-term health because of it. So I done what any sane person would do in this situation. Run away and lead them one by one to a buckshot to the face. It took me 40 minutes to realise that I could do that, by the way. While the feeling of progress felt great, and as soon as the dopamine engulfed my brain, the game chose to rupture my feelings of joy once more. As bridge number 2 not only had the Flood to deal with, but Banshees decided to join this party. I decided to focus on the Banshees first, as they could stun lock me in a mid-shootout, and an infection form would take the opportunity to take a big chunk out of my nads. I didn't have to worry though, as the local rocket launcher Flood must have also gotten annoyed at the Banshees and took it upon himself to reduce the Banshee population. Well, I only came to that conclusion when I found a destroyed Banshee that was on the bridge, and I found a rocket launcher. Leaving the bridge behind us, we make our way down the elevator shaft, and I fell off because I got jump scared by a bunch of infection forms. Why are they on this lift with me? Escaping the shaft of doom, we encountered the remains of Fireteam Zulu. Well, if you didn't know, these Flood are the Marines that stayed behind when you first come this way on the Assault of the Control Room mission. Little fun fact for you. My fun was soon put to rest, however, as a grunt one-shotted me. Little bastard. So I got my revenge, stole his ghost, and left. The Halo 1 ghost controls like a drunk grunt on ice, as I struggled to take out 2 jackals. Oh, the game thought it would be a good idea to remind me that they exist. But after struggling to take them out, we trade the ghost for a warthog and climb this 90-degree angle, only to find a flock of banshees that I need to borrow to get where I wanted to go. We take out any unworthy banshees and the wraith trying to shoot me down. This part totally didn't take me 15 minutes of dying to do this. Before we made our safe landing and made our way inside, only to discover an army of Flood guarding the second pulse generator.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
I was stuck here for a while, just throwing myself at the Flood here, hoping for a different outcome. I almost gave up here, but I kept trying. Clearing the generator isn't that bad. It's just when we blow it up and all the Flood come pouring in, there is just so many of them. And with a small space to run, it doesn't end well 90% of the time. In the end, I just blasted my way until I was left standing. This run really tested my ability to play this game. Getting back into our flying machine, we blazed past an argument between the Covenant and some rocket Flood. I think I know who the winner is there. We say farewell to our flying machine before crossing the bridge of fuck you. I was starting to get a little worried here as my ammo wasn't great, and for some reason in this mod, you can't take the assault rifle off the Flood. Maybe my Marine only wants his assault rifle. Exiting the tunnel, I see yellow dots on my radar and got a little sus about that. But it turns out, a squad of ODSTs were above me providing cover fire. It was nice seeing friendlies after so long. The ODSTs helped me take down the Banshee that was giving me a spot of bother, and by that, it caused me to die a few times. Once that pest was out of the way, I made my getaway on a nearby ghost, blazing my way past everyone before stealing another Banshee and making our way to the final generator. We blast some sentinels with my rocket launcher, and I finally T-pose once again, asserting my dominance as the Marine with the biggest balls on the ring. Cortana finally got the location for the captain, so we can finally get his password once again for his porn hard drive that we have been working so hard to get into. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, while writing this script, it was written over many weeks while I played the game, and I completely forgot about the porn hard drive plotline I started, so here we are picking it back up once again. Spawning in, we once again flash our sexy ODST armor. I could see the end as we gaze upon Captain Keyes. The password had never been so close. We watch and laugh as a grunt gets chased by a flood with no arms. We grab the active camo and make a run for the giant hole in the ship. It was at this point I started to have a panic attack with our survival rates for this challenge now dropping to a staggering -1. My blood pressure was up 69% by this point, but I made sure to stay focused and that I didn't go more insane than I already am. And by that I mean I hid behind this thing while the flood and the coveys duked it out. And once the winner was claimed, I third-partied the winners like I do in Fortnite and left the area so no one third-parties me. This next part caused me some issues, but nothing like we haven't dealt with before. I just kept throwing myself at the flood hoping for the outcome that I wanted. Fuck! That may be the definition of insanity, but I must be insane if I'm doing this challenge run. Anyway, we pull off some pro gamer moves and move on to the canyon of oh god why am I doing this to myself. Dealing with the carriers and infection forms that dropped onto me was easy, after throwing the ring supply of plasma grenades at them and picking up the stragglers with God's handgun. I then came across the flood picking a fight with a pair of hunters. Now, as the chief, I would normally run through this part guns blazing, but that's not what I'm going to do here. Instead, I'm going to sit and watch the fight and see who comes out on top, and then kill them before I do a runner. What a brave boy I am. That wasn't until a hunter saw me and took a shot, and then I was out for blood. So, I grabbed the nearby sniper rifle and put my FaZe Clan skills to use by sniping the hunters, and then running away towards the grav lift. That is after I blast my way through some more flood first. Once I got back inside the ship, I started to wish I was back outside of it. The narrow corridors and holes in the roof made fighting the flood a bit challenging, but nothing like setting up a tent and camping around the corner with a shotgun can't handle. I was stuck here at this hole for a while, as so many flood kept coming down. A few deaths later, I found myself running into some coveys making their last stand, so I did the decent thing, and threw some grenades at them. Once that mess was cleared up, we made it to the hangar bay, where I played catch with some elites in a turret, before I ran up and forced a buck shell into the face of the survivor. The run up to the captain was fairly easy, with more hiding around corners and blasting the flood that came around. We eventually made it to the control room. The game must have felt pity on me as there were so many health packs around this area, that my worry for low health was not that big of an issue. Once the flood pouring out of the room were put down, I once again asserted my dominance over the captain's corpse by T-posing so hard that his face exploded, giving me access to all of his passwords for the hard drive that we have carried all the way with us. Now, all we needed was to escape this ship and make our way back to the Pillar of Autumn. Though, that was easier said than done. After triggering everyone to charge into this room, I did the manly thing and hid at the back of the room. I then picked off who remained like the dirty third partier I am. This is where things are going to get really hard now, as all the Covenant from this point on are Spec Ops, and the elites have stronger shields and can now throw grenades. Not my idea of a good time if you ask me. I spent ages trying to get out this corridor, playing hide and seek with an elite. Eventually, I decided to use my monkey brain for a change, and I used the grunt's exploding fuel rod to weaken his shields before I put the final shot into him. Next, I had to get to the Banshee. I first tried to jump onto the Phantom, but then I got shot down by the elites on the floor below. I then tried to walk down, but there was an army of Spec Ops coveys blocking this hallway. In all my years playing Halo, I have never noticed this before. After many failed attempts to get past the hallway full of Covenant, I thought screw that, and went back to reevaluate my strategy. It was here that I came up with a brilliant plan of leg it, and with that great forehead play in my head, I went for it. And what'd you know? The first time I died. But the second attempt, we managed to get to the Banshee and close off Mission 9. Now, it was time for the final mission of the game, the Maw. We kickstart the mission by crashing our Banshee into the side of the Autumn, and T-pose into a wall, and also hide an event like a sus little boy, before dropping down and taking care of the sentinels blocking our path. Oh yeah, this mission is now a four-way between myself, the Flood, Coveys, and now the sentinels have joined the fight. But there was something that I noticed so far playing this mission. There were no jackals. Now that the galaxy has celebrated the fact that jackals have been removed from existence, that is until Halo 2. The serotonin that my brain was feeling didn't last long, and in fact, turned into aneurysm fuel, as the Flood seemed to have been turned up to 11 for this mission, as the first real encounter with them was not a fun experience. As always, I resorted to throwing more grenades than an Olympic discus thrower. After resetting the checkpoint more times than I can count, we make our way to the cafeteria, only to find 2 hunters waiting for their lunch. Now, I would like to point out that the Flood did drop a pistol, but I made the decision that my weapons would be the assault rifle and the shotgun, as this mission has a stupid amount of ammo for them both, so tackling the hunters was pretty much one quick game of Ring Around the Rosie, and the hunters were pretty easy to deal with, as you can still exploit the hunters, as when you get close they will try and bash you with their shield, and if you just loop them by going to the right, you can just unload the bullet hose into their back, and before long, they would just collapse. Honestly, the hunters in this game are really a joke, but I'm glad they got buffed in the later games. After exterminating the coveys around the bridge by mainly taking out the fuel rod grunts. Seriously, who in the Covenant military thought it was a good idea to give a grunt a fuel rod gun? 1 or 2 close calls later, we T-pose once again in front of Cortana to display the massive balls we've gotten playing this game and getting to this point. Cortana started the download of the captain's main hard drive of porn, but Guilty Spark clearly had an issue with this, like everyone else had T-pose in front of, and stopped the download as he wanted all the porn to himself. So we hatched a brilliant plan to blow up the ship to stop him downloading the captain's servers full of porn. Okay, I'll stop this porn line story now as I have no idea where it's going. 1 hop, skip and a jump later, we get rushed by a bunch of Flood, but nothing a few well-placed grenades and hiding behind a pillar can't solve. Avoiding the firefights happening all around us, we made it back to where the game started, the Cryo Bay. I decided here that it would be a good idea to be on Team Flood and help them take down the Sentinels, as their beam is not good for my long-term health, as I found out earlier. This corridor was an erect penis to try and get past, as the Flood just never seemed to end, just like the Fast and Furious— oh wait, we already made that joke. But honestly, I feel that sometimes the Flood in this game have endless spawning, as they just would not stop coming down this hall. What must have been over half an hour of dying and trying to move up one hallway, we finally make it to the vents and becoming sus one more time. Rapidly sidestepping the firefight between the Coveys and the Sentinels, we were finally here. The Armory. I chose to go with the shotgun and rocket combo. Rocket for the engine cores, and the shotgun for the Flood. It was time. Every moment of this game had led to this moment. The engine room. Now this room alone took me over an hour and a half. I first tried to go my normal path on the right side and instantly got hit by endless spawning Flood once again. So I quickly decided to go to the left side and jump up to the panels. And may I say that this thing, I don't know what this thing is, caused me to reset checkpoints so much, as the tank controls on the Marine are so janky that they kept either jumping over the damn thing, or I hold W a split second too long, and the Marine just leaps to his death. It was as if the Marine himself didn't want to do this part of the game, and I can't blame him if I'm honest. But we were eventually able to take out all 4 engine ports by doing the open one up, run away and blow it up method, and run back to the start of the area to spam the checkpoints. I was now on the edge of my seat. My hands were sweaty. Mum spaghetti. I was nervous. I don't know where I'm going with that one. It was now time for the Warthog run. This had to be the most tense Warthog run of my life. As a couple of lucky shots and it would have been over for me. But luckily, I'm a professional driver, and we managed to make it to the point and watch Echo 419 do her best impression of Captain Keyes' flying ability. Now I thought I was going to die here and I would have to redo this whole Warthog run, but upon exiting the Hog, I got pushed out the pathway and managed to avoid the Flood and Elites fighting, so we got to the Longsword without dying. We outrun the Flood, T-pose one last time as we left the Autumn. We get to see the legend that is Sergeant Johnson fighting an Elite for an assault rifle, before they hug it out, and the ring explodes. After countless deaths, blood, sweat, and mostly tears, I finally did it. I beat Halo 1 Legendary as a Marine. The Halo 2 fever dream starts almost immediately, as we hold a ceremony to honour the life of Dave the Marine, who died in Mission 2 of our Halo Marine run. His girlfriend Miranda Keyes gladly accepts his medal in his name. The Marines have lost one of the best. May he forever rest peacefully. After getting interrupted by sexy anime waifu, warning us that the Covenant wants the Captain's pawn hard drive back that we kept from the Pillar of Autumn. Okay, I swear I'm not going to start this plot line again. We are then forced to defend the Cairo station from the Covenant boarding parties, with our homeboy, Sergeant Johnson, who has returned from the Halo books to fight by our side once more. After spawning in, I noticed a few things right away. The first was that we are now rocking the sexy Halo 2 ODST protection kit, instantly giving us that sex appeal bonus of plus 69%. Nice. And the second thing was that I had the MA5B assault rifle and God's personal pistol. It looks like our Marine, after surviving the events of Halo, kept a few items with him. Going off my headcanon that this is the same Marine who escaped the first game, this veteran had dealt with waves of Covenant before, so this first lot of Covenant should be easy. Okay, maybe not. Now, you may have noticed that the Covenant are firing a lot faster than normal. That is because the Covenant military had gotten word that the lone Marine who destroyed the Halo wheel survived, and has since made the double tap perk from COD Zombies standard issue, along with the Covenant having received extra training to become more observant. Basically, I turned on the anger and the that's just wrong skull. With these skulls enabled, and with my body being made up of the same consistency of a digestive biscuit, we would be putting all our skills that we've learned from playing Halo 1 as a Marine into this steaming pool of diarrhea water. I did in fact consult my therapist beforehand, and they absolutely were against me doing this, but little did they know, I was going to do it anyway. I may slip into deep psychosis by doing so, but my mental health was at risk when I first had the idea to start doing challenge runs for a hobby, and like the deviant child that I am, I refused to play Halo 2 by its rules. Once the first lot of coveys were dealt with, I joined some Marines in clearing out some more Covenant before I made it to the first Pelican Bay, and it was here that I remembered one of the reasons why I don't play Halo 2 on Legendary as much as the others, and I'm not even talking about them yet. This room was our first real obstacle of the run, causing me to countlessly get sent back to the last checkpoint. Much like Tom Cruise in Edge of Tomorrow, I just kept throwing myself in and learning what I could in hopes to do better. And what I learnt was that elite mages are more of a dick than the first game, but that's nothing new really. After questioning some of my life choices, we finally made it past the waves of Covenant, only to watch the Malta get destroyed. Once the fireworks display was over, we made our way towards the second Pelican Bay, and let me say here is where the game decided to kick me square in the joy department. Fuck! As up to this point, I was actually kinda having fun playing Halo 2 again, but Legendary has this nasty habit of showing its ugly side, and playing the slightest bit recklessly could see us fast travelling back to the start of most encounters, which I could demonstrate for you here. After around 30 minutes of trying to clear this room, and once the red had finally faded from my vision, Cortana informed us that the Covenant are attempting to download the pawn from the server room, so we must hurry before they download the servers. After witnessing Master Guns get some karma after giving us some new armor.
Your new armor shields are extremely resilient, very efficient. Extremely resilient, extremely resilient, extremely resilient, extremely resilient.
We blast past some more coveys and exchange some pleasantries with Miranda and Johnson before taking a stroll out in space. And coming face to face with an enemy I have a larger hatred for than the Jackals. The drones. I didn't even survive 5 seconds on their first encounter before I collapsed into the ground harder than I do on a Saturday night. Honestly, if you thought I hated the Jackals as much as I do, then these guys get it so much worse. They are truly the incarnation of a rapid-firing pistol goblin, and the fact that they come in swarms sends me into fits of psychosis. But after pushing through the hate, I was at the end of the mission before I knew it, clearing out the elites guarding the hard drive that they had smuggled onto the Cairo station, and were using it to download the servers of Pawn. Roughly 30 minutes later, all the elites have been dealt with, and the Chief decided now was a good time to come out of nowhere and proceed to steal the Covenant's external hard drive all to himself. While our ODST boards a Pelican and heads down to New Mombasa. As we were on our romantic flight through the city, our Pelican ends up getting shot down by an AT-80, and after doing our best impression of Captain Keyes' landing attempt, Cortana seems to hit her head a bit too hard again.
Blink if you can hear me, Chief.
As she keeps on calling me the Chief. Regardless, we start off by shooting this grunt in the head and his troglodyte friends. After running around the courtyard for a bit, the bane of my existence decided to make itself known. It seems that the Jackals have now joined the FaZe clan and started to show off their sniping skills and begin to manhandle our little ODST. The odds were stacked against me here, but with each respawn, I was able to memorize where the Jackals would come from, so we can give them some tasteception and give the Jackals a taste of the medicine that the Jackals had given us a taste of, that we originally gave the taste of the Jackals back in Halo 1.
What are you talking about?
Anyways, with the spawns memorized and stealing Johnson's sniper rifle, this area wasn't that much of an issue. Now you may have noticed the lack of noob combos happening here so far. That's for normies. The noob combo is most people's go-to when they play Halo 2 on Legendary, as it's the fastest way to take down an elite. But my rule so far was not to use this tactic, well, at least as little as possible. In fact, I only think I used it 3 times in the whole playthrough. Once on the Cairo station in the hangars, and the other you'll see later. Meanwhile, with only a few deaths under my belt so far, I thought this challenge was going to be easy. That wasn't until the hunters decided it was time to bash my back gates in and join the party that we had been having. Now, as much as I love the fact that Bungie buffed the hunters for Halo 2, but the hunters in Halo 2 do come with their flaws. Like if you throw a plasma grenade at them, they are forced to do a Windows reboot and will stand still in place for a few seconds, contemplating their existence, giving you enough time to shoot them with a sniper. Maybe don't try and take them down with an SMG like I tried to do here. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing here, by the way. After having my human rights violated by the hunters, we moved on to Sniper Alley. We sadly part ways with our boy Johnson, as he said there was no way in hell he was taking part in this part of the game. And I can't blame him if I'm being honest. This section wouldn't have been as bad as room temperature milk if it wasn't for my lack of ammo. After getting unfairly executed by Sniper Jackal's 360 no-scoping me, I almost got sent into cardiac arrest when a stealth elite with a sword came out of nowhere and made a cute attempt on my life to try and unalive me. After calming my nerves with a quadruple vodka Red Bull, we immediately got sniped in the face, bringing my blood pressure back up to a staggering 67.5%. As if my hatred for the flightless tree goblins wasn't bad enough, now it seems they have mastered the ability to annoy me without me even being able to see them. The Covenant here in this alley were absolute demons, and currently the ability to defend ourselves was limited to the damage output of an old back scratcher. This meant we were basically f***ed. Whilst replaying most of this brain rot again, I had time to think what strategy I could use here. In the end, I ended up praying to RNGesus that we would make it through this time. A few burst blood vessels later, we had finally made it out of the alley and to the hotel, where I found a Marine hiding in the closet.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Next on the menu was a main course of a Warthog Drive section, with a side dish of death. And by that I mean the Halo 2 Warthog seems to be held together with Phil Swift's flex tape.
Look at all this damage!
And the slightest sneeze seems to deal significant damage to the Warthog. With our pro driving skills, we're able to make it through most of the tunnel with no issues, aside from a few deaths, but that really doesn't count. With our Warthog having seen better days, and coming up to the final part of the tunnel, where some coveys have set up shop, and we have no choice but to clench our bum holes and make a drive for it. The first 2 attempts we died, but on the third, we managed to make it past them, making our way out of the tunnel, where we are greeted by Johnson, lovingly giving us a tank like the sexy alpha male that he is. We get informed that the Covenant Scarab on the other side of the bridge was able to download some of the Cairo Station's porn collection, so we must use the tank to get across the bridge and get the porn back. Honestly, I have no idea where this porn storyline is going. I should have stopped it a long time ago. But I don't think I'm going to. Using the 66 tons of fun to roll across the bridge, we clear out the local postcode worth of ghost and flying wildlife, aka banshees. That just never seemed to end. Once on the other side of the bridge, we deal with the wraiths and the harassment from the banshees.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
I sadly had to leave my tank here, as she was a bit too big to fit through this gap.
Can't make it, the shit.
Oh wait, never mind. It turns out the tank can fit through here. I honestly didn't know the tank could fit through this gap. I was messing around trying to get the clip for the meme and it fit through. Honestly, having the tank in here made this section that is normally a headache so much easier, as you can imagine. I don't think that the Covenant were expecting a tank to roll on over the barricade. I did however try to take the tank a bit further, but sadly here is where the tank was just too big to fit. We managed to sneak up behind this fart sniffer and give him a well-deserved punch in the back of the skull, before jumping down onto the Gauss cannon of this Warthog and going to town on the ghosts and local population of sniper jackals. This felt so good to do. After our little therapy session with the Gauss cannon, we kick the Marine out the driver's seat and pull off some Fast and Furious style drifting before taking out 2 more wraiths. Cortana seemed to think that the wraiths were the biggest threat, but she clearly didn't see the sniper jackals around this area. Luckily, the Marine on the gun used his soggy biscuit IQ and took them out first. I would have liked to have named him Dave 3.0, but we were not together for that long to form a bond. Or maybe, I'm still not over the loss of the original Dave. Upon making my way inside the building, the Marines seemed to have me confused with someone else.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan.
How is no one able to grasp the fact that I'm not the chief? Regardless, we stand by and watch as this giant basket on legs takes out a tank.
I'm a fire in my laser!
One very dead meme later, we give chase in hopes to board the Scarab and retrieve the stolen porn. Now, firing rockets at the elites on board may seem a bit overkill, but I'm still slightly bitter about how many times they've ulted forward me so far in this playthrough. Once on board, I used the downgraded Halo 2 shotgun to take out the remaining crew members, and the Ultra Elite who I thought was going to give me some issues, but ended up going down like a sack of potatoes. We take out the last Elite's guard in the hard drive and end up destroying the Scarab, so that the Covenant would never be able to access the pawn again. As the Alpha Male attempts to pick us up in the Pelican, Miranda is informed that the Covenant have managed to upload the contents of the hard drive to their ship, and are now looking to make their escape. Determined to get it back, she flies up close to the Covenant ship as it nukes the city and kickstarts the events of Fallout 4. Meanwhile, after being dragged out of Tartar Sauce's sex dungeon, we are tasked by the floating pickled eggs to find and kill the heretic leader, who has been leaving some negative comments on some YouTube videos. What a dick. Anyway, with the Prophet's blessing, this mission kickstarts as you would imagine, by me getting unalived straight away. Once we mopped up these nerds, we proceed down the ramps. Now I will admit, it was pretty tricky to aim, as the Honor Guard's massive helmet was in the way 90% of the time, but I eventually got used to it. Even with the Elite's active camo, I was still no match for these troglodytes, and my deaths were starting to rack up. However, one short elevator ride down, we learned that the Sentinels had teamed up with these hate comment heretics, so we added these mindless cretins to our list of people to mess up. I found the best tactic here was to take advantage of the active camo and attack from different sides, and when close enough, give them a rectal exam with our energy sword. A few deaths later, we managed to open up the hangar bay doors, and the Phantom dropped off some reinforcements. That lasted all of 4 seconds before they got wrecked. Before moving on to the next area, I accidentally commit an act of friendly fire. It wasn't my fault, he got in my way. Now I will admit this next area provided some serious headaches, but being the calm person that I am, and with some well-timed shots and me hiding behind a crate like a little bitch, we managed to make our way through this area with not that much issues. Making our way down these ramp sections was pretty easy, that's why I didn't mention the last one, but all I really did was take advantage of the active camo and the sword. That's really it. Before I knew it, we watched the heretic leader run away in a Banshee, not long after we gave chase and becoming what we feared the most. We had become the flying wildlife that we had feared so much. Now I'd like to say that these Banshee sections were easy, but I'd be wrong. With the combination of the Angus skull and my Banshee being made up with paper mache, leading to several blood vessels to burst simultaneously. I will admit, in the end I got fed up with being one-shotted by a fuel rod, and decided just to go straight for the platform where the heretic leader had gone. This mission was over before I even knew it, and even though I died a few times, the fight in heretics was fairly straightforward, as there were only really elites and grunts to deal with. And the fact that the heretic elites don't do any melee damage to the player made getting close to them not really a threat. Now at this point I was beginning to think that the elite missions would be the easiest part of this run. Oh boy would I be wrong. As we enter the building, the shipmaster gets a whiff of one of the elites who farted right as he entered the building.
Disgusting!
Moving inside, we hear what must be a sick party happening below us. In the next room, we overhear the grunts having the most intelligent discussion of all time.
We have bad feeling about this. Always have bad feeling. You had bad feeling about morning food nipple.
Not long afterwards, a grunt gets frightened by a hologram of the heretic leader, but before we could shit on this hate commenter even further, we get jumped by the flood. And because I actually used my room temperature IQ for once, I destroyed the bodies as I entered the room, so the flood infection forms were all we had to deal with. We press on to what must be the most exciting moment of the game. The elevator ride. Now, Halo 2 is known for having many sections like this where we are forced to stay in one location and hold out for a while, most likely to drag out the game's runtime. This section is so bad that even the shipmaster didn't want to take part. But despite the fact the only real threat here is the Flood, the Sentinels, and me. And by myself, I mean of course because I'm an absolute tool, that I kept falling off the elevator, leading to me being here longer than I would have liked. Honestly, I must have fallen off like 3 times in this section. I guess I must keep the trend going as I fell off the elevator in Halo CE, now in Halo 2. Halo 3's elevators, I'm coming for you. We were jolted back to reality when the world's slowest elevator ride had finished, only to realise that we had once again come up to another room where we must hold out against waves of Flood and heretics. This room had a few close calls, but luckily with the active camo and hiding behind a pillar, this room was dealt with fairly quickly. We were able to make it outside and get reunited by more friendlies, who didn't really last long on the way up the spiral ramp. We take some pot shots at the heretic leader, but he ends up cock-blocking us by hiding behind his virginity shield. God damn it! Causing us to come up with this 300 IQ play of cutting the station loose before we were able to follow him. Once that idea was cemented in our forehead, we say goodbye to the shipmaster, who so far had done nothing to contribute to this mission. We make our way up the elevator onto the roof to cut down the 3 cables holding up the station. Now I would have done this first try, but as soon as the station started to fall, I was yeeted outside of the map, forcing me back to the start and have to do this section all over again. Attempt number 2 goes a lot smoother as I hide under the walkway when the station starts to fall. With this boost of serotonin to my brain, we begin making our way back down and past the shielded door. A few heretics tried to stop us, but by now I've mastered the sword and carbine combo. Actually, that's total dog shit. Once we got past the greatest swordsman who ever lived, we were forced into another Banshee section where I swear to you, I didn't even last 5 seconds before I died, making the vein in my forehead bulge. Banshee sections in this game are not a pleasant experience. After we expertly land, we began to give chase to the heretic leader to what is honestly a pretty cool section. Going back through the previous level, but as the environment begins to decay around us, it really gives you the feeling of I need to get out of here now. I didn't really have much issues with this part, but the heretic leader boss fight was not fun. This was certainly a fight that would keep my cortisol levels nice and high, just how I like them. With 3 rapid-firing plasma rifles firing at my fragile body, you only had to guess how long I would survive. Spoiler alert, it wasn't long. Now this boss fight took me almost half an hour to get past. In the end, I resorted to hiding right at the back, camoing and taking potshots at the holograms, before being able to charge at the heretic leader with my sword. I legit threw my arms up in happiness when I saw the leader finally fall. After explaining to Guilty Spark why we had to unalive the heretic leader, Tartarsaurus interrupts us as he steals the floating testicle all to himself, to take back to his sex dungeon. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, the humans have discovered a second Halo wheel, causing Johnson to almost die again by choking on his cigar.
Say what?
We get informed that the ship that had stolen the pawn data had stopped just above the ring world, and we end up recreating the drop cutscene from Helldivers 2. This certainly wasn't the red carpet entrance we were expecting, as pretty much right away, clearing out this little section led me to die so much from elites and needlers that almost led me to having a mental breakdown. Oh yeah, sniper jackals are all over this level as well, which only added to the pleasure I felt while playing this game. I was starting to question if I was blackout drunk on my last legendary playthrough, because I do not remember struggling this much, but that might be the skulls I added, I just don't know. I also tried to give my fellow ODSTs a rocket launcher to help take the pressure off me, but I'm pretty sure that the Marine AI in Halo 2 is being operated by Bing, and he unalived himself, as a few seconds later I found him lying on the floor. Despite the 18 deaths beginning to rip my soul apart, I finally was able to make it inside the building, and we were told to hold our position once again. Honestly, there are so many holdout sections in this game, I never really noticed until now. This holdout section wasn't too bad, as I had stolen a giant chicken's beam rifle, and I was able to snipe the elites before they became a real pain in my backside. I did however get second-hand embarrassment for this one stealth elite, as he almost pulled a sneaky on us by coming up behind me, but he was no match for the beam rifle to the face, and before I knew it, this fight was over. Cortana then informs us about the possibility of the Prophet being in the center of the lake, and that is where our pawn hard drive most likely is. And when our Amazon Prime order was delivered, we turn the corner and come face to face with 4 sniper cretins that our Marines were able to deal with permanently. Our Warthog had seen better days as we began to clear the building in order to extend the bridge. The gunner of the Warthog, however, was able to mop up the ghosts and local resistance, allowing me to enter the building and throw this Hail Mary of a grenade that took out this elite shield, allowing me to one-shot him. Amazing. With the bridge lowered, we can begin to make our way across once Johnson the Sex Machine drops off the tank. Wait, what just happened? Did the Marine who got flung from the Warthog just land on my head and kill me?
What the fuck?
After crying to the police about the absolute violation I just received, we put on our big boy pants and get into the tank, and we begin to bring the pain to anyone who dares get in our way. Also, I don't know if you have ever noticed this, but this part has a ridiculous number of ghosts coming at you. I mean, I lost count at how many ghosts kept coming around the corner at every turn. I mean, where the Covenant keep getting all these things? After we'd committed genocide on the ghost population, we make our way to another structure and roll our 66 tons of pure sexiness onto the top and get our Deliveroo order dropped off to us. But the saving grace, however, is as soon as I got out the tank, it exploded.
Ooh, that was close.
We do, however, get more Marines dropped off, but like some sick joke, as soon as their feet touched the floor, one blew up instantly. I guess the game likes to see me suffer. As soon as we move inside, the last of our Marines gets gunned down, and I'm forced to do this alone, once again. We show off our COD no-scoping skills, forcing this elite to run away and for us to chase him down. Now this next part gave my brain a rage-induced migraine. The combination of sniper jackals, elites, and swarms of drones gave me more issues than I would like to admit, as I would just get gunned down by a drone or sniped in the face by a little goblin.
Right, I'll tell you what, go and fuck yourself.
After what felt like hours of frustration, countless deaths, and more rage quits than I care to admit, we finally made it to the final stretch of the mission, and I felt the feeling of relief. That was until I instantly got put down by another swarm of drones. Once we had made it inside, we then had to deal with the honor guards, and these guys were more trouble than they were actually worth. This led me to using the tactic of leading them away one by one to follow me, and dealing with them as soon as they wanted to show me where they were going to stick their pointy things. And after burning through 90% of my ammo, we had beat the mission. Cortana informs us that the Prophet plans to upload the pawn that he stole to the Covenant Holy City and pleads us not to allow that to happen. With our ammo supply looking bleak, it wasn't long before the Marines were trying their absolute best to stress test my patience right out the gate, as it didn't survive longer than 5 seconds. But you know me by now, I wasn't going to throw in the towel just because this floating pickled egg said so. So after a few deaths, we were finally able to clear out the elites rushing into us, and we were greeted by wow paint me surprised and call me Chips Dubbo, some more sniper jackals, as a shot just about missed my face. With my blood pressure now through the roof and with this area crawling with sniper jackals, a positive, if there was such a thing as one, is that we'd gotten efficient at taking down these bastards. Actually, that's total dog shit. I wouldn't exactly say I was good at it, as they were still 80% of the time still killing me in one shot, but I was able to react to them a lot faster than I normally would have. As we approached an open area, we see that the gondola had already left the platform and that a phantom was on fast approach. Getting ready for another fight, I wasn't however ready for more hunters to enter the fray. We get smacked around a few times as we battle the hunters and their anger issues, but we were finally able to put the hunters down using the grenade and beam rifle exploit. The hunters in Halo 2 are a step up from their CE counterpart, but they are let down by the fact you can still one-shot them. We get resupplied and joined by some more Marines, before going on a romantic boat ride. Crossing the water wasn't too much trouble, even though I almost had an existential crisis when I saw the drones come out the second gondola. Upon approach to the tower, I steal the sniper rifle from Stacker, and now was a good time to show off my stormtrooper aim and take 3 shots to take down 1 jackal. Moving inside, we clear out these nerds camping, and throw a grenade on top of the lift while it comes up, quickly taking out these fascists inside, before we take the lift down and go on our underwater adventure. Now I'm not gonna lie to you, this part I wasn't looking forward to doing. This section on my normal legendary run gave me PTSD alone, as this room has so many sniper jackals, a pair of hunters, and to top it off, drones and honor guards. I would rather go back and do the library on Lasso than do this room again. That may still happen though. We got defiled here. On our first attempt, this honor guard got a cheeky double sword kill on both me and Stacker. Attempt number 2 saw Stacker getting taken out by a sniper, and me, who didn't want to live in the world without Sergeant Stacker, followed his fate soon after. Attempts 3 and 4 just saw me getting gunned down by drones. I was struggling. It wasn't until our 11th attempt, and 20 minutes later, we'd finally made it to the other side of the room, and almost went into cardiac arrest when an ultra elite decided to come out these doors and try to ruin my day even further, but putting an illegal amount of beam rifle shots into him seemed to do the trick. We do some more sniping on a bunch of stealth elites, and we finally made our exit from this underwater place, and all it cost me was 2 Marines and my sanity. As soon as I exit the elevator, I introduce an elite and some grunts to my shotgun. I think they'll get along just fine. I end up throwing the Hail Mary of grenades once again, as I stick this elite right in the nads. But he had clearly taken offense to that and made it his mission to rush me and show me some karma. But he was met with a shotgun to the face. Never rush a madman with a shotgun. As we get more Marines dropped off, but like some bad joke, they do not last long. We take the final gondola ride over to the main building in the center of the lake. Now, it was coming to my attention that we're coming up to the end of the mission and the regret boss fight, and my body was not ready for that just yet. But whether I liked it or not, it was going to happen. So I prepared my body for the abuse I was about to receive and stepped off the platform. Time was now against us, however, as the Covenant Holy City of High Charity had arrived, and the Prophet had already started to upload the data from the hard drive he stole. So we rushed in the main doors, only to get instantly clapped by a bunch of elite mages. Honestly, these guys have killed me so much in this run, it is unreal. Once we get past the elite cockblocking us, we get cut down by a sword elite camping around a corner. Very nice. After a few deaths and putting a new hole into my desk, we were able to make it inside and about to give Regret a good old-fashioned fisting for stealing our pawn drive. Now, here is where I'd like to point out, on normal Legendary, you must board and punch the Prophet of Regret about 5 times to kill him, as the Chief. As a Marine, however, and with less melee damage output, I had to board him about 7 or 8 times, while a room filled with endless spawn and Covenant. I was in this room for over an hour. Roughly over 60% of the time I was finishing fisting Regret's face, I'd get killed by an elite, or a grunt camping in the area where we were. I had died so much in this section, that in the end, I resorted to using the noob combo once again, just to be able to deal with the number of elites that got thrown at me. I ended up using the punch in the face and run away back to the entrance where I could spam the checkpoint, while noob comboing any elite that followed me. And if you thought that this room as the chief was bad, doing it as a marine was aneurysm inducing. Despite this room making me want to eat glass, I kept pushing through. Death after death saw me coming back each time, and even though I was bashing my head against the wall and found new ways to die all over again, I remained hopeful that the next run would be the run. After an insane amount of noob combos, and once my F key had gotten enough abuse by me spamming the key just to fist regret in the face, the floating pickled egg finally died, and we stopped the upload. Luckily, we were right by the exit, so as soon as I saw him fall, I legged it right out of there. I'm still amazed I got this done as quick as I did, to be honest with you. I thought I was going to be here for much longer. We watch as the chief runs away with the hard drive in hand, before he jumps into the water and is suddenly abducted against his will by a weird tentacle thing. Back on High Charity, the elites greet each other like how me and my friends did in middle school. We are then tasked with finding the copy of the hard drive the Prophet of Regret hid before the lone ODST took him out. We hand the reins back over to the Arbiter and join him as the Sentinels try to protect the hard drive's location. Now these Sentinels hit harder than me on a Saturday— oh wait, I already made that joke. These Sentinels just keep coming. So to even the playing field, I focus on their spawn points before moving on to the lower levels. Now I don't know if you know this, but if you shoot the panels on these pillared things instead of pressing them, it pretty much does the same job, effectively saving you some time, and you are able to move through the level much faster. This has saved my life over the years. On the lower levels we find a grunt and an ungrateful jackal, whose life I had just saved. So we show the jackal what happens when he doesn't say thank you. I will not lie to you, making our way towards the Sentinel Enforcer fight was not easy. The average Sentinel hits harder than my dad's belt, and if I didn't take out their spawn points, I was in for a world of hurt. However, after abusing the active camo some more, we were eventually able to make it to the Sentinel Enforcer mini-boss fight. Now I could just jump down and take out the panels by shooting them, as I mentioned earlier, and easily tackle this fight, but what would I be proving if I did that? As I watched this brave grunt get unfairly slaughtered, I knew in that moment, this Enforcer had to go down. So I took out all its arms, and then jumped down to get some better cover than a door frame. With the help of active camo here, I was able to do a few sneak attacks on the Enforcer, and it did eventually go down. The Sentinel Enforcers are not really that tough. It's just a case of getting behind or under them while avoiding other Sentinels around them. That's the real issue. Nonetheless, once the Enforcer was down, I rapidly took out the pillars, and I was able to reward myself with a relaxing moment, while I quickly called my therapist to inform them I was about 2/3 of the way through the game, and I was about to have an existential crisis as we're about to encounter the Flood once again. This time, they were Human Flood. Now, the Human Flood in this game have received a buff from their CE days, as they are faster, come in larger numbers, and have had quite the intelligence boost. Not only did the human combat forms pose an issue here, but the Sentinels have also got an upgrade in the form of a Golden Sentinel that have a nice blue powerful beam, and shields. And to top this section off, another Enforcer also joins the fight. This section alone took me almost 20 minutes to get past. And that might not sound as bad as some sections on Halo 2, but when you get so close and parkour your way past, only to get put down by Sentinels hunting you down, then it becomes a problem. Fuck! Eventually, I was able to get past all that, but now my only weapons were an SMG and a pistol, and I don't have to tell you that this combo on Halo 2 Legendary isn't ideal. But it was the only ammo that was available to me, until I was able to pick up the shotgun that dealt as much damage to the Flood as me throwing mashed potato at them. I got to listen to this audio clip of Marines dying to the Flood so many times now, that it now nurses my aneurysm to soothe it at night. But yeah, I died here a few times. More than I would like to admit that I did. After getting abused enough for me to start to enjoy it, honestly, I think I'm starting to enjoy the abuse I get from these challenge runs. We were eventually able to make it to the section that made Halo 2 feel like a horror game. Honestly, as a horror fan, if I could praise Halo 2 for something, it would be how Bungie designed the Flood levels. They honestly feel like a horror game at parts, and I think that's why one of the reasons I would love to see the Flood return. But this part really made me poo my pants as a kid. Still kinda does, to be honest. I do think it was a really cool attention to detail for Bungie to only include the human combat forms and carrier forms up to this point, but as soon as you find elite bodies, then elite combat forms come into play. Just like the previous Arbiter mission where the only Flood you encountered were elite combat forms, I just thought that was a really nice attention to detail. But just like the overly aggressive crackhead in town always asking me for money, the Flood never seemed to leave me alone, and much like the crackhead in town assaulting me once in a while, I received a shotgun to the face and was sent back to the last checkpoint. Which was nothing new really, but the Halo 2 checkpoint system thought it was having a laugh at this point and sent me back to what seemed like 2 checkpoints ago. After repeating the last 5 minutes of my life once again, I was able to join up with some friendly elites who seemed to not last long at all. But I didn't seem to last much longer before I got slapped to death. Once the blood vessel in my forehead had burst, we reached the shipmaster's holdout. He questioned what we were doing here, but this was my mission to get the hard drive and not his, so I questioned what he was doing here. But he just stood there, passing the time by watching his favourite Twitch streamer, and thus another holdout section begins. I started to feel like a store employee on Black Friday while I held back wave after wave of flood. I still found myself being overrun as the elites by my side began to fall, but not long after, the Phantom pulls up carrying more elite reinforcements, and the shipmaster finally got off his turret that he had been spamming the whole fight. Right, I'll be honest and say that I wasn't looking forward to this mission. The Flood in this mission gave me some grief, and we all know that the Flood hate everything, but I can confirm, the feeling is mutual. After getting into the best vehicle in all of Halo, we are instantly greeted by another enforcer. I decided to nope out there as fast as possible, and by that I mean I forgot that the Spectre had a boost. Now this part made me rethink my life choices. Well, the first time round wasn't that bad, as we got past everything with no problem. And I thought I was actually making progress on this mission. I was enjoying myself. I was having a laugh and having fun. Until I wasn't. I ended up dying here, and the game reminded me that it hadn't given me a checkpoint in the last 3 minutes, and decided to put me right back to the beginning of the whole encounter.
Really?
Honestly, when I saw where I got sent back to, I began to wonder what in the Reese's Pieces had just happened here. I swore so much that my dog thought I was having a fit, and I probably was, as the next attempt starts off great with me getting my cheeks clapped by the flood-controlled ghosts. I then had the great 300 IQ play of stealing the Scorpion tank and blasting my way past everything. But my young naive brain forgot that the Scorpion tank in Halo 2 is made out of soggy cardboard and crumbles apart as soon as I get into it. After a few more embarrassing attempts, we finally made it past all the wraiths trying to 360 no-scope me. We made it to this thing. I have no idea what this part is. I would like to say I was in and out of this part relatively fast, but I wasn't. Whenever I thought I was just about to make it out here and past all the fighting, these fart sniffers stopped fighting each other and decided I was the biggest threat, and all turned to look directly at me. Then I came up with a great plan that would not fail. It was to kill everything in this room basically. The plan worked after a few more deaths in this part, and we were able to be free and back outside, only to be punched right in the nads and get sent back to the last checkpoint, and to the start of the last room once again. Now you can imagine the hole I just punched through my monitor at this point, but my mama didn't raise no quitter. And after around 10 minutes of non-stop dying, we were back outside, only to go back inside the other half of this building thingy. The excitement I felt when I realised I had to go through the exact same room, just reversed, was radiating off me. But that wasn't the best news. The best news was when I fired a rocket launcher at this group of Flood, not only didn't kill them, but it pushed one of them closer to me and I got slapped so hard that it took 2 years of my lifespan in real life. In the end, I just decided to just run past all that bullshit and get into a nearby Scorpion tank. It's clear up to this point I still haven't learnt my lesson about the tank, but I was under the impression that if I kept trying, then it would eventually work. Pretty sure that's the definition of insanity, but I must be insane if I'm doing this. The first attempt went as well as anything else I've done in this game so far, and my luck must have been taking a gap year, as this wraith one-shotted me point blank like some CSGO nerd and turned away like I was nothing. The next few attempts were pretty much the same, with the wraith one-shotting me. I never felt more violated in my life until now. I felt more violated by playing this game than that one time my workmate poked her finger in between my butt cheeks and then laughed about it. No, really, that happened. Once these wraiths had stopped hitting me harder than your mother did, we take out these knuckleheads before heading on to the part I was dreading the most on this level. The gondola holdout ride. This part is that bad, even the shipmaster didn't want to take part in this section, and noped out before the Arbiter even pressed the button.
Bye, have a great time.
I tried to be smart here and take out the Flood with the rocket launcher early, so that they wouldn't jump down onto us, but my Stormtrooper aim decided to come out and play, and I missed all 4 rockets. Once I recomposed myself, we stood by and watched as all our elites get slaughtered in the matter of seconds, and I wasn't long to follow. I even tried to give an elite the rocket launcher, but he must have had a brain error or something, as he just stood there while the Flood ran up to him and tickled him. I even gave him a shotgun, but the fool decided to try and hit the Flood with it instead of fire the weapon point blank. It amazes me how the Covenant was even winning the war. Now the rest of the ride wasn't that much of an issue. It's just these long holdout sections in Halo 2 really drag out the game's runtime. And not in a good way either. Once the fun bus pulls up to the station, I started to get Vietnam flashbacks as this room looks oddly familiar. As we were about to claim the hard drive, it turns out Miranda and Johnson had beaten us to it. Not allowing the humans to take the hard drive for themselves, I quickly introduced myself to them, before Tartarsaur steals the hard drive all to himself, and then to rub his furry nads in our face even more, he pushes us down a hole for it. Honestly, Captain Keyes must have some good stuff on that hard drive, as everyone is fighting for it. As even this Venus flytrap wants us to get the hard drive back, and hatches a plan for both Chief and the Arbiter to get the pawn drive back all for himself. He splits us into 2 locations that will likely house the hard drive. The Chief gets teleported into High Cherry and sends a grunt into cardiac arrest. The Pickled Egg Truth narrowly escapes our clutches with the hard drive in his hands. It was time to give chase. Now this mission alone, on normal Halo 2 Legendary, is infamous for killing the player before the HUD even loads in. And with it being the longest mission in the game by far, to say I wanted to call HR and cry for help was a bit of an understatement. And with my ODST's fragile body, there was a 58.5% chance that I was not going to enjoy this. I was able to take out the first lot of brutes relatively quick, but the serotonin being deployed to my brain had now passed its use-by date, and the room filled up with more brutes that instantly clapped my cheeks. The Halo 2 checkpoint system woke up in the morning and chose chaos, as the checkpoint happened right as the brutes filled the room, and I had about a 90% chance of my outcome being death. Eventually, I got a lucky run, and I managed to hide behind one of the pillars, and take out any of these mass debaters who came close to me. Get it? Because we're in a council hall, where debates happen, and they're coming at me in masses. Mass debaters. Moving on. Not only did I have to worry about the brutes berserking and have an impossible aim, but I had to deal with grunts with needlers. It wasn't until I got my hands on a carbine that I could keep the cubbies at range once again. After being in the room for over half an hour of dying repeatedly, we finally were able to make some progress, but we agreed almost immediately by brutes cosplaying as the honor guard. This area wasn't too bad to deal with. I seemed to find the rhythm with the weapon combo I was using. Carbine for all the enemies as long as I was aiming for the head, but then Needler to take out the berserking brutes. As we moved down the grav lift, I managed to headshot a jackal sniper coming to ruin my day without being able to see him past my character. Upon making our way down some corridors, I immediately turned into the Incredible Hulk as I turned a corner only to get gunned down by a pair of jackals. After a call to my therapist to try and calm my nerves, we came into a round room where I swear to God, I almost put my fist through one of my monitors with the amount of deaths to happen in this room by this lone brute with a brute shot. I honestly think if he kept killing me the way he was, he could have gotten the tactical nuke from killing me alone. I lost count how many times this brute actually killed me, but eventually I was able to make it past this room and make our way down the grav lift. Now here is where the skulls signed my death warrant. As with the That's Just Wrong skull enabled, all enemies knew where I was most of the time, and at the bottom of the lift are 2 troglodytes. You can see where I'm going with this. Who, every time, without fail, were able to kill me before my feet even touched the ground. And because the Halo 2's checkpoint system has the if you die too many times in one spot you go back 2 checkpoints, I got sent back to the checkpoint where I had to do the round room again. It took me 15 minutes to clear it the first time. Even when I got back to the lift again, the exact same thing would happen. The brutes at the bottom of the lift had their spider sense tingle, and they were able to assert their dominance over me before I got to the bottom. I was here for 40 minutes, bouncing back between these 2 checkpoints like a pair of rabbits in the mating season. In the end, I ended up turning the skull off just so I could make it past this section. Now, if you feel I failed the run here, please feel free to tell me so. But, to me, I couldn't do it. I do turn the skull back on for the next mission though. But that did mean I had to repeat the whole mission again up to this point. Oh boy. Once we finally made it to the bottom of the grav lift, we started to clear out the rest of the coveys, when the unthinkable happened. The game crashed. I had no idea why the game kept crashing during this prison break section. Maybe the game was conspiring against me and didn't want me to finish this challenge. I ended up taking the night off, and after recuperating my mental health once again, and after taking my game files to court, they were ordered to allow me to pass the prison. As soon as I rescued the first lot of Marines, they were killed by a single plasma grenade. Fantastic. Hopefully the second load of Marines will survive a lot. Okay, maybe not. With a single Marine survivor, we make our way back to the lift where more coveys were coming down. I tried to take them out before they had the chance to even touch the ground, but with my ammo becoming drier than my mouth when I wake up in the mornings, we sadly see the lone Marine fly across the room. No Marines survived the prison escape.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Heading back up the lift, we are instantly greeted by a few elites who wasted no time in thrusting my body into the ground without our consent. 3 deaths later, we managed to get past these squid heads and the drones by triggering them and hiding around the corner. I didn't make it that much further before I was greeted by a noise that was enough to pucker the arsehole of even the most seasoned Halo player. Having a swarm of drones gun me down in the corridor was less than ideal. What made it even worse was the game seemed to be laughing at me, as upon respawning I was gunned down by the drones once again. After hunting down these little bastards one by one, we were able to move on to the next set of corridors, where I tried to third party the brutes and elites fighting each other. On the plus side, I was able to beat this elite in a 1v1. My confidence was soon shattered, as the next room housed a pair of hunters, and what was problematic was I didn't have a weapon to kill them fast enough before they used my own plasma grenade against me. After nearly getting sniped by Paw Patrol, Cortana picks up the Enamberclad jumping into High Charity. Believing it to be Miranda to come and help us get the pawn drive back, we rapidly float across the bridge where we are welcomed by some elites and grunts. Pressing on, I demonstrate my amazing aim by missing not one, but 2 elite rangers that were moving at the speed of a drunken snail. This happened more than once. Honestly, my aim continues to amaze me half the time. Skipping over some bits, this outside section decided it was going to cause me some issues, with a combination of brutes with brute shots, elites with swords, and the odd sniper jackal thrown in for fun. You can only imagine the fun I had in this place. But I was able to find some solace, as I sniped some stealth elites before they were able to unalive me. Regardless, the good news continued, as we came up to the Breaking Benjamin room. Now, to say this room was a ton of fun would be misleading. There were so many ultra elites in this room that it started to feel illegal for that many to be in one place at once. I tell you what, it's a good thing I'm a metal fan. Otherwise, listening to this song on repeat for the next half an hour would have driven a sane person insane. Just when you think this room was done, more elites flooded in. And you guessed it, those elites were more ultras. I have no idea what part of my brain thought it was a good idea to use a sword against an ultra elite, as the first swing only took down its shields, and as expected, I got my cheek slapped. Due to my incompetence, that's always a reoccurring factor in my life, and around 30 minutes of dying, I eventually used the noob combo for the third and last time in this run. I did try to take out the elites without using the noob combo, but the ultra shields is just too strong, and when there are 5 of them trying to kill you at once, it just made sense to use it here. It felt cheap, but it was the only way forwards, and after 2.5 hours, with 2 game crashes, we finally beat this nightmare of a level. But we were not fast enough, as Eggman Truth hands Tartar Sauce the pawn drive that we tried so hard to get back. As he was about to depart, the Flood make their attempt to try and steal the drive all for themselves, but were stomped on by the Yetis. They managed to take down the Elder Pickled Egg, and was left behind, as he is not worthy to see what was on the hard drive. Once reactivating the That's Just Wrong skull, I'd barely left the starting area before the brutes came charging at me, causing me to blow a major blood vessel from a jump scare he gave me. We do however get a get out of jail free card when I hid behind this rock taking pot shots at the brutes, and using the sword to take down the charging ones. Things were looking good, as we were able to eventually make some progress, before Halo 2 reminded me that it was in charge, and the brutes punched me so hard that I was sent back to the start of the mission. After doing this brain rot section again, we were finally able to join up with some other elites and begin to make a push against the brutes. Now I'm not sure who killed the Zealot elite here, me or the brute, but either way, I'm glad in Halo Reach the Zealots are buffed, as they are taken down way too fast in this game. I was left alone once again, as I watched in horror at my fellow elites getting unalived, but the only way was forward, and sometimes backwards as I backpedaled to avoid an explosive dentist appointment. Moving on, I managed to throw this absolute Olympic caliber throw of a grenade onto this brute, instantly killing the jackals looking to ruin my day even further. We give the brutes a lesson on the Obi-Wan tactic.
I have the high ground!
I was able to repeat history once again by throwing this absolute trick shot of a grenade, where I thought it was just going to go down on the floor in front of me, but ended up sticking a brute below me. If I kept throwing the grenades like this, I'm going to sign up for it to be a professional tosser person. Moving on. As we made our way outside, I started to have a panic attack, as this next part gave me so much trouble when I last played Halo 2 Legendary. This ghost section is filled with so many other ghosts who can rip my ghost apart faster than I can, and it is filled with sniper turkeys. Instead of me telling you how many times I died in this section alone, I've put together a montage of my deaths in this ghost run. That ghost run alone took me over 40 minutes. In the end, I stopped using the ghost and just sniped everything from a distance. After clearing out the local population of brutes, my blood pressure shot right back up when I saw this wraith look at me. I thought I was safe when I got up here onto the high ground, but I was quickly sent back into a fit of psychosis when I got sniped by John Wick. Well, it might as well have been John Wick, the number of times I got sniped by this demon. And just when I thought my blood pressure couldn't get any higher, the game decided to prove me wrong and send waves of brutes at me at the same time. After calming myself with a quick pee break, we are met with a few more deaths due to pure bullshit. Totally not a skill issue, I swear. But keeping myself calm, we were able to eventually make it past all the brutes and sniper goblins, and were able to arm ourselves with a rocket launcher to take down the two wraiths, who had been trying to shoot me this whole time. I almost had a heart attack right there and then, as when I took out the second wraith, a beam rifle shot narrowly missed my head. Not once, but twice. Grabbing a nearby beam rifle from the previous room, I gave the jackals a taste of the medicine that he— Oh wait, I did that joke already! Who is writing this script? Now this final part did take me a while to get past, as every time I thought I had dealt with everyone, there was always this one brute who I missed, and he would ruin my day even further. I think by this point I was tired, as I had done this mission and the last one back to back. So that's the excuse I'm going to go with. But I was able to hijack the ghost that comes out this tunnel, and use it against the brutes, right before I got it stuck at the door right at the end of the mission. We were greeted by Shipmaster, who has been hiding in the Wraith since the last time we saw him, and just as we were about to put him in his place for being a coward, Tartar Sauce is dropped off in a phantom outside the control room, as he is about to upload the hard drive full of porn to the rest of the galaxy. Honestly, I have no idea where I'm going with this porn plotline. It's paper thin, and it just seems to be getting worse as the script goes on. The Chief is just too late, as the Phantom carrying the pickled eggs and the porn drive leaves just as he gets there. But Cortana comes up with a plan to blow up the crashed ship that will destroy High Charity and the Halo Wheel. If the porn hard drive gets uploaded, that way, no one can have the content of the hard drive. Just as we're about to set the plan into action, we are interrupted by the Flood, doing their best impression of Captain Keyes' landing abilities. Now, I will say, this mission was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought fighting the Flood as an ODST was going to be slightly less relaxing as it was in Halo CE, but it really wasn't. I think what made it easy to fight the Flood in Halo 2 was the use of the carbine. One direct shot to the chest where the infection form was, and the combat forms instantly dropped. Even though the shotgun has the damage output of a light sneeze, I still found it as my go-to weapon for dealing with the Flood. Maybe that's just my survival horror game instincts kicking in. Even the sword-wielding combat form, who nearly got the best of me, but little did this guy know who he was dealing with. The guy who spent 5 hours in the library as a Marine. Now, I will say I love the atmosphere of this level. In the corridors it feels like a horror game, and playing as an ODST here made me want a Flood horror game from a Marine's perspective. But regardless of what we wanted, we are slapped out of that wet dream and are forced to do this corridor again. I was, however, a little disheartened when an infection form had jumped on me and just popped. I had been avoiding them like I did in CE, thinking they were a one-way ticket to that big doggy bed in the sky, but that was not the case. Moving through the next two areas was not too much hassle. I was, however, almost in a state of shock when a rocket flood fired at me and missed, and then ended up killing himself with his own rocket. We come up to what I think is the toughest part of this mission, only because you have the Flood spawning all around you, and a group of brutes and jackals camping at the back of the room. And to make things harder for myself, my brain thought it would be a good idea to have a shotgun with hardly any ammo, and a rocket launcher to bring to this section. I think most of my deaths in this room was from the Flood pulling a sneaky on me, and coming up from behind. Not like that, get your mind out the gutter. After dying a number larger than the amount of brain cells I have left, I eventually just decided to run past this fight, and somehow, to my shock, that worked. Before I knew it, we were here at the end of the level. All we had to do was get to the other side of the room, and the Chief's I-mean ODST levels were done. Sounds easy, right? That's because it was. I only died once to a brute pushing me, but apart from that, this mission was over in less than 20 minutes. The Chief had left High Charity, leaving Cortana behind, in hopes to stop the Pickled Egg Truth from getting to Earth to steal more of humanity's porn collection. Meanwhile, back on the Halo Wheel, the Arbiter asked what that structure is, and the Shipmaster explains that it was the place where the High Counselors were going to watch where the hard drive would be uploaded to the whole galaxy. The Arbiter manages to convince the Shipmaster to help him stop the upload, and he agrees to help. And I'm instantly gifted a Spectre, and begin this mission how I've come to expect these missions to start. And by that I mean my first attempt didn't go to plan, as my gunner was instantly killed, and I soon followed in his footsteps as I tried to destroy the Wraith. And because the game is mean to me and didn't even give me a checkpoint, I was forced to start over. Attempt number 2, however, went a lot smoother. Having barely made it past the Wraiths, all I did, however, was sandwich myself in between two more Wraiths. and death. After dealing with the wraiths, we enter the building only to find 2 hunters and an elite. And honestly, this part is so cool. Being able to fight alongside the hunters was a really nice touch to this level. We allowed the hunters to go forward first, while I hide at the back with a beam rifle, like a real man should be doing. Or maybe I was just scared of the brute shots, who can say. Regardless, the hunters made short work of the brutes, and we moved on to the caves, where I swear to you, the brute's spider senses must have tingled, as they didn't give much attention to the hunters, but instead decided to shoot me in the face. I was actually making good progress on my second attempt, while my little goblin brain picked up a brute shot, and when I fired it for the first time, it caused a chain reaction with the fusion cores, and I was sent into the next dimension. We finally managed to make our way past all these Sasquatches, only to come face to face with our arch nemesis, a bridge filled with jackals and drones. A true living nightmare for someone such as myself. Even with a hunter backing me up, I struggled on this bridge for a while, longer than I would care to say. But just know, it was a while. I eventually used my toilet water brain and camoed my way past these cretins, and we end up setting some prisoners free, which instantly gives us a 5-star wanted level and the fun police trying to put a stop to us. The hunters go down in a blaze of glory as I set free the other elites, who manages to take down the brute with his arse cheeks. Amazing. Just as we're about to steal this giant basket on legs for ourselves, the alpha male Johnson beats us to it, and I wasn't one to pick a fight with Johnson, so we just let him take it. Johnson explains to us that we cannot allow Tartar Sauce to upload the content of Captain Keyes' hard drive to the galaxy, as the content on there is too powerful and it will wipe out all life in range if viewed by the unprepared eyes. Honestly, this hard drive seems to be more powerful than Thanos and his Infinity Stones. We forge an alliance to stop the upload and are told to grab a Banshee. Does Johnson not understand how paper thin those things are? Either way, we steal a nearby Banshee and attempt to deal with the local population of nearby wraiths. Now I'd like to point out that here I didn't know the key bindings for the Banshee, so I had no idea how to fire the cannon or do the stunts. That is why you don't see me doing them. It is because I had no clue how to. I could have looked up the key bindings to how to do that, but that's for normies. Instead of me telling you how many times I died here, I'll just say that it was a lot. And I was on this Banshee section for over half an hour before I decided to fly past everything and sit at the top of the structure, while I wait for Johnson's Scarab to sluggishly make his way to us and blow open the doors. We make our way inside and are greeted by an army of brutes who want nothing less to crush the dreams of a child, and that they did, a few times to be exact. After my 4th death, I remembered that you can bring the Banshee in here, and that is exactly what I decided to do. Yes, it took me a few minutes to get the thing in here, but once it was, I was instantly crushed by the doors closing on me. I have lost count how many times I had died to something silly in this run. With the Banshee inside, we managed to mop up these brute nerds, and we're able to fly our way to the main chamber to stop Mr. Mohawk as he tries to force Miranda to upload the drive herself. Tartar Sauce is shocked to see us, as he thought he killed us back in Mission 9. We try to explain to him that if he uploads the hard drive, everything will die. However, with his body full of testosterone and only having one brain cell that works over time, Tartar ends up throwing the floating testicle at Johnson and forcing Miranda to start the upload. And here we go, the final boss fight at... Where is Johnson? Did he get hit so hard by the floating ball sack that he clipped into the back rooms? Where is he? The game chose this moment to rupture my delicate aneurysm. With Johnson missing, he wasn't able to take down the Yowie shields, and I wasn't able to beat the mission. I did try to push him off the map with the Banshee that we brought with us, hoping that that would work, but he didn't die. Instead, he stood at the bottom of the map taunting me and calling me a coward. I even went as far as to replay the whole mission again just to get a beam rifle for myself to try and take down his shields. However, that sadly didn't work. It was here that my soul was crushed, and I was about ready to call it a day. I decided to leave a comment on the mod page, saying that Johnson was missing from the final boss fight, and that I still loved this mod. A few days later, I got a notification from the mod developer saying that he had fixed the issues, and that the mission should be beatable. With an injection of dopamine being deployed into my prefrontal cortex and a fresh spark of life in my eyes, I replayed the last mission again for the 3rd time, and when we got to the end, I prayed that Johnson was there. And like some gift from the heavens, there he was. Sergeant Johnson. I've never been so happy to see that man in all my life. Now, I was tempted to use the Banshee I'd brought once again, but I felt like we had earned this fight. After everything that we've been through on this run, I wasn't going to resort to cheap tactics to get the easy win. What would I be proving if I did that?
Quit stalling.
Shield is down. Let him have it.
After what must have been a battle for the ages, and like Jesus Christ walking on water, we had done it. We had defeated Tartarus, and as you can see, I was so happy that I finally was able to beat him, and that I asserted dominance by teabagging the Sasquatch. With him finally down, Miranda was able to pull off some of her parkour skills before taking the hard drive out of the main beam. This forced a system error, and the ring stopped transmitting. Guilty Spark then informs us that the data of the upload is now on standby and is waiting to be sent out across the galaxy, but can only be sent out from one place: the Ark. Meanwhile, back at Earth, the Chief gives us a cliffhanger, and what seems to be the impossible: we had beaten Halo 2 on Legendary, as a Marine, and an Honor Guard. After stowing away on the Prophet of Truth's ship at the end of Halo 2, the Chief had decided they had enough of Truth's reckless driving, and just jump out. Moments later, the sex machine Johnson finds Chief napping in the bush, and before waking him up, Johnson tries to steal the porn hard drive all to himself, but soon realizes that the hard drive is empty. As the Chief wakes up, Johnson asks him where is the content of the hard drive. The Chief then tells him that Cortana has it, and that it is safe. For now. With the Chief finally fully awake from his nap, Johnson tells us that he's called an Uber and will be picked up by the river. Upon spawning in, I noticed a few things right away. The first being that we have upgraded from the Halo 2 ODST armor to the very sexy Halo 3 armor, giving us another plus 20 on our already high sex appeal. Very nice. The second was that the Chief was now an AI and will fight alongside you in most encounters like the Arbiter. Now you may think having both Chief and the Arbiter would make this mission easy. It wasn't. The Halo 3 AI is a surefire way to fast track my latest relapse, and for some reason, the Chief just stood there, unable to move from the beginning of the mission. Maybe him being in the presence of the ODST who destroyed the Halo wheel, stopped the flood and killed the Prophet, sent him into a state of fangirl shock. Or maybe he was just watching cartoons inside of his helmet. Now you may notice that my weapons have skins on them now. That is because all of our hard work on both the Halo wheels, we've been allowed to customize our weapons like the average Call of Duty player. I just didn't want to say that I forgot to turn off custom weapons, okay? So that is now part of our ODST run lore. Regardless, once we got to this waterfall, Johnson splits off from the rest of the group, and we are forced into the first encounter, and let me just say, with the skulls I have turned on right now, made combat in this game very unrelaxing, as I cannot stay in cover for too long, or more plasma grenades will get thrown at me than I would care to count. And with my little ODST's fragile body, I cannot be out in the open for too long, or I'll get shredded apart faster than cheap toilet paper. To say this made me want to unplug myself from the Matrix was a bit of an understatement, as this run was off to a good start, by me instantly getting stuck by this ninja plasma throw. It seems that our little ODST cannot survive any explosion of any kind, such as this brute shot that went off on the other side of this tree, and it was enough to kill me. Not only do I have to avoid plasma grenades being thrown at me like they were going out of fashion, I also have to try and avoid these troglodytes as well. Not having a ranged weapon and the inability to throw a grenade made this section more difficult than it needed to be. And this is only the first fight of the game. But after cowering behind some rocks and the Arbiter not helping at all, we were able to push on through to the next area, where the Chief finally finished watching his cartoons and decided it was time to join the fight. Not that he was much help, mind you, as most of the time he was just stood there looking at a rock.
I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
Moving on, I was able to save this Marine's life, but he clearly thought I didn't do a good enough job, as seconds later, he ran into some plasma grenades. Voluntary assassination on my ally aside, after grabbing hold of the battle rifle, I was ready to bring the pain to some nearby Covenant, right before we started to have hallucinations of sexy enemy waifu, reminding us that she had the captain's porn hard drive. I really should stop this storyline, shouldn't I? We had finally made it to the river, only to watch our Uber do an impression of Captain Keyes' landing ability. 8 times. This area was a real challenge for us. Not only do I have to avoid grunts throwing their blue balls at me, but brutes with brute shots, a phantom, and sniper jackals on the other side of the river.
Seriously, go fuck yourself.
After unfairly getting blown up about 90% of the time, my enjoyment of the game started to drop to a staggering -1. But after bashing my head against the wall and off my desk, we were able to make some progress, only to get reminded that Halo 3 was in charge here, and not me. Luckily, these sniper goblins are not as bad as Halo 2, but they are still a serious threat to my long-term health. And just as I'm about to snipe this cretin in the head, I get sent into a fit of rage, as a sniper jackal takes me out just as I pull the trigger. This challenge is great, and I love it. Our little ODST was getting knocked around like a pinball, all my lone brain cell trying to understand why I'm doing this to myself for a third time. We clearly must have picked the scavenger perk before we started, as I looted Johnson's parked Pelican. I must say, I must give him a 10 out of 10 breadcrumbs for his on-point landing. Those lessons he took from Captain Keyes are really paying off. We stand by and watch and laugh at Johnson as he tries to punch a brute. Now I thought this part was going to cause me some real issues, but it really didn't. That's not to say I didn't die, because I still did. A fair amount. Not even the chieftain brute posed that much threat to us. I mean, yes, I did snipe him from a distance, but that still counts. I think I might use this clip here for my application into the FaZe clan, as I pull off some of the most amazing no-scopes you've ever seen. After rescuing Sergeant Chad Johnson, he calls in for another Uber to come pick us up, and we are soon interrupted by some nosy neighbours, and we are forced to hold out until our lift arrives. The good news was that this holdout went smooth, as we didn't die a single time, and our ride out of here was here faster than I expected. After boarding the Pelican, Johnson put his hands on the chief, and we are safely flown back to base, where upon landing, Miranda informs us that they were able to stop the porn upload back in Halo 2, but that the data has now been uploaded to the cloud and is waiting to be sent out to all life in the galaxy from the Ark. Before we can make a plan to stop that from happening, we are prank called by the Pickled Egg Truth, who just threw insults at us and then just hung up.
Get a life, get a proper job. I am horrified at what you've done.
That's a bit rude if you ask me. We spring into action by grabbing some nearby weapons, only to watch this hog get destroyed. Now it was in this part where I realised that catch not only affected the Covenant, but the Marines as well. What?! I had never feared for my life so much when I realised this, as there was now an 80% chance increase I was going to get blown up even more. Or maybe the Marines just wanted to rub salt into the wound that I couldn't throw grenades more than 2 feet in front of me. Who can say? I ended up bursting a major blood vessel in this corridor, as when I was taking cover from the sniper troglodytes, the Marines used their single-digit IQ and threw grenades right at me. Remember the stats from a few sentences ago? Yeah, I wasn't making that up. I honestly felt like I got killed more by friendly grenades in this mission than I did by the Covenant. Upon entering the hangar, we use what we learned from Master Obi-Wan, and use his tactic of the high ground to deal with these knuckleheads intruding on our property. The hangar wasn't too bad, minus the fact I kept getting killed by friendly grenades, or a brute shot that sent me into the next town over. Fuck! Once we cleared the hangar, we are sent into a fit of PTSD as we encounter the spawn of the devil himself, the drones, that flood out of a nearby vent. And these fart sniffers grab a Marine right in front of us, and like the hero that we are, we managed to save—
Betrayal.
Oh. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to happen. But hey, even ODSTs make mistakes, right? Moving on. Making it back to the command center, Johnson asks us to go save the Marines that are trapped in the barracks. I question as to why I should do this, as they have done nothing so far but blow me up in this mission. But whatever, we move on to the next room. Oh boy, the next room. This next room took me almost 2 hours to get past. These Neanderthals were looking to unalive me at their earliest convenience, as I would have a bunch of them charge at me, and even though I met them with a shotgun blast to the face, all the progress I would make would get slapped right back in my face, when a single spike grenade would go off next to me, and a single spike would illegally enter my body without my consent, and I would just die of cringe. This would happen every time a spike grenade would go off near me. I would even try to take out the chieftain from range, but I would run out of ammo very rapidly, or he would just charge me and thrust his giant hammer into my face. This room was very unpleasant, to say the least. After struggling for over an hour at this point, I eventually resorted to using the noob combo just to get past this room. It felt cheap, and disgusting even, but I had run out of brain cells on my 5th death in this room by this point. We join up with the Chief and the Arbiter as we move on through the barracks and save some Marines along the way. The Chief must have died at some point, as he now had a sword, and he looked more confused than he normally does, as he didn't seem to know how to use it, as at some points he would just run at the brutes with a sword and stare at them. Maybe the Chief thought that the image of him with a sword running at them would be enough, but it clearly wasn't. As we make our way into the elevator, I made sure that I couldn't fall off this one, and upon reaching the top, we're met by the mating call of some jetpack brutes. But to be honest, they weren't too much hassle, as the Marines just instantly bombarded them with grenades. Shortly after, Johnson comes running out towards us. He tells us that the brutes have taken over the command center, and that he couldn't arm the giant bomb filled with weaponized farts. We are then forced to go back to the command center and rearm the fart bomb. Now the brutes guarding the bomb were no trouble at all, as I'd gotten my hands on a beam rifle that I stole from the flightless goblin in the previous room. We armed the bomb
armed
and began to make our escape towards the hangar that we had cleared not too long ago. We backtrack through the caves and halls before we make it back to the hangar, and using the high ground tactic once again, we clear out the hangar and manage to escape before the fart bomb goes off behind us and causes the elevator to come crashing down. Does that count towards my falling off elevator shafts? I don't think it does, to be honest. Coming to at the bottom of the shaft, we regroup with some of the surviving Marines and come up with the idea of using the Warthogs to get as far away from the base as possible. However, just as we are about to leave, we are challenged to a drag race by this yogurt top of a Marine. Being the absolute pro driver that we are, we gladly accept his challenge and take him out of the race by pulling this dirty move by crashing into him. But we are met with instant karma as we crash into this thing. As we fast and furious our way past some of these Covenant, we come up to the first real obstacle of this mission. If it wasn't for one of these two turrets gunning me down, it was the space monkeys with their brute shots sending me into orbit. This happened a fair few times, but eventually we got a lucky run, only to get killed as soon as we got flung out of the Warthog, sending us back to the start once again. A few minor dents in my desk later, and we managed to make it past this section, only to flip my Warthog while I was trying to run over this oversized chimp, and then had my Warthog ripped from right under me as this grunt threw his giant blue balls at it. Regardless of what emotions I was feeling at the time, we pressed onto the shield wall to try and take it out, only to have my hopes and dreams crushed right in front of me as I instantly get gunned down by these flying aneurysms. Once we mopped up these nerds, the Progress Express continues as we pass the shield wall, and we sadly had to leave our Warthog behind as we came up to this gap in the highway. After jumping across, we pushed this Marine off the highway just to teach him a lesson about personal space. Now this next part, I was here for 2 hours. I was just getting my human rights violated over and over again. This holdout section alone on normal Legendary is a struggle, but as an ODST, it made me want to throw my computer in the bin with the number of deaths I was racking up. I was struggling. I lost count the amount of times I was backshotted by a brute shot and being made to call them daddy.
What are you talking about?
Or the times I just get blasted in the face by a spike grenade, fuel rod, or the wraith that just shows up to the party. I honestly thought this would be the run killer here, and that I wouldn't be able to beat Halo 3 with these skulls on. After bursting a major blood vessel, I decided to take a break and come back once my mental health was like my virginity, intact. Taking the night off must have done me some good, as the next day and on our second attempt, we managed to hold out until the Pelicans had arrived and they were able to distract the brutes long enough for me to take out the rest of them. I mean, yes, it did cost me a new shiny Warthog and some Marines, but who's keeping score? Once I'd given thanks to God for allowing me to pass this aneurysm, we were then suddenly smacked in the face once again by a pair of brutes who wanted to show me their new motorcycles. Despite now physically feeling the veins on my forehead pulse, and with some precise aiming, I was able to steal one of the choppers and mop up the rest of these troglodytes. Moving on to the next area, we come across a couple of Marines and a Warthog. I do the sensible thing of giving the passenger my fuel rod and we roll into the next encounter. That had 3 wraiths, a couple of turrets, and a lot of choppers. Regardless of my driving skills, the Marines were performing above my expectations. The fuel rod and chain gun combo did wonders against Diddy Kong on his bike, and after 13 more deaths, my single brain cell remaining had the great idea of just driving past everything here and try to get to the end of the mission. Our first attempt didn't go to plan, as this Neanderthal with a brute shot had different ideas on my driving and put a stop to us as fast as he physically could. The second attempt, we smashed past the roadblock and came up to another expert landing by Captain Keyes himself. Is this joke getting too old yet? I don't know if it is. Tragedy struck, however, as our Marine with the fuel rod cannon eventually gets blasted in the face, and it's just me and the gunner of the Hog left. And after an intense fight with many close calls, we had cleared the area of all remaining brutes, and we give this Marine that survived this whole nightmare with us the highest reward any Marine could receive. He had earned the name Dave 3.0. Taking down the last of the shield walls, more Pelicans arrive to drop off some more Warthogs and Marines. Lord Hood then informs us that we don't have much time before the Prophet of Pickled Eggs finishes downloading the whole of humanity's porn collection, and that we must put a stop to him. After a quick call to my therapist, Mission 4 starts off with me and the Marines having a romantic drive down a tunnel, while Miranda informs us that we must take out the anti-air defences so that Lord Hood can begin his attack against the Prophet of Pickled Onions. As we enter the building, I'm going to guess that stealth was unheard of by these Marines, as they kept trying to throw grenades up at the flightless turkeys above. Now I know this is only the beginning of the mission, but that doesn't stop me getting immediately sent back to the last checkpoint. Many times over. This was quickly turned into a Covenant gangbang where we were the main course, with a side serving of plasma grenades to the face. After putting my fist through one of my monitors, we were eventually able to make it past all the unholy number of explosions, only to get confronted by more Covenant who were hellbent on spamming grenades at my fragile Christian body.
Oh God.
After an alarming number of deaths, we managed to steal a ghost and run over a brute and a grunt. Now you may think having a ghost would make this next part somewhat easy. It wasn't. I mean, yes, it made taking out the anti-air wraith much easier because, as an ODST, I can't just run up to the wraith and board it for two main reasons. One, I would 100% die before getting anywhere near the wraith, and two, if by some miracle I actually made it to the wraith alive, we were unable to board any enemy-controlled vehicles. I guess the mod developer hates me, or just wants to see me suffer. After spending over half an hour on trying to take out this one wraith, we were finally able to make some slight progress before we were stopped right in our tracks by a group of aggressive Jehovah's Witnesses breaking down the door after we pretended that nobody was home. It seems this group of Covenant had taken lessons from Master Kenobi.
Hello there.
As they had the high ground, with a brute chieftain with a plasma turret who made it slightly more difficult to climb these stairs. I eventually was able to get past them by using the ghost that I had brought with me. I had no idea why I didn't try this after my first few deaths, but I guess I'm just a slow learner. None of that matters, as I instantly run into my swarm nemesis, the flying pistol goblins. Once we called the local exterminator to deal with our pest problem, we ride into the next area only to get instantly killed by a fellow Marine. Now, if this part has taught me anything, it's that Marines cannot aim for shit, and that I do not trust them with any explosive weapons, as 80% of the time, they would end up either killing themselves, or better yet, becoming a serious threat to my long-term health.
What the fuck?!
However, even though I was still kinda having fun playing this, all enjoyment was about to be sucked out of me, as Johnson announced that a Scarab had decided to join the fight we have been having. Now, I would just like to say, this Scarab fight took me over an hour and a half to deal with. At first, I tried to take it down with the missile pods, but I might as well have been throwing my crusty socks at the Scarab with the effect it had. I then had the 300 IQ play to try and use the ghost to take out his legs to bring the Scarab down, and then jump on board. My plan had its flaws, and my biggest flaw was that I was the one executing this plan, so I had that going for me. Little did I know how long it would actually take to take out one of the Scarab's legs with the ghost. With many attempts later, we managed to board the Scarab and take out its core. It seems that nothing could stop this ODST. This hurt me, deep in my soul. It had taken me over half an hour to bring down that Scarab and board it. And for what? To get all my hopes and dreams crushed right in front of me, and regressing my progress by about 30 minutes. I wanted in that very moment to submit another police report stating that I had been robbed, but I still haven't heard back from them the last time I submitted a police report about me being violated in the library. With that knock to my self-esteem, I kept on going, determined more than ever to take this thing down, and after a further 40 minutes of dying over and over again, we finally brought the Scarab down again, and I was able to take out the core from a distance, and safely watch the fireworks outside of the blast radius. We joined forces with the Arbiter once again, and clear out this warehouse full of monkeys, only to come face to face with a pair of hunters. And sadly, we cannot one-shot the hunters in Halo 3, but that doesn't stop me from attacking them from a distance and trying to hit their orange spots. After this legendary Marine brings down one of the hunters with a grenade, I then charge him with a shotgun to take down the second. We were able to dispatch these troglodytes on our way to the AA turret. To be honest, after the Scarab fight, it took me 20 minutes to finish the rest of this mission. Once I got hold of the sniper, I took out most of the Covenant from range and used the Needler to mop up the rest, and then used the fuel rod to take out the AA gun. After we had destroyed the AA gun, the Chief had somehow stolen our ODST's assault rifle, as he stands by and watches as the whole UNSC Navy attempts to stop Truth, as he had finally finished downloading the whole of humanity's porn collection. But the attack was too late, as Truth activates the portal to the Ark, and plans to upload not just the whole of humanity's porn, but also the stolen hard drive of Captain Keyes to the whole galaxy. Just as the pickled Truth ship leaves, another ship filled with Flood arrives. It turns out that the Flood had followed us back to Earth in hopes to get the hard drive from Truth all to themselves. This porn hard drive storyline is getting a little out of hand, really, isn't it? Now with the Flood coming into play, I begin to have flashbacks to the library once again. We then get a voice note from Miranda, telling us to find the crashed Flood ship and destroy it, before the Flood take over the city and follow Truth for the hard drive. While I stood by watching as this Marine squad gets wiped out by the Flood, I began to wonder if the Flood infection forms could instantly kill me like they did in CE, or if they just popped off me like they did in Halo 2. Either way, I didn't want them anywhere near me. After a lot of backpedaling, we managed to clear out the first lot of Flood, and throw a grenade right at the right time just to save this Marine's life. Not that it mattered, mind you, as seconds later he was killed by the Arbiter. I guess old habits die hard, even for the Arbiter. With the idea that the Arbiter could turn around and shoot me at any moment, I continued to mop up the Flood below and throughout the warehouse. So far, this mission was pretty relaxing. I was able to take out the flood before they got near me. Things were great. I was actually having fun playing this challenge for once. And then I wasn't. The flood decided to step up their game and use their single-digit IQ for once, and start using guns. This hurt me. A fair bit.
I'm in danger!
The flood with guns are still not as bad as the flood in Halo CE. It just meant that they had gone from an inconvenience to a bulging vein in my forehead annoying. We exchanged some pleasantries with this crazy Marine that very kindly didn't shoot us this time. Although the temptation was there to shoot him myself, I decided to leave him alone and we head outside and are greeted by some elites, who, even in Halo 3, still choose to punch the flood instead of shooting them at close range. This had resulted in all but one elite being killed. The surviving elite exchanged contact details with the Arbiter, before more space zombies made themselves known to us. Our little gang continues to blast past the flood that continue to throw themselves at us. After clearing out another warehouse full of flood, we get another phone call from Miranda informing us that the elites are looking for something, and that something is Cortana, with the original content of the hard drive still on her person. But the serotonin being deployed to our brain in this moment had an expiry date of now. If I hadn't slipped into deep psychosis at this point of the game, this section was a surefire way I was about to, as the flood elites in this game are absolute demons, as they still had their energy shield feature that took a lot more shots to put down. Alongside the flood elites being on my shit list, the flood pure forms that shoot at me are rapidly climbing that list of enemies I despise in Halo. With 29 deaths in this section alone, the bottle of bleach under my sink was looking like it might quench my thirst. After around 40 minutes of dying, we were finally able to make it inside the ship, where the Venus flytrap gave us a lecture on how the porn hard drive belongs to him. We pleasantly take a stroll through the ship and eventually find Cortana. Just as the Chief is about to activate the storage device, the floating testicle that tried to kill us in Halo 1 tries to explain that he can help repair Cortana. With the history these two have, the Chief doesn't trust a flying light bulb. Spark explains that he should have helped him from the start in that moment, and the Chief has no choice but to trust him with the hard drive. On board the elite ship, Spark manages to repair the storage device and a recording of Cortana plays, warning the Chief that she had seen what is on the hard drive and that we cannot allow the Ark to send it out into the galaxy, or all life would not be prepared for what is on there. The long-term effects of being exposed to the content of the hard drive seem to be already affecting Cortana, as she says that there isn't much time left. The humans and elites then team up and come up with a plan to go through the portal and stop the pickled onion. Okay, I'll admit it, while I was writing this script, I had no idea where the storyline is going. I'm pretty much just making this up as I go along, to be honest. Upon arriving at the Ark, we're given a red carpet welcome as the Covenant fleet makes their way towards us. Our ODST finally appears in the cutscene as our Pelican flies down to the surface of the Ark. The Chief then tries to steal our sniper rifle, but then instantly gives it back after he realizes who it belongs to. Now here, that's just Wrong Skull decided it was going to be a factor on this mission, and sent a bunch of grunts to ruin my day before I had even fired the first shot. It wasn't long before we are reminded that we are not on the top of this food chain. With my aim getting progressively worse as I tried to take out the brute shots, and once my stormtrooper aim had finally finished, we were able to make it to the next area. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This area might have pushed my aneurysm to bursting point, with the number of daddy brute shots, sniper jackals, and grunts making this a real uncomfortable situation. And to make matters worse, a pair of hunters decided it was their turn to violate my mental health mid-fight. Despite the odds stacked against us, and having some moments that would suck your testicles inside yourself, and after getting smacked around a fair few times, I managed to take down these hunters. 40 minutes later. We then later join up with some Marines, who were nothing more than a slight distraction, as I had no ammo left after the last fight. But it turns out, I didn't need any ammo, as the Marines just threw the Ark's supply of grenades at the nearby Covenant. Just as I was about to grab some ammo and the rocket launcher, we had additional chimp dingleberries arriving in the AO with their prowlers. And let me just say, these things hurt me both physically and mentally. Now I had two options here. Try and take them out with the rocket launcher, but with the lack of a lock-on feature, this was difficult. Or I could use the turret of the Warthog and try to gun them down before they gunned me down. After a little bit of trial and error, I tried the rocket launcher again, and with just a single rocket and a dream left, I was able to take out the first prowler and then take care of the second one from a distance. This vehicle section wasn't too bad, once I was able to get my hands on a brute chopper and I was able to blast past most of these peasants. We come up to a brute with a fuel rod, but I denied his rights to use that against me. He still did, mind you. But once I stole it off him, I gave the rod to a nearby Marine and loaded up a fresh Warthog with the surviving Marines. Using the fuel rod and chain gun combination once again made this next part child's play, as we take down both anti-air wraiths in a matter of seconds, allowing Miranda to bring the ship down and unload the greatest gift she has ever given us. A Scorpion tank. With this new obsession I have with 66 tons of pure sexiness, we blast past the local population of ghosts, hunters, and phantoms. With this new boost of dopamine to my brain, we blast past everything that so much as farted in our general direction. Now this next section I thought was going to be a real nightmare to deal with, but we managed to clear it without dying, and we sadly had to leave our tank here, as she was a bit too big to fit through this gap. You thought I was going to do the can't make it, the door stuck meme again, didn't you? We activate the bridge, allowing the tanks to cross, and we head back outside where we are greeted by another scarab and a Gauss hog. We use the hog to fast and furious our way past all these Covenant and get closer to the tanks below. We quickly mop up these nerds, and when the scarab comes back for seconds, we swap out to the tank. Now I thought with a tank this time instead of a ghost, I thought this would be easy. It wasn't. As whenever I get close to destroying the core of the scarab, my short-term memory would be my downfall, as every time I would forget about the group of choppers joining mid-fight, and each time would rip me apart. Eventually, after dying a handful of times to either the choppers or a scarab, and even this grunt who got a lucky shot on me, I used my monkey brain and parked my tank on top of this building and take out the scarab's legs, allowing us to jump on board to take out the power core, adding one more scarab to this ODST's kill list. After climbing Mount Everest, we once again join the Arbiter and some Marines at the summit. We easily fight our way past the Covenant guarding the cartographer, and we activate the map. We get a really nice view of the galaxy, reminding us what is at stake. We get the location where Truth can upload the porn servers, and we are interrupted by a phantom, and as soon as he joins us, the Arbiter leaves us once again by stealing a Banshee. Maybe the Arbiter has learned from the Shipmaster from Halo 2, and leaves whenever it gets too much for him. After many rage-fueled resets, we eventually make it to the bottom of this building, where this brute chieftain challenges us to a 1v1 on Club Penguin. We gladly accept his offer, as we run up and kick him straight in the mini chieftains. Now I knew this would result in my death, but I could not deny the opportunity to do so. Also, chat had dared me to do it. Let me just say, this fight was truly a fight for the ages. But even though this chieftain bashed my face in more times than I care to count, I eventually found out that as he goes in for his swing animation, I could jump past him, effectively avoiding his attack and get a few sneaky shots to his cranium. Once we had domed Harambe, the rest of the brutes wanted justice by rapidly sending me back to the last checkpoint, many times over. I legit threw my arms up in happiness when I heard Johnson's voice saying that he was coming to pick us up, and once the chief calmly walks onto the Pelican, we make our way towards Truth's location. I'll be honest and say that I wasn't looking forward to this mission. This mission on my normal legendary run gave me a few stress-caused sleepless nights, and now doing it as an ODST, I must say, it was slightly unpleasant. But I do set a record for the fastest death on this mission. After checking myself into a white padded room for the night, we come back in full force and we're able to take down the AA Wraith and the 2 Shade turrets, before we make our way up this hill, only to get stuck by a plasma grenade. Once I'd finished my fair share of being blown up, we tricked this monkey into firing his fuel rod, causing a chain reaction with the nearby frag grenade, and he ended up blowing himself up. After we get our Amazon Prime order delivered, we instantly get harassed by the flying wildlife. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that joke again. I already did it twice, and it wasn't funny the first time I did it. Once we blast past the local wildlife, we make our way up this slight incline, and let me just say that this area with the Wraith was less than ideal. As the one time my passenger Marine decided to fire his laser and destroy the Wraith, I thought it'd be a good idea to go down the main ramp leading into the tower, but we were instantly met by 2 prowlers who gave us a gentle smooch, and sent me back to the last checkpoint faster than you can say, Cortana, I'm feeling submissive. Luckily, the last checkpoint was only a few seconds before we had died. Otherwise, I would have been a very unhappy piece of bread. Many resets later, we managed to make our way inside the tower, and we are greeted by an old friend, the Jackals. We stand by as this Marine gets sent into the next dimension, and we eventually make our way to the elevator, where we come face to face with another Hammer Chieftain, and a couple of brutes. Fantastic. After getting my back door smashed in a fair few times by Daddy Brute shots, we mop up the rest of these Mohawk-wearing gimps, and tried to take out the Chieftain. While I was streaming this, the mod developer was in chat and told me the only equipment I can use are invincibility and invisibility, as they don't have an animation in order to use them. With this new information being deployed to my prefrontal cortex, we focus our attention on the Chieftain to try and take him out before he could use this power-up, and we did exactly that. With the power of the gods now in my inventory, we power down the tower, and the Arbiter's team does the same with their tower, but the third tower doesn't go down. Over the radio, Johnson tells us that he is pinned down. We are then told to meet up with the Arbiter and make our way to Johnson's tower. After a little backtracking, we managed to steal a Hornet right in front of the pilot. This flying section really wasn't too bad. I was actually having fun flying the Hornet and being able to bring the fight to the flying wildlife. That was until this little birdie ruined my day and fast-tracked me back to the last checkpoint. Once I had finished the routine of going back to the last checkpoint, we join up with the Arbiter and some Red Elites. All the differences we had in the past are forgotten. But I still end up shotgunning one in the face by mistake. I guess old habits die hard even for me. Making our way inside Johnson's tower, we are greeted by 2 hunters and the in-game equivalent of jumping into a pile of pine cones. The Arbiter did the worst job at distracting the hunters while I dealt with the flying goblins. With my ego now through the roof, I was quickly put back in my place as these hunters decide to decorate the walls with the tomato soup that belonged inside my body. Once I placed a few shots into the back of these hunters, we take out these gorillas with guns before heading up this elevator. I guess Halo 3 doesn't really have any elevators for me to fall off. What a shame. At the top, we deal with these sneaky ninjas before we finally use the invincibility power-up I have been saving, and just run up to this brute's face, introducing him to my shotgun. Once we shut down the final tower, the Flood Hive of High Charity shows up to try and steal the Cloud data all for themselves. The Flood then tries to distract us by throwing a giant rock at us, but I think the Chief has had his fill of rocks for today. Making our way back down the elevator, we join up with the Arbiter and killing some big bad space zombies flooding in. Upon making our way outside, we're gifted another Scorpion tank, so we do the polite thing and use the big boy cannon to blast past the next few Covenant just to steal another Hornet from this Marine. I tell you what, it's a good thing I did steal this Hornet, as not one, but 2 Scarabs shown up to this party. Dealing with 2 land crabs was a minor headache, as I did die a fair few times, either by these Banshees, or just by my ODST having enough at this point. But this is the last time I died here.
That was a lie.
Once the 2 baskets on legs were dealt with, we slowly run across this light bridge, only to be a little too late, as the Prophet of Pickled Onions has captured Johnson and plans to use him to upload the porn data to the galaxy. Just as this oversized monkey is about to force Johnson over the table, Miranda comes crashing through the window, as like her father before her, she can't fly dropships. At least that runs in the family. Miranda then attempts to save Johnson, but is quickly surrounded by giant apes. Miranda then thinks about pulling a Combat Evolved and shooting Johnson in order to stop the upload. However, just as she hesitates, she is then shot in the back by the walking egg Truth, and like her boyfriend Dave the Marine, she joins him in that big doggy bed in the sky. They can be together once again. Johnson is then forced to press the button that starts the cloud upload process. With little time left, the Chief has no choice but to team up with the Flood, as with them working together, we can still stop the porn upload from spreading across the galaxy. There is still time to stop it. With the Flood on our side for a change, we didn't really have any issues making our way across this part, as I would just allow the Flood to charge in first and they pretty much just killed everything. As we come up to the controls, the Chief and the Arbiter cross the light bridge, and they find Johnson holding Miranda in his arms, as he closes her eyes to finally put her at peace. The Arbiter then walks up to the Eggman and thrusts his glowy thing into the Prophet, finally putting an end to his quest to spread the porn amongst the stars. With the upload cancelled, the Flood then pulls a 180 on us as they attempt to kill us once again to take the hard drive all for themselves. I have no idea where this porn storyline is even going anymore, it just seems to be getting worse as time goes on. With the Flood hostile towards us once again, we begin to backtrack through where we had just come from. While making our getaway, we have backup in the form of Sentinels, as they have once again chosen to be on my side. How long will that last this time? With the help of the Sentinels dealing with the Flood, we make our way towards the exit and jump down this hole. At the bottom, the Chief has flashes of Cortana that leads him to press a button and reveals a newly built Halo wheel. The Chief then comes up with a plan to upload the porn data to the incomplete donut ring in order to destroy the Flood, but to do that, he will need the original hard drive back from Cortana. Okay, this is the mission you've all been waiting for. Cortana. I'll start by saying that this mission almost brought my delicate aneurysm to bursting point. This mission took me 2 hours and 45 minutes to beat. It's still not as bad as the library as a Marine, but was still enough to make me want to take a bath with my toaster. I was starting to question if coming here to get the hard drive was even worth it, as the Flood poppers instantly revived a body right in front of me and I hadn't even left the spawn yet. Amazing. As we jump down this giant anus for a door, we are then thrusted into the first real hiccup of this mission, and had a high probability of ruining our day. The Flood here are relentless, and even though my rage for Flood with guns is fairly high, it is nothing compared to the pure forms that cover the walls in this mission. The pure forms are a real kick to my joy department, especially those projectile forms that thrust their spikes into my fragile body. Even though the way ahead was full of tank pure forms,
What is that? What the fuck is that?
I had a moment of realization when I remembered that there was a flamethrower back at the parked Pelican. With my new obsession for fire established, I rapidly learned that my new fascination for setting things on fire may be a slight concern to my family members. But it was very effective at dealing with the flood, and after around half an hour in this room, the Progress Express had left the station. We pass by this elite who attempts to T-pose in front of me to assert his dominance, and then we come up to another migraine-inducing room. While playing this mission, I noticed a pattern. Most of the parts I struggled on had a ton of pure forms within them. Either I'm just that bad at dealing with them, or they're just that rage-inducing. It's probably the first one, to be honest. We begin to fight our way through this Michelin star gulag, only to be met with inevitable death. On attempt number 2, I had spotted active camo lying on the floor, and like a sign from God, I made it my personal mission to try and get my hands on it. After some weird path I took trying to avoid being unalived, we eventually grabbed the active camo and use it to sneak our way past into the next area, where I find a second flamethrower laying next to a fallen ODST, and we take a moment to reflect that this could be us at any point. I mean, yes, it has been us multiple times, but that's not the point. This flamethrower managed to be our salvation and our downfall at the same time, as I managed to set myself on fire a fair number of times. I'm not even sure what made this part worse, the pure forms shooting at me, the combat forms charging me, or my lack of spatial awareness as I fired the flamethrower. Regardless, after what felt like an eternity trying to make our way up this slight incline, we come up to a room that gave me the most trouble of this mission. This room alone took me over an hour. Normally, you'll be able to blast your way past all the flood in this room, and not to worry. But with my used toilet paper body, this room was kind of a pain only a masochist would enjoy. If it wasn't for the flamethrower and this crate, I would not have been able to deal with the pure forms alone, never mind the combat forms in this room. Once the local population of the flood was depleted, I finally made my way to the top of this room, only to get a colonoscopy from these guys and having to do this room all over again.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I honestly think the AI just waits for the worst times to attack me. Even with many setbacks, we were able to climb our way out of the 5th circle of hell, only to fall into the 6th layer as we entered the reactor room. But it turns out, this room wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, as we only died the once, and before I knew it, we had reached Cortana, only to struggle to punch her barrier down, as the angle for the ODST is slightly off. Cortana seemed to be mentally and emotionally scared after what she had seen on the porn hard drive. The chief then asks her if she still had it on her, and she did. We come up with a plan to shoot our way out. Very original. Upon trying to leave the room, we get a very angry Xbox Live voice message from the giant flytrap screaming at us for taking back what he thinks is his.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny? Seriously.
Cortana comes up with a plan to destroy the reactor in order for us to escape, so we do exactly that. After failing to do so the first time round, as it turns out you can't use guns to destroy the cores, so I had to reset checkpoint and not use the grenades that I had in my inventory against the flood. With High Charity about to blow, we begin to backtrack our way past all the areas that had left a flood-shaped tumour on my brain. We managed to make it back to the first room, only to find the Arbiter using our tactic of using the flamethrower. Using the Arbiter as a distraction, we just run straight for the parked Pelican outside, as the Arbiter sacrifices himself for the hard drive safety. And just as we're about to leave inside the Pelican, this hentai-loving creature tries to stop us, but eventually lets us go as it realizes who is flying the Pelican. And with that, this ODST has conquered both Cortana and the library. Now, it was time for the final mission in the game. Everything we had done in the past 3 Halo games has led to this moment. It was time to upload the hard drive to the barely finished Halo wheel in order to destroy the flood. We pull off this perfect 10 out of 10 breadcrumbs Captain Keyes landing, and we are ready to end this. Now, to my surprise, not only do I have the Chief and the Arbiter for this mission, but we also have a squad of ODSTs. This was now a true fighting force. The flood was not ready for what they were about to face. As we arrive at the spire, the flood does also, and with my battle rifle and an army of AI companions, I try to remain an acceptable social distance away. Now, somewhere along the way, my barely functioning brain cell had the great idea to give one of the ODSTs a rocket launcher. And to be honest, I know I said it in Mission 4 not trusting them with explosive weapons, but this was probably the best decision I've ever made. As this ODST was an absolute legend with the rocket launcher, being able to take out the pure forms climbing the spire before they had even a chance to change into the pain in my ass shooting ones. Now, I wasn't sure if it was the amount of alcohol I was forced to consume in order to deal with the last mission, but I just kept dying here for some reason. forcing me to take cover behind this wall and watch as the Arbiter turns the flood into scrambled eggs, and we were able to begin our ascension of the spire. It didn't take us long to climb to the top of the spire and reach the door. I mean, yeah, I did die a few times, but who's really keeping score? However, we are instantly forced into a halt, as the floating light bulb refuses to open the door because the flood was still after the hard drive that we possessed. After a good couple of minutes and some minor deaths holding out against waves of flood, Spark finally decided to open the door and we were able to make our way to the main control room, where, upon entering, the Chief hands the hard drive over to Johnson so he can corrupt the barely finished Halo Wheel system and use it to destroy the flood once and for all. Spark tries to explain to Johnson that the giant donut systems just aren't ready or powerful enough yet to take the force of the hard drive. But like the Chad that he is, Johnson doesn't listen to him, and in that moment, Spark then decides to pull off a top 10 anime betrayals list and attempts to steal the hard drive all to himself by firing his laser at Johnson. And just like he did in CE, Johnson has died once again. With my vision now fully red and the vein in my forehead pulsing, we manage to sidestep Spark's lasers as he attempts to kill us to keep us away from the hard drive. But little did that floating light bulb know, Johnson was just barely alive, and like the Chad that he is, he managed to fire off the laser and get a shot on Spark, right before we run up and steal the Spartan laser for ourselves, and after a couple of shots, the floating testicle explodes. The Chief tries to comfort Johnson as he is dying. The Chief then steals the hard drive back as the alpha male takes his last breath. With the hard drive now in our hands, we upload the data to the system, and as the unfinished ring tries to process the data, the ring starts to collapse around us. While making our escape, I noticed that the Chief had disappeared, probably gone off to watch his cartoons again. Who can say? Regardless, we blast past some more flood and sentinels, and it turns out that the Arbiter has been holding back on us, as he pulls off this impressive vertical leap right in front of us. I had no idea that the Arbiter was Spider-Man. Even though we've just discovered the Arbiter's secret identity, we still managed to thin out the local population of Flood and make our way towards the Warthog Run. Now this was the most tense Warthog Run of my life. I know I said that back in the CE video, but this run was a different level. So much so that I had to slip my Crocs from Eco mode into Sports mode. With everything exploding around me, I was starting to get a little bit concerned by the percentage increase that I would end up falling off the track like I do in Rainbow Road. And let me tell you, the adrenaline rush was real. My heart was pounding, sweat was pouring, and I may or may not have had a minor heart attack moment when I flipped the Warthog mid-run, but I was able to recover it pretty quickly. And once my blood pressure was through the ozone layer, I laid my eyes on the ship, and against all odds, we managed to make the jump into the hangar, only for the Arbiter to almost get crushed by a Scorpion tank, and the Chief almost gets knocked out the hangar as the ship leaves the exploding ring. Sometime later, and back on Earth, the UNSC holds another ceremony to honour the life of Dave the Marine, Dave 2.0, and the Super Chad, Sergeant Johnson, as they all had given their lives to protect the porn hard drive. Meanwhile, the Chief is stuck on the back half of the ship that is now lost and drifting in space. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to climb his way into a cryopod alone with the hard drive, so he can finally get to see what all this was for, what was on Captain Keyes' hard drive.
God damn it!
Our adventure starts off with our Marine, Dave the Marine's third cousin, waking up from his nap inside an ODST pod. With no idea how he got there, all he knows is that he must find his missing squad and continue his mission to locate the city's porn data hive. How has this plot made it into ODST? As we Metal Gear our way around the streets and past these troglodytes, something becomes clear to me, and that was that we would have to eventually fight the Covenant in this area in order to progress.
It's so dumb.
So we start off by shooting these grunts in the head, making their heads explode into confetti. Oh, I also turned on the grunt birthday skull for this run, as with the lack of visor mode, it was a visual sign to me that I actually killed a grunt. Our high self-esteem was short-lived, however, as this Neanderthal quickly demonstrated how fast we actually die in this mod. The real challenge wasn't beating this game, it was that I didn't slip into deep psychosis by repeating this section for the next half an hour. Returning to the streets once again, the That's Just Wrong skull decided it was going to be a real factor in this run. Sure, on the surface it felt like we were playing the Halo 3 ODST we all know and loved, but this brute with a carbine seemed to be more trouble than he was actually worth. And not having a stamina feature was proving to be a real issue of its own, as I would have to adapt my playstyle to something different. What that difference was, however, I have no idea. You would think after doing this 3 times before, I would have some idea of what I was doing. I don't. With my chances of survival less than a piñata at a kid's birthday party, I was able to put King Kong down after a further 4 deaths by playing peekaboo with him around this pillar. Once I got hold of the carbine, the rest of the Covenant were easy pickings. We were then free to connect to the city's free Wi-Fi and get the location of our first clue to the whereabouts of our squad. However, we were immediately halted in our tracks by this grunt who decided to give me an unhealthy serving of a plasma grenade to my foot. Using what brain cells we had left, we managed to mop up these troglodytes and make our way to the first clue, being Dare's helmet that was stuck within a TV screen. After placing our hands on that recon helmet that we all wanted back in 2008, we gained the ability to transport our consciousness into our squad mates in the past. Our first flashback mission takes us back to the events where the Pickled Egg of Regret nuked the city back in Mission 3 of Halo 2, causing the city to fall into chaos and the Marine squad left scattered. Nathan Fillion only had one thing on his mind, and that was to save his not-so-current girlfriend from being trapped within her pod, as she knew the details of their mission. This porn storyline is already bad, isn't it? I should stop while I'm ahead. With the inability to use weapon scopes, this section proved to be more difficult than it needed to be, as I would have to rely on my pinpoint accuracy. That wouldn't be a problem if I didn't have the aim of a stormtrooper that had Parkinson's. Regardless of my questionable aim, we managed to clear out this section full of Covenant, only to get sent back to the start of the mission by this chimp with a brute shot. Let's just say brute shots are going to be a real problem in this run. With my enjoyment already dropping to a staggering -1, we were already getting our human rights violated, and this is only the first real mission of the game. After around 20 minutes of dying and hiding behind most things that explode, we were able to make some progress and join up with some Marines, who told us to commit a felony home invasion by going through the buildings just to get the jump on the Covenant. The plan seemed to be going well at first, but the dopamine being deployed to my brain was suddenly expired, as this oversized monkey in his pajamas put me down faster than you could say Captain Keyes' porn hard drive. Don't worry, that storyline will continue. With our ammo situation already looking bleak, my only chance was to scavenge up what weapons I could for what ammo they had. Now, in this mod, you can pick up turrets and use brute shots, but as a personal rule to myself, I decided not to use them, as if our ODST couldn't use them in our Halo 3 run, why should this Marine be able to do it? I guess I just want myself to suffer even more than I already am. Moving along, we run into the spawn of the devil themselves, the Jackals, and let me just say, my hatred for the flightless turkeys has never been so high, as you will see later on.
What the f-
Once these nerds were dealt with, we proceed into this section, that no word of a lie, took me over 2 hours to get past. This section is filled with so many brutes with brute shots, grunts, turrets, sniper goblins, and to make matters worse, a pair of hunters joined mid-fight, and with my Marine's fragile body, I got abused so much. Not just by the hunters asserting their dominance over me, but I also kept getting one-tapped by Hawkeye.
Damn it!
I was struggling. This section brought my sanity to a new low. To a point where I was just making sounds and having fits at my desk. I'm pretty sure my dog thought I was having a seizure at one point. And I probably was. I couldn't tell you how many times I had to listen to Buck Wild tell Dare that he'll be right there.
Whoa! Hang on, I'll be right there!
The Covenant wasn't really the main issue here. It was these 2 hunters stopping me in my tracks. I was only able to take one of them down, before this pimped out gold hunter decided to defy the laws of physics and punch me through a solid pillar or a wall. This challenge is great and I really love it. This gold hunter was rapidly climbing the list of enemies I despise in Halo, so fast that it felt like he was going for a world record. Not only were these hunters abusing my human rights, but I ended up dying to something that no other Halo player has ever died from.
How did I die there? I died to the fucking chair?
Now, I have no idea why this inanimate object decided to take my life the way that it did, but I couldn't help but feel an evil presence of this chair. Like this chair was sent to sabotage my run by my evil twin, Unbutter. Regardless, I could go on for days about theories about why this chair attacked me for no reason, so I proceeded to give the chair the business and move on. After dying and having more breakdowns than I'd care to admit, I eventually came up with a plan to just run past them. But that plan, however, wouldn't last long, as I would get gunned down by this turret, or this pair of chimps denying my rights to pass by. I was so close to giving up. But I suddenly had a spark of hope, as I found out you could enter this building where I had killed a sniper chicken earlier. After accessing an additional 1% of my brain power, I was able to use the beam rifle to take out the turret and the brutes guarding the door, allowing me to make a run past the hunters. However, just as we managed to dodge their attacks right until we reached the door, a hunter gave me a real bitch slap by blasting me right in the back. But it was fine, as we had gotten a checkpoint a few seconds ago. So I calmed my rage back down to 1, and after 2 hours of suffering and my rapidly dropping IQ, we had made it past this section. But little did I know at the time, the checkpoints were about to pull off a top 10 anime betrayals against me. As we approach the location of where Dare's pod crashed, we take out the grunts firing upon her pod, and just as we open up the pod to reveal the contents inside, it turns out to be empty. Shortly after, Bucky Bear is attacked by some sort of weird hentai creature, but is saved by his fellow squad mate with a sniper. But the weird tentacle thing explodes, sending Dare's helmet flying into the TV screen that Dave's cousin finds in the future. After a quick little gossip, Nathan Fillion and Nola North come up with a plan to find the rest of the squad, and they leave the drop pod behind. So remember a few sentences ago I said that the checkpoints would turn on me? Yeah, here is where they decided to stop working. And what I mean by that is I might as well have had iron turned on with the amount of bullshit these checkpoints cause me, as every time I seem to die from here on, I got sent to the very start of the mission. With these checkpoints draining what life I had left behind my eyes, the streets had now become as bad as room temperature milk. I saw these same hallways more times than I would like to count. I died that much that it took me 40 minutes just to get to the next objective that was only 500 meters away. My aneurysm was reaching bursting point, and after getting my human rights abused on the way here, we finally managed to make it to the location where our objective was. I felt like I was finally making some progress in this game, but then Halo ODST decided to rip my happiness right from under me, and send this absolute beast of a sniper jackal to ruin my day, and he must have channeled the ability of the Halo 2 sniper jackal as he Thanos snapped me right out of existence. This hurt me, deep in my soul. This game was really testing my willpower not to slam Alt-F4, as not only do I have to redo all this progress once again, I now have to find a carbine and save its ammo in order to take down that little fart sniffer. And after another 2 deaths, we were able to return to the objective and take down that flightless pest and find the drone camera. Mission 2 kickstarts with us joining Adam Baldwin in Uplift Reserve. This mission wouldn't have been as bad as it was if it wasn't for the checkpoint system being against me. Coming up to our first encounter, we managed to deal with these bunch of Neanderthals with no real hassle. We show off our incredible strength by flipping this warthog, and we load it up full of marines. But we're instantly EMP'd, and we are served up our first death of this mission. We're off to a great start. Returning to the start of the mission like we are Tom Cruise in Edge of... Oh wait, hang on, I already did that joke, didn't I? We are then forced to repeat this opening section for the next 40 minutes, as the sheer number of choppers, wraiths, ghosts, and grunts were all making generous donations to my reset counter. Once I'd finished bashing my head against my desk, we finally managed to get past the wraiths and into the next section, but all progress was immediately lost when this giant gorilla wanted to show me his brand new brute shot. Upon making it back to this section, we slowly edge our way forward with this marine in the passenger seat, using the Spartan laser to take out the turrets ahead.
I'm a fire in my laser!
After struggling for almost an hour at this point, we managed to Mad Max our way into the firefight map, where we were able to find some health and a side serving of brute choppers that sent my blood pressure into orbit, as we were forcefully sent back to the start of the mission once again.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
By this point, I had to take a break before I ended up getting myself sectioned. But during my rest, I had the idea, what if I loaded up the mission from the rally point when I reached them, and after a number of deaths, that way I could still make some progress and not reset the entire mission after each death. The next day I tried this out, and guess what? Doing this seemed to have fixed the checkpoints. I have no idea why the checkpoints are like this, but this is the hand we are dealt with, so we're just gonna have to roll with it. With this new case of dopamine being deployed to my prefrontal cortex, we were able to finally make some progress, not just in this mission, but within the whole game. It seemed like nothing could stop this little Marine now, as I was able to take risks once again, without getting punched in the joy department and sent back to the beginning of the mission. Upon crossing the bridge, we get a great view of the sky elevator come crashing down. We managed to mop up any Covenant along our way, as we climbed the slight incline, that in all honesty wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and before I knew it, we had made it to the gap in the wall and drove our hog through, and we managed to beat the mission, just as Jane got flung from the Warthog and witnesses a drone ship come crashing into the statue behind him, and as he gets up to his feet, our trusty Warthog explodes.
Amen.
As we return to the future with Dave's cousin, the checkpoints were up to their old antics once again by refusing to work. So it seems the streets have now become a deathless run. Amazing. We start off this fever dream by trying to clear out this Covenant checkpoint, but this brute with a carbine was rapidly giving me a headache. But I had rapidly learned that the best way to deal with brutes in this game was to use the SMG to shred their armor and then one-tap them with a pistol. With this 300 IQ play, we were eventually able to show him who was boss. I will say though, the one thing I do like about the streets is that you get to listen to some funky jazz.
You like jazz?
As we approach our next obstacle, this jackal was clearly stream sniping and started to take shots at me, alerting the brutes and the floating hentai creature to our position. So I decided to do the manly thing and just run away. But as a famous person once said, every action has a consequence, and for me, that was a brute shot to the face. If I wasn't getting a good spanking within the first 60 seconds, or being turned into a puddle of soup in the streets, it was these sniper goblins that were doing their absolute best to stress test my patience at every turn. I was having a great time here. The Covenant in these streets were absolute demons, and after 11 more deaths, I started to feel like what it would feel like to be a GTA NPC, and after 2 hours of attempts and more deaths than I would like to admit, the game decided to finally take pity on me, as I found a shortcut through some buildings, and we were now within reach of our objective. But the game's kindness came at a price, however, as a Covenant patrol tried to stop me in my tracks. But I had stolen a turkey's beam rifle beforehand, and I was able to pulverize these foul toilet bowl sniffers. Fast forward a handful of very frustrating attempts later, we finally made it to the Gauss turret, and I almost had a stroke, as this stream sniping hairless turkey almost sniped me in the face. Once I brought my cortisol levels back down to a normal level, we engaged in an epic sniper fight across the rooftops. Dave's cousin clearly came out on top, and we could finally, after time and patience and the correct ratio of bullets, we could finally inspect the turret and move on to the next mission, where we join Alan Tudyk. How do you say that?
Alan Tudyk.
Thank you. In the streets, as a tank and a squad of Marines run past him away from a Wraith, we join the Marines in running away as we blast past these Covenant with the rocket launcher, and we make a run for our Lord and Saviour of this mission, the Scorpion tank. Using the 66 tons of pure sexiness, we blast the Wraiths on any fools who think they could stop me. I did notice one thing while driving the tank, however, is that any damage I take while in the tank still affects my health. So I think that even the Covenant don't even want to scratch the paintwork of this beloved tank, so instead they just go straight for me. This turned out to be more or less true, as when we approached this checkpoint, some turnip shoots my tank with a fuel rod, and I was the only one who seemed to have died. The Marines in the tank were perfectly fine. I might just add tanks to my list of things I can't trust anymore. After I was given the most respectful entry to heaven, we roll back and begin to take things slow, and we carefully edge our way through the checkpoint. We make our way towards these security doors, just as this phantom rolls up in a cute attempt to stop us. But little did they know, nothing can stop me when I'm in the tank. Well, apart from an EMP.
God damn it!
Rolling on through, we come across more flying wildlife, and much like our browser history, we delete them from existence. We clear out the remaining Covenant before we meet up with Manly Man Major Mitchell, who was rocking a fancy cap. But just as I was admiring his cool headwear, we were interrupted by the anti-hat group, who were insisting that we remove our hats. Once my ammo was starting to run drier than my sex life, we hand Dave Dixon our rocket launcher in hopes that he would deal some damage. Spoiler alert, he didn't.
How could you do this to me? Question mark.
Upon reaching the top of this slight incline, we are forced into a holdout section where a Wraith decides to join the pie that we're about to have. This holdout section went as well as expected, as I instantly get smacked in the face by another brute shot, who forced me to call him Daddy.
What are you talking about?
Once I had finished my daily servings of daddy brute shots to the face, I then had the genius idea of charging the Wraith in hopes to take it down, but that ended with me hitting the floor harder than I do on a Saturday night. After I had finished consuming all the alcohol in my house, we made another attempt at dealing with this Wraith, and by that, I mean I stole the rocket launcher back and just used that to deal with the Wraith. That's it. With the Wraith out of the picture and the holdout complete, our Marines hold hands for a while, before they interrupted by an officer of the law who told them to stop the PDA and asked for their help with explosives. We rejoined Dave's cousin back in the streets for his quest to find his team and the city's porn servers. You guys thought I forgot about that, didn't you? As we make our way down off the roof, we begin to make some progress before I end up bursting a major blood vessel as the game had decided that now would be a funny time to throw stealth brutes, and wow, what a surprise, more sniper arseholes at me. Upon respawning, however, it appears our little marine had too much to drink, as he just passed out mid-fight. I have no idea what killed me here, as nothing hit my character, and I went from near full health to dead. With our life expectancy now at a staggering minus 67.9%, we managed to make our way back to the holdout area once again, and begin to clear out these troublemakers. But without visor mode, it was really difficult to see these stealth brutes. It was like trying to hit a mosquito with a sniper rifle while falling from an aeroplane. Regardless, many deaths later, we managed to make it past this migraine-inducing part and into the tunnels, where we clear out these grunts with a plasma pistol, as all my other weapons had run out of ammo. Or maybe I'm just not good at saving my ammo. Who can say? As we walk our way towards the Oni building, I will admit I struggled to find the next clue on the floor, as without visor mode I cannot see where it was. Also, not having a weapon flashlight didn't help either. But after crawling around on my hands and knees like Velma from Scooby-Doo, looking for the damn thing, I was eventually able to find it once I put my glasses back on. We start off this mission with a slight twist, as we join Officer John McClane and Wash on a bridge arming the bombs, just as a Wraith arrives to serve up a lovely dish of explosive plasma. K2SO, a high explosive expert, trusts this everyday cop to arm the remaining bombs to blow up the bridge. Makes perfect sense if you ask me. Once the bombs are armed, we come across the real enemy of this officer. This ladder. I struggled longer than I'd care to admit, but once I finished having a domestic with this ladder, we arm the explosives and watch as the bridge and myself explode. After having a small breakdown at my desk, because the same thing happened to me twice, we move on to the other side of the wall, where we run into our old friend, the Golden Hunters. I still haven't gotten over the last serving of ass kicking I got from these guys, and don't worry, they do the exact same thing here. A spoonful of resets later, and we are able to break past the Covenant line getting dropped off on our doorstep, and this cop demonstrates the amount of testosterone flowing through his veins, as we pick up and use the detached turret. Now I know in Mission 1 I said I wasn't going to use the turrets like this, and don't worry, I was instantly dished out some karma as this Gold Hunter reminded me of the rules by blasting me in the face. Just as we unalive these hunters with a Spartan laser, more troglodytes get dropped off and we are once again forced into another holdout. That brought on a worrying number of resets. It seems that Sonny and the rest of the Marines were off playing with crayons while I was out here fighting for my life. I spent longer here in this holdout than what was needed, as every time I would get close to beating this holdout section, I'd get blasted in the face by a daddy brute shot, or unfairly shot by a carbine. I'm really starting to miss that stamina feature right about now. 8 resets later, and we're finally able to retreat back inside the Oni building, where we find totally not Sergeant Stacker, and more explosives. While I was on this turret, it seemed that everything on this continent was instantly teleporting me to the afterlife, including our so-called teammate Mickey. Mickey, you absolute asshole, you saw me standing there. It seems Mickey had started listening to the voices inside of his head and begun his fast-track path to betray the UNSC early, as he kept force-feeding a rocket into the back of my skull and to my fellow officers. After he did this to me a fair few times, I decided to revoke his rocket launcher privileges, but that didn't stop me from dying, however. And 90 more deaths later, we were finally able to survive long enough for another officer to arrive in the elevator, who offered us a lift to the roof where our Uber was going to meet us. While on the way up, I am sent into a fit of PTSD as the spawn of Satan himself makes an appearance, but they are dealt with before I could even kill a single one of them. Upon making it to the roof, I'm actually amazed that I didn't die in this section, as we encounter the flying monkeys and the chieftain, although I had to fight every inch of my body not to run up and kick him in the mini chieftains again. This fight on the roof was made fairly easy, as if you wait around for a bit, The Uber will turn up, and the cop on the back will unload his massive weapon into these dingleberries. Even the chieftain didn't stand a chance, as he went down fairly quick. Though I'm pretty sure from the elevator onwards, I didn't really kill many Covenant. It was really the AI that did most of the work. I just stood by and made them look pretty. As we board our Uber, we join a Discord call with a group of other officers back at the police station who are asking for a ride, so we decide to make a detour and fly away towards the police station, but not before we watch as the Oni building explodes. After a quick pee break and a call to my therapist, and after finishing my 5th quadruple vodka Red Bull of the night, we are back as Dave's cousin following the next set of clues towards the NMPD police station that was near 800 meters away. Fantastic. Our first encounter had already planned to turn me into minced meat, as the Covenant learned from Master Obi-Wan and was using his tactic of the high ground within this tunnel. With little to no cover for my fragile body, and just as I felt this brute's carbine enter my body without my consent, I am reminded of the absolute bullshit in this game. After an alarming number of resets being added to our ever-growing number of resets, I came up with this amazing idea of just charge at this brute to see what happens. And to my surprise, it actually worked. This Neanderthal was in such shock that a Marine with an SMG was pushing him that he didn't know what to do and just accepted his fate. Upon exiting the tunnel, we lay our eyes on a phantom dropping off some jetpack dingleberries, who wasted no time in sending me into the next dimension. Before I even knew it, a further 30 minutes had passed. That's 30 minutes of me getting my human rights absolutely violated by these jetpack douchebags, and the return of the Sniper Jackal Third Reich, only to be sent back to do the tunnel section all over again. Honestly, I couldn't tell you how many times a run would be going so well, only for it to end suddenly by what felt like a punch to my joy department by these Sniper Jackals. However, once we had mopped up these nerds, it was pretty much smooth sailing until we reached the broken sniper rifle dangling above. With the broken sniper secured, we looked up at the building as to where the sniper fell, in hopes to piece together what had happened. Okay, I knew this mission wasn't going to be fun, as with the game's inability to use scopes, and being a sniper-focused mission, this was going to be as much fun as a weekend on Epstein's Island. As the two officers of the law are about to be picked up by their Uber driver, the flying wildlife had something to say about that.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
And proceed to shoot down our ride out of here, resulting in us going on a rescue mission to save the rest of our squad mates. We begin to make our way up some stairs and into the first fight of this mission, and not being able to use the scope on the sniper really put to light my below average aim, as I would miss most of my shots. However, once my ammo was running low, I traded my sniper with Nathan Fillion's assault rifle, but Malcolm Reynolds' AI seemed to be being operated by Bing, as no matter what weapon I would give him, he was pretty much next to useless, leaving me to fend for myself with little ammo. It was barely manageable and mostly resulting in a workplace accident along the way, which was about 99% my fault. Just as I showed off my COD no-scoping skills to these oversized chickens, I looked over and see a tragic sight. Headpool, our lifelong friend, was thrown off the building. I will now have to do the rest of this mission alone from here on out. Oh wait, he's fine. Never mind. Moving on. Before moving on to the next section, we stock up on some ammo. Not that having the ammo mattered, as I still missed 80% of my shots, but that's really not the point. After we fight our way through these jetpack arseholes, we make a disturbing discovery up ahead. There was a brute chieftain with a plasma turret, who was hell-bent on sending me back to the last checkpoint. As an epic fight breaks out with me and this King Knobhead, I rapidly run out of ammo, and I was about ready to accept my fate of going back to the last checkpoint. But John Nolan suddenly had a spark of intelligence. You see, Cade 6, knowing that I had just run out of ammo, he decided to run up to the brute and distract him long enough for me to run up to him and deliver a haymaker right to the back of his skull. With the chieftain down, it was now time to cross the crane over to Dutch and the traitor Mickey. Well, that's what I was hoping for, but this grunt fired this absolute Hail Mary of a fuel rod blast and slammed it into my face so hard that I was sent back to the start of the last encounter. Upon making it back, we showed this grunt what he stole from us. As we begin to cross the crane, the flying wildlife make a return, as they fly super low just to throw insults at us.
You're fucking garbage. You don't belong with snipers using a pistol like a little
What a dick. Joining the rest of our police unit, we are then forced into another holdout section. But with the number of weapons at my disposal, this really didn't take me long. Using Spartan lasers, rockets and turrets, we mop up the flying wildlife and any Covenant brave enough to land on this roof with 5 cops on it. I will say, I was almost sent into a fit of rage when the cutscene triggered at the same time as Nick Bishop decided to use his remaining brain cell and fired the Spartan laser directly into the back of my cranium, just as the cutscene began to play. The dopamine I felt being deployed to my brain just as I beat the mission had an expiry date of now. Just as I beat the mission, we were ripped out of the cutscene and forced back to the last checkpoint, and I had to replay this brain rot once again.
Oh fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Roughly 5 minutes later, we were back in the cutscene, and watched as Nolan North gets slammed in the chest by Harambe's hammer. The rest of the cops all worked together to take down this oversized chimp, and with the power of friendship, they were able to overcome him, and help up Romeo to his feet, and had to make another way off the roof, and out of the city. Before we could fold the sniper back into working order, we are rudely interrupted by some nosy neighbours. We haven't got far to go for this one, so hopefully there's not going to be much resistance. Okay, taking out these jetpack troglodytes, we were almost sent into the Shadow Realm, as this sneaky sniper jackal makes an attempt on my life, but I clearly had the fastest gun in the West, and I was able to outsnipe the sniper before the sniper could snipe me. I clearly get some well-deserved karma a few inches later, as when I am just 150 meters from the objective, I receive a sniper jackal blast to the face. I really do hate this game. Returning back, I change up my tactics and charge in at this group of troglodytes, and I manage to destroy a fusion coil, taking out the snipers with it. Very nice. To be honest, it didn't take me long to get to this next objective outside the subway station, and when we found the biofilm on the ground, we looked down into the subway, assuming that is where the rest of our squad mates went. And sure enough, just an hour before Dave's cousin got there, the rest of the squad are still carrying Richtofen come to a stop as they apply the white sticky stuff to the clearly fatal wound in his chest. As they make their way down into the subway, they discover that the way ahead has been flooded and is now filled with Covenant Phantoms and Banshees. Just an average day on the London Underground, really. Coming up with a great idea, Richard Castle's idea consisted on stealing a Phantom, and he was to cover them with a stolen Banshee, which was a good plan, with one simple drawback, however. I was the one who was executing this plan. As no word of a lie, just getting to the Phantom took me over half an hour of resets. I have no idea why I was struggling this much just to get to the Phantom, but I'm going to force all the blame on this little shit with the fuel rod who contributed to most of my deaths here alone. As we become the flying wildlife, the rest of this mission is pretty much easy as you would expect, as you mainly fly around taking out turrets, banshees, and some foot soldiers who try to swat you out of the air. The only time I really got out the Banshee is when we are forced to open up this door in order to continue. We proceed to take out the anti-air wraiths in the next area with no issues, until we are forced to leave our Banshee once again, as this door ahead refuses to open, and we must go in alone. While in the Banshee I didn't die, but I had noticed that the game hadn't given me a checkpoint, and no word of a lie, within the first 10 seconds of me being on foot, I was instantly sent back to the start of the mission by this sneaky ninja that snuck up on me while I was distracted by the chieftain. One rally point checkpoint later, and we returned to the tunnel we had to fight our way through, this time with nothing more than an assault rifle. By this point, I think the alcohol I was forced to consume must have been affected my judgment, as I struggled to take down these assholes for a fair while. I do however get my hands on a carbine and a beam rifle to make this section somewhat more relaxing. However, upon fighting Mighty Joe Young, he activates his invincibility, preventing us to shit on him any further, and I make the executive decision to just nope out of there and make a run towards the way I came in, using our ODST controlled Phantom to our advantage to help take him down. I dare you, there's a Phantom waiting for you out here. Giggling like a schoolgirl at the master play I had just performed, we continue to open up the way for our Phantom, and upon leaving the tunnel, we discover a giant crab parked up, blocking our exit.
You can't park this, huh?
Using our previous knowledge from Halo 3, we use the tactic of flying our Banshee into the Scarab and boarding it. From there, we take out the core with a spike grenade and make a run back to our Banshee before it explodes. I think I might submit that clip to the Halo speedrunning community, as that was over way too fast. With the Scarab taken care of and the final door opened up, we fly past a ton of these flying hentai creatures' nests, as we blow them up and exit the London Underground. Once Nathan Fillion jumps on board the Serenity, and just as they begin to fly away, Nathan has a moment of realization, as he remembered the mission, he still had to get the city's pawn collection to safety. You all thought I had forgotten about the plotline, didn't you? Well, to be honest, I did. Back outside the station, we receive a WhatsApp message in the group chat from Dare, stating that she has located the city's main pawn hard drive and is in need of backup. We first deal with these grunts who got a little too cocky with their confidence levels, and we came across a pair of hunters waiting for us. Getting flashbacks to the first mission, I decided not to go that way and go towards the left side. This side was no better, as an army of pissed off guerrillas were there waiting for me, along with the chieftain with a fuel rod. This chieftain's presence here left me feeling uneasy. This guy was hunting me down, wanting to push my head in like Play-Doh. Up until now, we've been able to avoid some encounters, but these guys were cock-blocking my access to the door. Using the dumpster of protection, we tried to take out the chieftain and his goons from range, but ammo was becoming scarce. So after a few force-fed resets, I came up with a plan that would result in us getting to the door with our life intact. It was basically just run for it. The plan almost worked first time, as we charged past the hunters and the jetpack assholes, and upon reaching the door, we get our back doors slammed against the wall by the chieftain's rod launcher. On the second attempt, we managed to dodge the incoming shots and make it to the door, jumping onto the cable, and make our way down towards the city's pawn hard drive. Upon reaching the bottom of the shaft, we get a voice note from Dare in the group chat saying that she's on sub-level 9 and running low on ammo. Glad to see that the famine skull isn't just affecting me. Starting off this mission, I had no idea why I chose to pick up this Halo 3 pea shooter instead of taking my pistol, but I guess my single remaining brain cell thought it would be a good idea at the time. Despite the potential this place had to rupture my growing jackal-shaped aneurysm, the easiest way I found to tackle this without being violated was to take things slow and use cover where I can. That was until I ran out of ammo, so I went with plan B. Charge in with a plasma pistol. Moving into these circular rooms, I knew that these were going to cause me some headaches, as there is little to no cover, and with my ammo situation getting worse, and me refusing to let go of the Halo 3 shotgun for some reason. But I do manage to put the shotgun to use, as this oversized monkey deploys his shields thinking that he was safe, but was suddenly force-fed my barrel of my shotgun like feeding a baby aeroplane style, and we're able to get our hands on the holy grail weapon of this mission. Moving further down, we cross paths with Officer John McClane once more, as he is also trying to get to the lower levels. As we raise this data stack, I was sent into a fear-induced panic as the drones flood out of Satan's arsehole. With the drones dealt with fairly quickly, me and my new BFF Officer Dave 3.1 continued down and encountered some stealth brutes. All things seemed to be going well. That was until Dave 3.1 slapped me in the face with his cold hard betrayal.
Betrayed.
Now I'm not sure if he just got blood on his visor or was confused, but this betrayal hurt me. I could no longer trust Dave 3.1, as at any given moment, he could backstab me like that again. Moving through the next set of data stacks was proving more difficult than it needed to be, with my sworn nemesis blocking most of the walkways, and this giant orangutan charging me, that led to some tense firefights within these narrow halls. However, as we raise the final data stack to get to level 9, Dave 3.1 finally gets some karma dished out to him, as he is unalived off camera by a swarm of drones. That's what you get for backstabbing me. My satisfaction doesn't last long, however, as I receive the same treatment roughly a second later. After successfully breaking the cycle of brute shot abuse, we almost run head first into a brute chieftain.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
8 resets later, the hairless chimps and his goons finally fell, and shortly after, we are reconnected with an old flame. Me and Flamey are reconnected once again. It's been a while since me and Flamey last met back in the Flood Hive of High Charity. It was like no time had passed at all for either of us. We were able to clear out the nearby Covenant with only 1 or 2 deaths, and with that, we were able to knock on the door, where we are greeted by Dare pointing her gun at our head. Dare begins to show us the Superintendent, where all of the city's pawn servers are stored, and that the Covenant plan to upload their pawn to the servers. From there, their pawn can infect the whole planet's pawn data. Okay, this pawn storyline really needs to stop now. With no time to lose, me and Trisha Helfer must make our way through the drone's hive in order to reach the servers. I knew there was a catch. But it seems that Dare hasn't heard of teamwork before, as 90% of the time, she just charged past the nearby Covenant, and I'm left to deal with the consequences. Once I had finished cleaning up Dare's mess, we managed to make it to the hive. My palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy. I was nervous, and on the verge of a panic attack from being in here with so many flying aneurysms. But I put on my big boy pants, and I got to work. Upon completing Order 66 in the Hive, it seems that the Covenant are already attempting to get inside the server room to upload their dirty hentai porn, so me and Dare rapidly get to putting a stop to them before they can get inside. And by that I mean I just stayed on the high ground sniping at the brutes with my carbine, like a brave little boy I am. We make our way inside the server room, only to find one of the Covenant's floating tentacle creatures already inside. Dare tells me not to shoot it, as she thinks this hentai creature has combined both human and Covenant servers to create a super server. She comes up with a plan. If we get this creature to safety and away from the Covenant, we can use this creature to corrupt the Covenant porn servers, helping us win the war. I'll be honest, I have no idea where this thinly pieced plot is even going anymore. They just seem to be getting worse, don't they? Just as Covenant reinforcements arrive, so does Nathan Fillion to save the day. Upon exiting the server room, I am informed that not only do I have to look out for my own life, but the floating hentai creature as well. Fantastic. We clear out these nerds with no issues and rejoin Buck on the far side of the room, and we sneak past some sleeping drones before heading to the elevator out of here. While on the elevator, Dare proceeds to punch Buck in the face, and then kisses him. Our Marine looks at the creature as if to say that he doesn't understand women. Neither do I, Marine. That's probably why I'm single. Once the sexual tension was over, I was glad to have Covenant shooting at me again, and after our casual cleansing of a Covenant blockade ahead, we provide some ASMR rocket launcher murder to this floating turret station, before we head on over to the second elevator ride of this mission. As we exit the elevator, we see a bunch of Covenant ships in the sky above. Buck and Dare begin to have another domestic right in front of us children, causing the floating pink thing to act out and steal a nearby dump truck. Now this highway run was mostly straightforward, as it got off to an explosive start, as I ended up taking a fuel rod to the face. More than once. Fuck! Driving any vehicle in this mod is not a pleasant experience. As I stated before in Mission 3 and 4, any damage I take when I'm in a vehicle seems to directly affect my health and not damage the car. So it forced me into using a strategy of slowly pushing up, taking out a small group of Covenant at a time before advancing forward. All of that changed, however, as we came up to the Gauss Hog. All of the abuse we had received up to this point was about to be dealt back to the Covenant. Dealing out devastating damage to the local population of ghosts and flying wildlife, we managed to clear a path ahead for the dump truck that was slowly plodding along behind us. We do have a minor heart attack moment where I managed to flip the Warthog mid-firefight, but I was soon able to recover it before anyone saw the embarrassment I just took part in. Up ahead there was a wraith blocking my path, ready to dish out a full-size portion of death to my fragile body. This wraith must have been piloted by Jesus Christ himself, as no matter what I tried, I could not take it down. That was until I implemented the amazing strategy of driving backwards. This seems to confuse the pilot to the point where he just died of cringe. Moving a little further, my eyes lit up with excitement like a child on Christmas when I laid my sights on the Scorpion tank in front of me. With my favourite 66 tons of fun now in my possession once again, we blast past the flying wildlife, hellbent on ruining my time in this tank. Our fun in the tank was short-lived, however, as the dump truck took an oversized crab's laser to the face.
I'm a fire in my laser!
One dead meme later, we are forced to get off the highway and clear out an area up ahead, and by clearing out I mean that there were only 2 grunts defending this place. Top level security, I must say. With the pawn creatures safe, we are then forced into another holdout section, while we wait for the traitor Mickey to come pick us up in his Uber. As soon as the fighting started, I made my way to the high ground, and used the turret and sniper to try and thin out these troglodytes, making a move on our territory. The fight didn't last long though, as I ended up taking a fuel rod straight to the face once again, but this was the last time I died here.
That was a lie.
Several deaths and 1 burst blood vessel later, we managed to hold out long enough for the Uber to arrive. Just as we were about to get on board, a Covey cruiser shows up and is about to cook us to well done. The floating pink testicle refuses to board the Serenity, but Buck ends up pushing it on board, so he has no choice but to come with us now. And with that, we fly our Uber to safety, with the city's porn servers, like my virginity, intact. 1 month after that fateful night, the sex machine Johnson comes to visit the floating testicle, demanding to get access to the servers of porn that it has access to. The creature agrees to the terms and lights Johnson's cigar to seal the deal. And with that, we bring this side story to a close, and I beat Halo 3 ODST on Legendary as a Marine. The Halo Reach fever dream starts with our Marine, Dave the Marine's father, who has been deployed with Noble Team to investigate a porn server blackout at Visegrad Relay Station. Right, we're not even a sentence in and this plot has already made its way into Halo Reach somehow. Honestly, I have no idea why this Spartan team had brought a random Marine with them. It felt like bring your child to work day, and I was the child. As we took a short hike down the hill, Noble Team investigates a destroyed Warthog and finds a beacon of the missing Marine squad that was sent in before us. We eventually move on to this building, where Carter says for our Marine to go first. Amazing plan if you ask me. After a quick chinwag with the local farmers, we eventually move on to our first encounter of the game, where I totally didn't miss the first 2 shots on this skirmisher.
What the hell is even that?
Now, combat in this game was enough to puck up the arsehole of the most veteran Halo players, as any damage I take directly affects my health bar, and with the aggressive AI in Halo Reach, and our Marine having the athleticism of a reversing dump truck, it's safe to say that my body holds together just as much as fragile eggshells. After a minor panic attack, we managed to deal with the first lot of Covenant and make our way forward. I realised very quickly that my go-to weapons needed to be ranged and precision weapons, such as the DMR and needle rifle, as getting in close range fight was pretty much a speed run to the last checkpoint. Coming into this open field, we come across the bane of my existence in this run, the Ultra Elites. Not just one, but 3 of them. These troglodytes are pretty much a fast track to send me to a white padded room with how difficult they can be to take down in this game. However, with the assistance of Noble Team, we managed to take down all the elites without dying. Honestly, Noble Team pretty much carried me through this playthrough. We end up stealing what must have been some local farmer's truck. Well, it's not stealing really if they left the keys in. We instantly put the truck to some use by reducing the local wildlife population of mowers, before coming across the Covenant taking cover in nearby buildings. Once clearing out these buildings with no real issues, and by that I mean Noble Team pretty much killed everything, we shortly receive our first death 25 minutes into the run, the first of many to come. We eventually find the missing Marine squad and are forced into a holdout section, where we have to wait for pickup. This holdout section wasn't too bad, as I mainly just hid at the back of the building with my tail between my legs, and a DMR picking off grunts while Noble Team dealt with the elites. What a brave boy I am. After what felt like an eternity, we eventually get picked up by the Falcon that decided to show me its mating dance. Once on board, we instantly get dropped off at Visegrad Relay Station. I was honestly dreading this part as the courtyard was filled with so many of my swarm nemesis, the Jackals. But don't worry my sweet viewers, I wouldn't be recommending this challenge if I wasn't 100% confident in my abilities. It's just a shame that my abilities were on par with my 90-year-old one-legged granddad. Once we take advantage of the Obi-Wan tactic, we make our way inside the facility taking cover from the Covenant reinforcements that decided that I was the real threat here, and not the Spartans. And from what I guess was from pure panic, Cat closes the door on poor George, and he gets locked outside with the Covenant. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine. Moving inside, we come across my local crackhead passed out on the floor, and after we try to find his wallet, he drops something, and that something was the porn hard drive. But before we could see what was on it, Kat stole the hard drive out of my hands, all for herself, claiming that it was not within my domain. Maybe Kat just wants the hard drive all to herself. But before Kat could see what was on the hard drive, Noble Team is attacked by a team of elites, who just dropped by just to kidnap a Marine and take him back to their sex dungeon. That's a bit rude if you ask me. Me and George volunteer and embark on a rescue mission in hopes to save this Marine. Now this next part caused me a lot of issues. The first one is that I was robbed of my DMR. Maybe when the elite knocked over our character, he stole my DMR. The second was that the Zealot elite at the end of the hall had a concussion rifle. That is a lot worse than being dominated by the daddy brute shots in my opinion. I tell you, I must have taken too many concussion shots to the head, as for some reason my single remaining brain cell had the idea to charge him with the forklift, but clearly the hand of God took issue with this and instantly flipped over the forklift so that I couldn't show off my forklift certified skills. After a few burst blood vessels, we finally able to make some progress and move into the next hall, where some grunts and jackals were camping at the other end. But little did they know, I had the power of barrels and anime on my side. Coming up to the final room, I come across the armor ability that will be our savior for this run, the drop shield. But my brain for some reason decided not to take it this time, but instead take the Halo Reach shotgun, which is a step up from the Halo 3 shotgun, but it's still not as god tier as the Halo Combat Evolved shotgun. However, using the shotgun, we managed to take out the Zealot with the sword and the Zealot with the concussion rifle who charged at me, and before I knew it, I'd cleared out the area with no issues. Maybe I have finally gotten good, as they say. We reset the generator and rejoin Noble Team, where George attempts to flirt with a woman, but fails. Don't worry George, I feel you on that one. Kat manages to get a Discord call set up with the Colonel, and Carter informs him that Noble Team have secured the pawn hard drive, and that the Covenant are on Reach, who are also after the hard drive. While on our romantic flight towards Sword Base, Kat tries to gain access to the hard drive, but her attempts had failed, mainly because she didn't know the password. Upon getting dropped off, we are immediately taken out by a group of jackals. Fuck! You would think after doing this for the 5th time, I would know how to deal with jackals, but no. I then for some reason tried the forklift truck once again, but clearly my monkey brain didn't learn from last time, and we are unalived very fast. After a number of deaths that I will not disclose to you, we finally made it to the top of the ramp, and we were able to clear out the courtyard full of Covenant, only to come face to face with the image of Satan himself. A flock of skirmishers, that this troglodyte of a Marine would have gladly sacrificed me to them if he didn't move out my way. I swear the Marines are trying to get me killed in this game. Once we got our hands on the target locator, I put my maiden aim to use and marked the wraiths for destruction. Once they were dealt with, we were gifted with a shiny new Warthog that I may or may not have flipped instantly, not even 5 seconds into our road trip. I swear my ability to play this game decreases each time I play it. Many flippings of the Warthog later, we fast and furious away towards the comms array, alone, as the Marine and Cat refused to get back in the Warthog after the first flip, and I can't blame him if I'm being honest. Our first attempt goes as well as could be expected, as I instantly get gunned down by a swarm of Covenant. Attempt number 2 had us put the rocket launcher to use, to try and take out this annoying mosquito thing down below, but I was instantly sniped in the face by a needle rifle. A few minor setbacks later, I was able to reactivate the generator, only to be greeted by Spirit dropping off more skirmishers. I swear Halo Reach just hates me at this point. Using the sniper, we mop up these nerds, and I also managed to pull off this cheeky double kill on these grunts. Very nice. We reset the comms array and are gifted a new Warthog. After a close call with some ghosts, we finally make it to the AA guns, but immediately die 3 seconds later. Using what ammo I had left in the sniper, we take out the general who is camping on the roof and attempt to clear out the rest of the Covenant. But not before bursting a major blood vessel, as this grunt fires an overcharged plasma pistol shot at me, and I trip on my shoelaces. Once I calm my rage back down to 1 with a quadruple vodka Red Bull, and after a number of attempts, we reactivate the AA guns, and I almost get sent into cardiac arrest as a sneaky elite ninja with a concussion rifle almost kills me. With my blood pressure back up to a staggering 69.9%, I decide to clear out the reinforcements by hiding in this building with a sniper rifle. With a new Gauss Hog delivered, we roll back towards Sword Base, but somehow within the first encounter, I lost my gunner, and as you can imagine, that did not end well for me. Our second attempt goes a lot better, as this gunner seems to have channeled the spirit of Dave the Marine, and was able to one-shot most of the Covenant on our way back to the entrance of the base. My hopes and dreams are instantly crushed, however, as upon re-entering the base, I am greeted by a squad of Covenant that were hell-bent on sending me back to the last checkpoint. But we managed to revoke these Covenant rights to live, and I instantly get dealt some karma as we run into a pair of hunters who are looking to baptize us in our own tomato soup, even going as far as to transcend the 9th dimension just to achieve this goal.
What the fuck?
With my damage output being the same as a used nappy, it's safe to say that I struggled here. A fair bit. However, with the right number of bullets, grenades, and 15 minutes of dying later, we were able to silence these hunters and make our way towards the elevator. We join up with others from Noble Team, and we are tasked with clearing out the Covenant on our way to a meal. We kickstart our ascension with a squad of Marines joining us on this adventure. Now, I would like to say that this climb was easy, but it wasn't. With the amount of narrow halls and not much place to take cover, made for this section to be more stressful than it needed to be. I found myself throwing more grenades and using the shotgun more times than I could count, especially when the Ultra Elite decided to chase me in order to bash my back doors in, and was greeted with a double serving of the Consent shotgun. With us moving up towards this ramp where the Covenant had the high ground, and with our health looking a tad bleak, we saw many good Marines fall to the Covenant, even our good friend Nick. Nick, our lifelong friend, who we had just met 2 minutes ago, was no more. With his death fueling my rage, I pushed up, taking out any Covenant in my path, and before I knew it, we had joined up with Emil, ready to help him clear out the local wildlife population that had decided to set up a nest in the roof of Sword Base.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
You guys knew I just had to bring that meme back, didn't you? With help from Emil, it wasn't long before we managed to clear out the local wildlife population, and we stand by and watch as the Covenant Corvette gets blasted out of the sky. While me and George were there having a bro talk, we are both summoned to talk to Halsey. Upon joining the meeting, Halsey asked about the events of our last mission, but upon filling her in with the details, she seemed more concerned about the hard drive that we had discovered on the crackhead's body, and asked for it to be handed over, as she says that the data stored on that hard drive is classified Tier 1, and with Halsey now in possession of the hard drive, we are free to leave. I really do wonder what is on this hard drive, as everyone seems to want it. I also love the idea of our Marine being a Spartan in these cutscenes. It makes it feel like everyone else sees our character as this unkillable super soldier, when in reality he's just Dave the Marine's father. Moving on, Mission 3 kickstarts with our character's ass being the main focus of this shot.
Nice ass, bitch.
After June hands us some of his lucky bullets, we slide down this ledge and are ready to begin our recon mission. Well, I say recon mission, it's more or less kill anything that I see. Upon spawning in, I noticed that our Marine was now wearing something a little more eye-catching. Rocking the sexy Halo Reach ODST armor, we have received a plus 69% to our sex appeal. Very nice. Taking a short hike up the hill, we stealthily take out this elite, but not before completely throwing stealth out the window as we attempt to take out the ultra elite below us. I swear every time there's a stealth section in a game, I always go in guns blazing. Moving on to the next area, we come across multiple jetpack sniper elites that become a real pain in my ass very quickly, as their focus rifles are the stuff nightmares are made of on Legendary. Even more so when my little Marine's body cannot survive more than 3 seconds of a laser to the face. To avoid the rupture of my long overdue aneurysm, we put our stormtrooper training to use. We managed to pick off the snipers, well, I say we. I mainly just hid while June did most of the work. And for some reason, my brain thought it'd be a good idea to move in closer to the Covenant and take them on with my pistol. My single remaining brain cell must have been working overtime if it thought that this was a good idea, but clearly it wasn't, as this elite guns me down straight away. With the odds stacked against me in this run, the most important rule of this challenge was to not panic. Even though I was forced to repeat this section for the next 30 minutes, was enough to make me want to drink the bleach that is under my sink. We were eventually able to clear out all the Covenant and move on to the next area, where I came across the real challenge of this run so far. Hang on, my slipper's fallen off. Hang on, a slipper! There we go. With my slipper back on my foot, we pull off some FaZe Clan level sniping shots, and get to witness these giant creatures destroy a Covenant patrol. But clearly, June wasn't happy with the way the creatures killed them, and decided to attack them himself, forcing me to have to put down these creatures. After sending these giant creatures to that big doggy bed in the sky, me and June eventually come across some Covenant fighting the local militia. But we just end up standing by and watching the militia get slaughtered by the Covenant. I started feeling bad that I couldn't save the militia, so to make up for my actions, we clear out the area full of Covenant before moving along this dried up riverbed towards the powerhouse, which wouldn't have been so bad if this place didn't consist of mosquitoes, shitty water, and a large serving of troglodytes. I decided the best thing to do was to take out the elite general first, but doing so seemed to force all nearby elites to come for a serving of my buttered Baps. But I was able to use the hide behind anything tactic, and the plan seemed to be effective. That was until I crossed the bridge, then that's where the majority of my deaths started to rack up. And to make matters worse, mid-fight, June decided now was a good enough time to try and plant the bomb in the tower, leaving me to deal with any remaining Covenant that was still in the area. Fantastic. Now with June planting the bomb, it triggers an event where a pair of hunters and a bunch of stealth elites join the fight. It seems no matter where I would run, a stealth elite would always find me, or be where I want to go. But nothing was as bad as a fuel rod to the face. Once I punched a new hole in one of my monitors, June decided to finally be useful for once, and took out the hunters while I was distracted with the stealth elites. It's about time he did something useful. After June opened up the gate to the next area, I instantly had to go change my trousers, as this turret clearly chose the double tack perk, as it rapidly pounded my location with gunfire. I had never been so scared of a turret in all my life firing this fast before. Now, let me just say, pushing forward in this section was a real struggle, with my lack of ammo, health, and a will to live, all playing a factor into my deaths here, made me want to unplug myself from the Matrix in real life. But I kept on pushing. If I could beat the past 4 Halo games as a Marine, then nothing could stop me, unless it's an elite punching me in the face. With a new rush of dopamine being deployed to my brain as we managed to discover a health pack that brought us back up to full health, and I managed to find an assault rifle. It may not be much, but at least it had some ammo in it. And with my newfound weapon, I got to work. After an alarming number of deaths, we had finally managed to get past this section, and were able to bring this mission to a close. Our Marine and June discover what appears to be a Covenant invasion army hiding in plain sight, and we were ordered to pull back and be ready for the attack the following day. After a quick pee break and a call to my therapist, Mission 4 kickstarts off with the UNSC launching a major attack against the Covenant invading forces. During the attack, Kat goes to drive across a bridge, but the bridge is taken out by the flying wildlife, causing us to jump the gap and waking up shortly after. Upon gaining control, we don't even last 30 seconds before our cover is blown away along with us. My previous words had never been more apparent. Losing focus or making a split-second bad decision would cost us our life, so I made the call to move over towards these rocks and trees to try and take out the fuel rod turret before this ultra-elite decided to take me out first. Taking advantage of the noob tube, I was able to eventually clear out this starting area, with my prize being a warthog. And with that, we roll on towards the first AA cannon, and this place didn't take long at all for it to violate my human rights. After a few pro-driving maneuvers by myself, I decided the best way to deal with this area was to drive headfirst into the AA cannon to try and take it out, but that plan really didn't go well. After a few minor setbacks, I used my single-digit IQ and jumped on the turret of the Hog to take out the AA cannon, but the Halo Reach checkpoint system must have chosen Chaos today, as it gave me a checkpoint right before I died. I swear this game hates me. For the next few minutes, I'm not gonna lie, I was struggling to get away from these feral fart sniffers. No matter what I tried, I could not escape the clutches of my inevitable death. However, after getting knocked onto 1 health and raising my cortisol to lethal levels, I decided that enough was enough, and I used the Warthog to escape, but I soon found myself face to face with a Wraith and a Phantom blocking my path. The first attempt to get past didn't go well, but the second, I just sat there waiting for the Pelican to drop off this bridge so I could escape the inevitable death I was about to face. I do almost have a heart attack on the way to the next area, as one lucky shot from these troglodytes would have surely ended my quest, but the Hand of God must have turned the difficulty down for me, and I was able to make it past with no real issues. I didn't have too many issues making our way into the mining facility, but once inside, however, was a completely different story. Our first obstacle was this turret conveniently placed at the end of the walkway, but it seems it was just a distraction as a plasma grenade went off right behind me. So on our next reincarnation, I made sure that no one could use this turret by blasting it with my noob tube, aka the grenade launcher. This next area had an elite zealot and his troglodyte followers to deal with, so we did what any sane person would do, and that was to fire our noob tube at him from a distance, and we managed to finish him off with our needle rifle. Very nice. In this moment, it would seem that nothing could stop our little marine now. That was until a grunt threw a plasma grenade at me while I was stood on the stairs. I should really have learnt by now never to underestimate grunts while playing as a marine. We end up stealing this Revenant, and we fast our furious away towards the last AA cannon. That seemed to be more defended than the last one. Oh boy. Upon clearing out the local postcode worth of Covenant, we were suddenly halted in our tracks as this Wraith wanted to introduce me to its plasma blast. After that initial embarrassment, I decided that the best course of action was to take out the Wraith gunner from a distance, and using the Revenant's minicannon try and take down the Wraith, to which we succeeded in doing. That was until the second Wraith managed to destroy my ride while I was trying to take out the gunner of said Wraith, and to make matters worse, the checkpoint happened right as my Revenant flung into the air. We rapidly needed to come up with a 200 IQ solution to this 5 IQ problem. And by that I mean in a blind rage, I just charged at the Wraith with an overcharged plasma pistol, and then I discovered that I could board enemy vehicles. This was a game changer, as in the previous mods I was unable to do this. So I took advantage and I shoved a grenade up the backside of the Wraith and watched it explode. I never felt so much joy overcome my brain while playing these mods. But the dopamine being deployed to my brain suddenly had an expiry date of now, as a pair of hunters came rushing towards me planning to ruin my day. So I made my excuses and decided to run away. During my tactical retreat I came up with a plan. On the bridge ahead was a functional Warthog. If I can get to the Hog and use its chain gun, I could in theory take out the cannon without getting close. So with this new forehead play in mind, I parkoured my way up to the Warthog and we were able to use the turret, and we were able to take out the second AA cannon. I'll be honest, I'm probably just as shocked as you are that this plan actually worked. The Progress Express had never felt so great. As we used the Warthog's gun to mop up the Covenant reinforcements, and with the Marines distracting the Hunters, we were able to take them out with no real issues, allowing George and the Falcon to come and pick us up. Now this section I thought was going to be a real pain to do, but it turns out it actually wasn't. It was really simple to do. All I did was spam the turret's trigger, blowing up anything below me that moved. And with only one death, we had arrived at the spire. I honestly have no idea why this section took me so long to do in my normal legendary run, but I guess back then I didn't have the spirit of Dave guiding me on my adventure. After our Falcon finished recreating that scene from Black Hawk Down, me and George began our short hike towards the Covenant Spire, taking out any Covenant in our way. Despite the potential this spire had to possibly gangbang me, I was able to clear out all the Covenant guarding the grav lift with no real issues, but nothing could compare to the fear I felt while riding the elevator up, with only 3 health. Once we reached the top, I immediately ran for the outside platform to take advantage of the Focal's rifle's range that we used to take down the Ultra Elite that wanted to show me where he was going to stick his pointy thing. However, once the Ultra Elite was taken care of along with his little minions, I was able to run up and press the button to lower the Spire's shields. With the shields now down, we make a leap of faith towards the Falcon and George catches us mid-air. As we fly away into the sunset, a UNSC ship destroys the Spire, but not long after gets some well-deserved karma as a massive Covenant cruiser destroys the ship, and we are forced to make a tactical retreat after a well-fought victory. I'll be honest and say that I wasn't looking forward to this mission. Not only is this one of the longest missions in the game, but the space battle section is a real test of wills on Legendary, so it's safe to say that there was a 67.5% chance that I was not going to enjoy this mission at all, and those odds were correct. As little did I know, Halo Reach was about to backstab me during this mission. While hiding in a cave, Kat comes up with a plan to use a slipspace drive to destroy the giant Covenant carrier before it is able to download Reach's pawn collection. With the rest of the team backing her up on the plan, Carter FaceTimes the Colonel to get approval for the near impossible mission. After getting dropped off on the beaches of Normandy, our Marine and the Spartans charge up the beach towards the Sabre launch facility. Our Marine was now rocking the Halo Reach Space Marine armor, bringing our sex appeal up to a 57%. Not quite as high as the ODST armor, but was still very nice. The fight up the beach wasn't too bad if I'm being honest. I mainly stayed behind the Spartans as they did most of the work, and were inside the launch facility in under 5 minutes with only a few minor deaths.
Nice.
Once we had finished clearing out the inside, me and George climb aboard the Sabre and take off into space for one of the most stressful parts of this entire game. The space battle. Despite the potential this mission had to rupture my growing Halo aneurysm, what made this section even worse was that the Halo Reach checkpoint system decided at this point in time to just refuse to give me any checkpoints unless a cutscene played. And what I mean by that is no matter how far I'd make it into this defense section, every time I died, I had to start the whole defense section all over again. Trust me, nothing is more soul-crushing than making it to the final wave where I had to take out the Phantoms before they reached the station, only to have my fragile Christian body defiled by these space goblins.
Oh god.
The way I eventually learned to deal with these space battle was to hide behind the giant space station and only pop my head out every now and then and take out some of the Seraphs. Do you want to know how long this section took me? I was here for 2.5 hours. That's 2.5 hours of repeatedly bashing my head against my desk, and I'm just amazed that I didn't wipe out any of my remaining brain cells with the number of dents I must have put into my desk by this point. But as soon as I heard the words that all targets had been dealt with, I had never felt so happy in all my life. As we drop off George at the station, we gain assistance from the UNSC Savannah, whose slipspace driver we are going to use to nuke the Covenant supercarrier. And just as we gain control of our ship in this next section, it took me less than 5 seconds to receive the first death. After racking up more deaths than the whole playthrough so far, I was eventually able to take out the Corvette's engines and clear the nearby space in order for us to land and begin our mission to board the Corvette. Now you may think being back on foot again, the rest of this mission would be easy, right? No. As like I said before, the only time this mission was kind enough to give me a checkpoint was directly after a cutscene. So every time I died while inside the ship, I would be sent back to the time where we had just landed, and I would have to board the ship again every single time. With me slipping into deep psychosis by this point, and after our millionth death, I had discovered the ultimate cheat to beat in this mission: the drop shield. Using the drop shield seems slightly unfair, as I had the power in my back pocket of unlimited health, but by this point, I really didn't care if it was like cheating. I had died that many times playing this mission that I was tempted to call Childline for the abuse I'd received so far playing this game. With the power of unlimited health, these next 2 rooms were fairly easy to deal with. Despite a few deaths with our new superpower, I was eventually able to clear out the hangar and lower the shields for George and the Marine reinforcements to land in the hangar. All I had to do now was head to the bridge and activate the refuel sequence and make it back to the hangar alive. Sounds easy, right? Well, it wasn't. With the checkpoint still not fully working, I had to do all of that without dying. As simple as that sounded, with 2 hours of resets later, with so many attempts being so close, That would make my attempts at flirting look good. The bottle of bleach in my bathroom was starting to look like... Oh, wait a minute. I did that joke already. Who is writing this script? After many failed attempts, I decided to take a break from the game before I would eventually throw my PC in the bin, and once my mental health was recuperated, I was back at it, ready to destroy what remained of my sanity. However, during these dark times, there was a light that was sent from the heavens to guide me in my time of need. I ended up giving this Marine here, PD, my rocket launcher, just to help take the pressure off me. Little did I know, this Marine would become an absolute unit with this rocket launcher, even going as far as going toe-to-toe with Ultra Elites and taking them out with his rocket launcher. He was truly making a name for himself in the Baps Marine lore. But, just like Dave the Marine, and Nick before him, all heroes must share the same fate. I was heartbroken. I was angry. Our friend, who had spent the last 2 hours with trying to beat this mission, was no more. After wiping away the tears, I went on a killing spree in the bridge, but I would soon join the same fate as PD. Right, I'm not gonna lie to you, this whole mission took me almost 5 hours to beat spread across 3 live streams. I think I would rather do the library lasso than do this mission again. But just know, after nearly 5 hours of pain, I was able to beat this mission with the checkpoints really screwing me over. And once I was able to beat the mission, we are rewarded by George throwing us out the Covenant ship, as he sacrifices himself for the good of Reach. But the whole Covenant armada soon arrives at Reach, as they had gotten word that Halsey was in possession of the galaxy's most powerful porn hard drive to ever exist. How many of you forgot about that storyline? After being thrown from space, our Marine/Spartan walks off like the champ that he is. We then come across the city of New Alexandria being attacked by the Covenant, and upon entering the city, we are instantly attacked by my worst nightmare, the skirmishers. Honestly, I hate these guys more than the jackals. Once the spawn of Satan were put down, we then had to deal with a bunch of suicide grunts, where I will admit I had a fair few close calls that almost ended our Marines' adventure early.
Ooh, that was close.
Moving slightly further, we come across a bunch of Marines and civilians being harassed by the local Neanderthals, who we put down very quickly with the Reach pistol. Not that that's much of an achievement, I just didn't want to waste the AR ammo. Once these nerds were dealt with, I am instantly rewarded by a plasma grenade to the face.
What the f?
However, once I got my hands on the DMR, it was pretty much smooth sailing up to the elevator. Well, I say smooth sailing, but in reality... But despite the amount of PTSD I had acquired while playing these mods, nothing comes close to the amount I received in this section once I saw 2 hammer brutes charging at me.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
After a fair few resets later, I found that the best tactic was just to run away, leaving the Marines and civilians to get slaughtered by the Covenant, and just to pick them off one by one while hiding around a corner. I swear I'm a brave boy. With the elevator area now saturated with our bullets, we're able to get on board the elevator and ride it down, and join up with a squad of ODSTs, who can't seem to hit a nearby slow-flying Banshee. But clearly these flying wildlife had it out for me, as before I even got to the jetpack, I'm instantly gunned down. What the fuck?! How is it that I'm the only Marine shot, but the others are perfectly fine? Anyway, moving on, after we leapfrog our way over to the next section, I'm instantly shot out of the air by these bunch of Pyramid Scheme followers. After our murderous rampage on the Covenant, just to get up a set of stairs, we join up with more ODSTs as we attempt to push the Playboy Tower for evac, but we are instantly halted in our progress as we end up taking a laser to the face. Amazing. Once this laser troglodyte was dealt with, we push past some more Covenant before heading towards the tower. Now I'd like to say this push up to the tower was easy, but it wasn't. I honestly think I died more times here than this whole mission so far. I honestly hate these concussion rifle brutes more than the daddy brute shots from Halo 3. The amount of damage they do to this fragile Marine is ridiculous. I swear this Marine suffers more than the abuse I receive from my work colleague, and she abuses me a lot while at work. With a number of deaths being added to our ever-growing number of deaths, we were eventually able to make it to the tower, where I heard the sound of something that gave me nightmares. Is that how fast the turrets are firing? Can you hear that? And there's no anger skull for Reach, right? Moving inside, we encounter a bunch of brutes and a chieftain Neanderthal, who are ready to serve up my buttered Baps to whoever may be in charge. I decided at this point to abuse the fuel rod gun I acquired along my travels, and use the glowing green balls to decimate these escaped monkeys, and after around 15 minutes of dying and having to replay this brain rot section all over again, we were able to finally take out the Covenant and these rapid-firing shade turrets, ready to be picked up by our helicopter extraction team. But as much as I wanted it to be, this wasn't the end of the mission just yet. This Falcon took us on a romantic fly around the city, where I got to see sights such as Marines getting slaughtered by brutes, and to make this flying adventure even more perfect, we got to see a bunch of flying wildlife absolutely destroy me.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
One reset later and we made it to the drop-off point, where, I'm not gonna lie, felt the most badass part of the game, where just the sight of all these Marines and myself charging up the beach towards the Warthogs. I don't know, to me this just looked amazing. This section, however, was not amazing, as not even 5 seconds into driving the Warthog, I managed to get it stuck and ended up getting killed. Nice to see my ability to drive in Halo hasn't improved in any way. Attempt number 2, I decided to rock the combo that seemed to work in Halo 3, by giving the passenger the fuel rod gun, but to my slight disappointment, a passenger ended up falling out the hog just seconds after he took out the Wraith, and not long after, our Marine decided that he wanted to follow in that Marine's footsteps. After around 20 minutes of my face being used as toilet paper, I was able to activate the missile batteries. Now, all that was left was to press the button to arm them. However, there was a lot of chimps in between me and that button. And to make matters worse, it wasn't just any ordinary chimps. Oh no, there was an L big boy, who decided to leave his comfort zone to take me on one-on-one, but little did he know, I'm a master at dodging brute chieftains, like in our Halo 3 run. Using our pro skills, I managed to jump out of the way and punch him in the back, but it didn't work, and I ended up receiving a giant hammer to our noggin. In the end, I must have had enough of dying, as we ended up using the Warthog to get as close to the button, and we jumped out and pressed it, and just like that, we ended up beating the mission. Once the civilian ships have escaped, we get a Discord call from Kat, saying that she's sending pickup for us. We inform her that George has transcended into the 9th dimension, but it doesn't seem to faze her. What a bitch. While riding in the back of the Pelican, our character looks like he's listening to his favourite song while pretending that he's in a music video. Once we rejoin with Carter, he says that my report will have to wait. I honestly don't remember writing a report, but oh well. We are then given the opportunity to fly the Falcon around the city, which to me is one of the coolest missions in the game, having semi-free roam to fly around the city while I get destroyed by the Covenant. And like some sick joke, our first objective is to help a group of Marines with getting to one of the jammers that is being protected by hunters. I immediately get Vietnam flashbacks to the first time we faced the hunters in this game, but I put on my big boy pants and fly towards the club. Once we cleared the landing pad, we pull off a textbook landing that was 100% by the book.
You can't park this, huh?
Moving inside, I instantly begin to regret my life choices as I laid my eyes on the Reach hunters, and knowing my luck while playing these games, there was about an 85% chance I was not going to enjoy this. I will admit, we did receive a fair amount of our human rights being abused by these two hunters. I tried everything from rocket launchers to just shouting insults at them, but nothing seemed to work. So in the end, I did the only logical thing I could think of, and that was to just run past the hunters to try and press the button and leave as quick as I could. The plan in my head seemed simple, but execution of this plan wasn't as simple, as a fair number of times I would end up missing the button, and these hunters would absolutely bully me for my lunch money.
Damn it!
I was stuck in this room for a while, but after many failed attempts and having fits of rage at my desk, I was able to push the button and I made my excuses and left the Marines to fight the hunters. Just imagine being one of those Marines waiting for backup, and when they eventually arrive, they end up just ditching you and leaving the hunters alive. Who would do such a thing? Returning to the Falcon, we just about got it off the ground before we are told to go and reduce the flying wildlife population from nesting at a nearby building. We do our daily good deed and take out these banshees before they're able to nest and lay eggs, right before moving on to our next objective, the hospital. Now, I'm not really a fan of hospitals in both games and in real life, after I spent what must have been a total of 6 to 8 months living in one while I was dying. That's a true story, by the way. However, this hospital was no different to the one that I spent a lot of time in, as I am instantly greeted by some grunts throwing their blue balls at me. After getting more balls thrown at me than I'd care to count, we eventually make it to the open lobby-ish area where I once again abused the healing bubble. Honestly, this thing has saved me so much in this playthrough. Moving slightly ahead, we help these Marines clear out these oversized gorillas that are giving them a hard time. It wasn't easy though, as I got turned into a piece of salami more times than I'd like to admit, and our only weapon was an assault rifle, which is not very good at medium to long range, especially when I'm trying to avoid getting my cheeks slapped by Harambe. We do however manage to make it to the jammer and shut it down, before we are instantly attacked by some jetpack elites.
They fly now! They fly now!
Trying to hit these guys with the limited ammo I had was a real test of my patience. Either they fly around a ridiculous amount, or I'm just bad at aiming. Several questionable shots later and we managed to make it back to the lobby, where an old friend, the Ultra Elite, is sat there waiting for us to deliver a prescription of death to the face. Now, the reason I was able to make it past this room once again was not down to my amazing skills at Halo, but this Marine who survived the whole encounter with us. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have been able to do this section, as she helped push the Ultra Elite, distracting him long enough for me to put him down. Well, I say I did it. She was the one to get the final shot in, and because of her efforts, we rewarded her with the highest rank any Marine could achieve. She had earned the name Davette. While back in our Falcon, we are tasked with helping another squad of Marines from a pair of hunters. Don't worry, I don't abandon them this time. I do, however, get instantly destroyed as I failed to notice a shade turret shooting at me from the building. Once we finished our second good deed of the day, we are given the location of the final jammer to take out. And this one, I was not looking forward to doing, as I knew what was waiting for me inside. Moving inside, we stopped by the Crazy Marine, and I decided in that very moment that I wanted to become the very best Pokemon trainer in town. But I must have accidentally reached into the wrong pocket, as I ended up throwing a plasma grenade at him. Whoops. However, once the jammer was dealt with, the spawn of Satan made themselves known. On the first attempt, I tried to hold out within the jammer room, but little did I know at the time, these drones do not stop spawning, so I ended up just wasting my time and ammo. Plan B was no better, as that just involved me holding my breath, clenching my bumhole, and making a run for the elevator. But I was soon stopped in my tracks by these flying pistol goblins. But for some reason, part of my brain thought that running for the elevator would work. I swear that's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again expecting a different outcome. And after many rage-fueled resets later, I had the great idea of running a different direction, and that seemed to have worked. Upon returning to our trusty flying machine, we get new orders to return to the Oni building, as to take out the shade turrets that are firing upon it. To be honest, this part was really easy, as the shades were more focused on shooting at the building instead of me, and we were able to take them out and land within no time. Inside, we rejoined Noble Team, before getting a phone call off the Colonel and giving us new orders, right before the Covenant blast the window in and we were forced to escape the building through the elevators. Once we reached the bottom, Carter mentioned something about Sword Base, right as Kat gets the Halo 2 Sniper Jackal treatment right through the head. The Spartans then drag her body into the bunker, and a few days later they are picked up from the building's rubble, while Carter still carries Kat's body. For Mission 8, we return to Sword Base with the orders to destroy it before the Covenant download all the porn. We join up with a squad of fellow ODSTs as we rock the sexy Reach ODST armor once again. For a brief moment, I was really happy to have this team with me. That was until we started our attack and the ODSTs got taken out one by one, leaving only Sage remaining. With the first cycle of enemies forcibly sent to heaven, me and Sage come across our salvation for this mission. With 66 tons of pure sexiness now at our disposal, we roll past some nearby Covenant and make our way towards the Covenant AA guns. I decided to take the guns out from a distance to not risk our sexy Scorpion any further. Once the guns were taken care of, we could make our way towards Sword Base, where I instantly got my body slammed into life support by this fuel rod turret. Now this next section was filled with trigger-happy turrets who fired so fast that they were on the FBI watch list. Time and time again, our little Scorpion tank will get shredded apart faster than my arsehole after a spicy curry.
What are you talking about?
But fear not, my viewers. After doing these challenges, I must have unlocked an extra 1% of my brain power. With this extra brain cell now making my total number of brain cells to 2, we use the DMR to take out the fuel rod turrets, and use the love of our life to clear out any vehicles, and we roll up to the gate. Now sadly, here is where I had to part ways with Sage, but I will never forget our time together. We rejoin Noble Team in the courtyard, clearing out the gathering of Jehovah's Witnesses outside, and once we make our way inside, we come across my swarm nemesis camping on these ramps. Now, these flightless turkeys may think that they have the high ground advantage, and that was 100% true, but if I couldn't take down a jackal at this stage of the game, would there be any point in me playing these games anymore? No, really, I'm asking you guys that. Well, it turns out that statement would be true, as seconds later, I ended up getting shot in the back, and I might as well have got hit in the face by a wheelie bin, as our ODST just submitted to it and just died. One respawn later, we clear out the rest of these fart sniffers, and come face to face with a bunch of stealth elites, and an elite general. Now, the stealth elites weren't too bad with their weak shields, but this general might as well have punched me square in the joy department with his concussion rifle. God, I hate those things. To the surprise of no one, I ended up on 1 health, like I had been for most of this run so far, and decided that the best course of action was to blindly charge in with my assault rifle, and just as I needed to reload, the elite fell, and I ended up asserting my dominance over him by teabagging him. This felt so good to do. With the area now clear, Noble Team moves towards the objective, only to find nothing of interest there. Carter checks his iPad to see if his new favourite YouTuber has uploaded a new video yet. The wall then slowly opens up, revealing a secret passage like in Scooby-Doo, and with no other place to go, the Spartans go down the path that leads them to a tram. While on the tram, we end up in a Microsoft Teams call with Halsey. She explains to us that we must protect her, while she downloads the entire planet's porn collection, and that this is the most important mission that we have ever had to do. I swear I have no idea where this storyline is even going anymore. I should have stopped it after Halo 1, but am I going to continue it? Yes. Yes, I am. With the tram ride now over, we are forced into the longest holdout section of my life. Now, normally, I would run around and activate all the turrets, but being an ODST who can't run faster than a child who has just learned how to walk, I activate turret C for now, and pray that this turret would be my salvation. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. After zigzagging our way towards the giant door trying to avoid this flying wildlife's fire, we take hold of the Spartan laser, and we show these flying douchebags who are his boss around here.
I'm a firing my laser!
It wasn't long until an army of these troglodytes charged towards me and the Spartans, trying their very best to get their hands on the hard drive, but it seems the Covenant wasn't the only thing that I needed to be worried about.
Betrayed. Did June just shoot me?
It seems June had plans of his own to take the hard drive all to himself, as he just shot me in the back, so he could get his hands on the hard drive first. What a dick. With one eye permanently watching June to make sure that he doesn't blow my Baps off again, we take advantage of the high ground and use the noob tube. However, it wasn't long until these ghosts started to make themselves known to us, but we quickly dealt with them just as they showed up. Once the brute waves were dealt with, the elites now joined this party that we've been having, and here is where things started to get interesting. And by interesting, I mean that a pair of hunters showed up to ruin my day. One thing became clear to me during this fight, and that was that I was running out of medkits very fast. With this remaining hunter and the massive Covenant forming behind it, they were all hell-bent on stealing this hard drive all to themselves, and they were close to achieving that, even to go as far as to throw a plasma grenade right at my foot. Many rage-fueled deaths later, and once I made the hole the size of the Grand Canyon in my wall, the final hunter fell, and the rest of the Covenant were easy pickings from here. And just after half an hour of fighting for our lives, we get a call from Halsey, saying that she is opening the door to her lab. With the door open, we all run down the long corridor towards Halsey's lab. She begins to explain that this was all that we have been fighting for. She then tells us that we must transport this hard drive to the shipyards, where the Pillar of Autumn is waiting for us to deliver the hard drive. Halsey hands over the hard drive to us for safekeeping. I honestly have no idea where I'm going with this story anymore. With the hard drive in our possession, it seems that the Covenant are not very happy about this, as they send the flying wildlife to give chase to our Pelican. Carter gives us the order to get the hard drive to the Autumn, and me and Emil jump out the Pelican and begin making our way towards the Autumn. Now, I was trying to plan the best way to take the fight to the Covenant here, but Emil must have been bloodthirsty or something, as he charged straight into the fight without a second thought. Amazing. With stealth out the window and these fart sniffers wanting to castrate me as soon as possible, but little did these Covenant know, I was on a mission from God to get this hard drive safe to the Autumn. Me and Emil then go on a romantic quad bike ride together, where we speed past the Scarab and these drop pods first try. I know, I was as shocked as you are, but like a running theme in this run, the serotonin being deployed to my brain didn't last long, as we were gunned down by the Phantom before we could jump the gap in the road. Once on the other side of the bridge, we come across what must have been the new Planet of the Apes movie being filmed, with a support cast of sniper jackals and a wraith, all looking to put an end to my day. And it seems our ODST would agree, as I have no idea how I died here. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I was stuck here fighting these butt scratchers for a good few minutes, before we cleared them out and used the rocket launcher to take down the wraith, who was causing me some issues. Moving slightly along, me and Emil come to a cave that turns out had a scarab waiting for us on the other side. With no way to take this thing down, Carter comes up with a 400 IQ plan to take it down, using what he learned from Captain Keyes' landing ability. How many of you forgot about that joke? He used that knowledge that he had learned from the old boy Keyes, and slammed his Pelican into the side of the Scarab, clearing the path for us. Once the fireworks display was over, we enter yet another cave, filled with the stuff of nightmares, the spawn of the devil themselves, the drones. Honestly, The hate I have for these things is unreal. I hate these guys more than the jackals. The only thing I like about them in Halo Reach is that they explode when they are shot with a precision weapon. It's so satisfying. With the drones exterminated from this cave, we press on to the next area, where we get a phone call from Captain Keyes, asking us where we are with his hard drive. Not wanting to keep the captain waiting, we push through these elites in the next area, and climb up the stairs and take hold of a Spartan laser to clear out these turrets, before they can put more holes in me than Swiss cheese. But just as I am about to clear out the area below, we end up getting smacked in the face by a fuel rod turret that I had missed.
Seriously, go and fuck yourself.
Moving inside this building, I do get a bit of trouble from these ultra elites. It didn't take us long to take down these two knuckleheads, and to get thrown into another difficult situation. This room was filled with both jackals and ultra elites, and not having a precision weapon and only 2 grenades, I tell you now, if I didn't have this healing drop shield with me, then I would have been here a lot longer than I was. After bursting a blood vessel trying to get out of this room, we then come across yet another obstacle, and that was 2 hunters. Now, I know what you were thinking, why not just run past them? Well, you see, the door will only open once these hunters are killed, so in order to progress, we would need to deal with them first, and that was easier said than done. These hunters were some next level hunters, and with only an assault rifle and the tickle gun, also known as the Halo Reach shotgun, the odds were stacked against us here. But I did have Emil, who was a good distraction for me. Well, some of the time. Let's just say that these hunters sent me back to the last checkpoint more times than I like to count. Eventually, I used these containers to my advantage and played Ring Around the Rosie with the hunters, taking pot shots to their back with the shotgun when I could. And after doing this for a good 15 minutes, we finally defeated the hunters, but this adventure wasn't over yet. After an hour of playing this mission so far, we eventually made it to the landing pad where Key said he was going to meet us. The only problem was that this platform was filling up with troglodytes pretty fast, and needed clearing out. Oh boy, another holdout section. This holdout section was off to a great start as I took a plasma grenade right to the face. With the number of chimps wanting to rip out my joy department increasing, it wasn't long before this holdout section was starting to give me a headache. I kept finding myself getting bitch slapped, or at the end of a well-placed grenade. It wasn't until I got a hold of the noob tube that things were starting to go our way, and after several attempts and hiding behind some rocks, we eventually were able to hold out long enough for Captain Keyes to arrive, and all it cost me was my sanity. We hand over the hard drive to the man himself, although it seems that we added some sort of cloaking device to it, as Keyes appears to be holding nothing in his hands. After thanking us for getting it to him, a Covenant ship moves in, and a Phantom takes out the escort Pelican. Emil fights off a zealot that tries to show him his pointy thing, but gets backstabbed by yet another pointy thing. We are now the only surviving member of Noble Team, and we're not even a Spartan. Dave the Marine shouts to his father to get aboard the Pelican, but his father refuses, saying that he will man the gun in order to cover their escape. And with that, the hard drive is now safe, and with Captain Keyes. We all know what happens next with that storyline. With the gun now unmanned, it is now up to us to get to the gun and take out the Covenant ship. The only thing in between us and the gun are a lot of zealot elites, who wanted to make sure that our time here was as short as possible. 7 resets later, we managed to take down all elites and move towards the giant gun, where I won't lie, I struggled a bit. With the damage we take being the equivalent of being kicked in the balls by Mike Tyson, and the time it takes for the gun to charge, means that we didn't last long here at all. So I came up with this big brain plan to just wait and hide next to the gun until the ship was in position, and then climb into the gun and fired. To the surprise of no one, this plan actually worked, and with the Covenant ship destroyed, the Autumn was free to take off, and we stand by and watch as she takes off to start her adventure on Alpha Halo. Being the last survivor of Noble Team, and with no real direction of what to do, we take up the role of a store employee on Black Friday, and defend ourselves against an endless wave of aggressive customers. Now, Legendary Lone Wolf is hard enough, but as a Marine, well, let's just say I lasted longer than I originally expected. A whole 4 minutes. As we watch our Marine fight for his life in this last stand cutscene, Dave's father eventually gets overrun and is put down, and as we watch this elite thrust his sword into our Marine, we had beaten Halo Reach on Legendary as a Marine. Our story begins 4 years after the events of Halo 3, where our ODST from that game was left drifting endlessly in space. After getting woken up by sexy anime waifu, We exit the cryopod and we ask Cortana if she still had the contents of the hard drive, as 4 years ago, the folder was empty. Cortana said she did, and felt it was unwise for us to be left alone in the cryopod with the contents that were on there. So, Cortana spent the last 4 years alone with the hard drive and we didn't. Great. Upon spawning in, we noticed something different right away. Our ODST armor was gone, replaced with standard marine armor. Cortana explains that our ODST armor was badly damaged after the events of Halo 3 and needed replacing, so she replaced it with some marine armor she found lying around. How an AI managed to get us changed is beyond me, but hey, this plot is already thin as it is. Anyway, with the waifu and the hard drive back in our possession, we begin to make our way towards the observation deck to spy on who has attempted to board what remains of our ship. With the observation deck being above us, we decide that the best way to get there was to parkour our way up this elevator shaft. No reason for it other than it looks cool. However, just as we reach the top, we are instantly greeted by an elite, who we instantly introduce to gravity.
Bye, have a great time.
It seems that the Covenant were the ones boarding us, so we did what our little marine does best, and that was assassinate this elite, and then quickly mop up these little grunt trogs. With the observation deck now secured, we open up the windows, only to see that our ship has drifted into an entire Covenant fleet, as they had discovered that this was the ship that Keyes' hard drive was on, and sent an entire fleet to steal it from our marine. I mean, have they seen the rest of the series? Anyway, as the Covenant began to pour in, the combination of skulls were felt almost immediately. It was here, on the first mission, that I realised I had to check myself into a mental asylum for my sanity's sake, with the amount of bullshit that was already unfolding in this mod. As for the next 15 minutes, I struggled against these elites. Why did I put Thunderstorm on? Once my monitor received a good fisting from the number of deaths I racked up in this opening fight, waifu Cortana tells us to go find the ship's missile controls, and wasting no time we took the elevator down, only to get greeted by a plasma grenade thrown at my feet. As we bypass more coveys, we run into my swarm nemesis, the rapid-firing turkey goblins. I didn't even give these guys a chance to fire a shot, as I wasn't going to face an elite and them at the same time this early into the game. Passing our way violently 6 more times, we eventually make it to the space section. And it's a good thing that our marine has a helmet on, otherwise we were in for a bit of a problem here, even though his suit isn't fully sealed. Anyway, with the laws of space now bending to our marine's will, we narrowly avoided a shot from a sniper chicken. I'm so glad they were added back into this game. Now, it was this part that the lack of scope started to prove a little bit of a problem, but I doubt that would even help my aim. But eventually we were able to clear out these nerds and activate the missile. But just to our marine's luck, the missile got jammed and we had to go down and fix it. But like some sick joke, more trogs get dropped off, forcefully making this section drag out longer than it needed to be. And with my ammo not looking good at all, we once again select the scavenger perk and go looting for some ammo. With ammo now in my back pocket, we mop up the rest of these knuckleheads and trigger the launch of the missile, destroying one of the Covenant ships. Just as we watch over our victory, the nearby planet scans us, and because we had the hard drive on our person, the planet begins to open up and pull everything inside. Not wasting any time, we begin to make our way back inside the ship, but not before getting taken out by a Covenant barrier. Honestly, what is it with objects in Halo killing me? With the ship falling apart around us, we come across a hole in the floor. Now, I wasn't sure if our marine was able to jump across, but we gave it our best shot. And what a surprise, we fell down it. Attempt number 2, we somehow made it across, only to get pulled into space once again, and we end up falling towards the planet. And we end up getting smacked in the face by a piece of the ship. Honestly, what a great start to this story. Anyway, as we crash onto the weird metal planet, Cortana starts to glitch out. Our marine asks her what is wrong, and it turns out that being exposed to the hard drive for so long has corrupted some of her files. Not just from 4 years alone in space with it, but also her time spent on High Charity with it back in Halo 3. Our marine comes up with a plan to get off the planet by stealing a Covenant ship, and find the person who made the hard drive and Cortana, Halsey. With this master plan embedded in our forehead, we begin to search the wreck of the ship for something useful, and we come across a warthog that is somehow still intact. And we use that to drive right into the Covenant, who wasted no time in forcing our little marine into the floor.
Fuck!
Returning from the afterlife, we managed to avoid the phantom death shots this time, and used the slowly moving up tactic using the warthog as cover, which seemed to work until we come across this douchebag of an elite with a concussion rifle, and it unfortunately took a further 3 more deaths before we were able to beat this nerd in battle, only to get shot in the face by a grunt with a fuel rod. After getting my revenge on these little dimwits, we move up forward towards a forerunner structure. That was completely covered in Covenant, and with my only cover being this 2-foot rock, I was basically screwed. But these plebs were no match for my own fuel rod. With my lack of ammo becoming more of a growing concern, it turns out that I didn't need to worry about that for long, as seconds later, I was instantly shot in the face by a sniper chicken. With my body being made up as the same consistency as a wet piece of paper, it took all of my focus not to commit GBH to my computer, as it took a further 15 minutes of slowly advancing forward to make it to the top of the structure, and we come face to face with a sword elite, who I'm not 100% sure ended up unaliving himself, so I didn't get credit for his kill. Bitch. Although I will say, he died somehow floating up in the air and it took me a while to grab his active camo. Moving on. As we enter the structure, Cortana seems to pick up on an incoming signal, but nothing was clear enough to make out, so we just ignored it. Entering the structure, we come across sentinels, but they seem friendly. Either way, I still don't trust them after combat evolved. For now anyway, we move further into the room and we are informed that there is a button to press. And I don't know about you, but I'm always down for pressing a button. As we press the button, it turns out that it activates a local cartographer that tells us that we are on the planet called Requiem. But before we could find out more information, the power went out, and our marine is now tasked with reactivating 2 nearby generators. Classic. Oh, and also, the Covenant have also found a way inside. Double classic. After dealing with the 2 generators and waves of Covenant with only a few minor deaths involved, we head back and reactivate the cartographer, but not before we discover something. The mod author mentioned you in the mod description? Really? Hang on, am I gonna have to check that out? Oh my god, he actually did! He actually did. I also made this mod specifically so I could see My Baps finish his Marine series. I hope he likes it. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is amazing. Honestly, thank you Marshall the One for making this mod. I really do appreciate it. With the cartographer now activated, our Marine stares at sexy enemy waifu while she tries to narrow down the signal that we heard, but soon discovers that it is coming from the center of the planet. With the route planned out on how to get there, we set off on our new adventure and come across a bridge filled with mass troglodytes and the flying wildlife.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
I found that the best strategy for taking out this hellish place was to jump down and face the Covenant head on and take advantage of our hardlight shield while moving from cover to cover. Using the shield was honestly the key for moving forward, even if half the time I forgot I even had the damn thing. But eventually we were able to steal this Banshee for ourselves after getting abused by the flying wildlife for over 10 minutes. And as we become the flying wildlife ourselves, we're able to mop up the rest of these trogs and proceed into the next area. Now this section used to give me so many problems while playing this as the Chief, but being a Marine, this was a sure way to rupture my delicate Halo aneurysm. The first real trouble in this area are the turrets and ghosts firing on you almost instantly. Even with those taken care of, the risk of being gunned down by an elite is almost certain, and I came to the conclusion that we needed to be smart about this. Simply running guns blazing would work eventually, but if I wanted to beat this game this year, we needed strategies for these intense moments of the game, or risk being stuck in a constant loop of faceplanting the floor. But don't you worry my sweet viewers, I had just a plan forming in my noggin, and that plan was to get this ghost's attention. The ghost, like being a magpie, couldn't resist coming closer to me, and with that I was able to steal the ghost, and you'll never guess what. I still died. So I went back to the drawing board, and after dying in this area for some time, I instead went to the right side and stole the sniper goblin's sniper, and we used that to clear out this area. After over 25 minutes of struggling, we finally made it inside to move up to the next level of this nightmare, only to get shanked by this elite pointy thing. Now I'm not going to lie to you, it took me a long time to eventually fight my way to the top of this structure. I'm not even going to go into detail about the digital abuse that I received while climbing this structure, but let's just say, it was a lot. And when we got to the top, there was a pair of hunters waiting for us. Fantastic. Luckily I was hoarding fuel rods and rockets at this point, so these hunters were met with an explosive end, and we were able to eventually enter this building and ride the elevator up. Arriving at the top, our Marine connects Cortana to a nearby terminal in hopes to activate a portal to the center of the planet, but doing so seems to have awoken something, and that something was the Promethean Knights, or as I like to call them, fucking assholes. Cortana manages to open up a portal just in time as our gun had no bullets in it, so we quickly make a run for the portal and we're instantly teleported inside of the planet. Arriving in Mission 3, I started to feel unwell, This mission I did not enjoy, as it is just an endless barrage of bullshit thrown our way, and having our marine being so weak a light sneeze would end its quest, I knew we were in for some mental torture here. As we place sexy Halo 4 Cortana into the panel, she begins to tell us that the thing in the middle is a satellite, and we can use that to contact the Infinity if we take out the beams. So she opens up a teleporter and we begin our adventure. As we begin to make our way towards the beam, we get ambushed by a pack of wild robot dogs with guns. And because our aim is complete trash, we manage to be destroyed within the first 20 seconds of this fight. That's gotta be some kind of record for me, right? On the next life we manage to put down the not so good boys, and we end up being jumped on by Iron Man, but our marine just punches him in the face and Iron Man just runs off and calls his friends for backup. Now, fighting the knights in this game is super intense, and with my current situation and hardly any ammo, you knew I was in for a good time here. But I was able to take out the first knight with only 2 bullets left in my assault rifle.
Ooh, that was close.
As we manage to make some progress, we come across more of these knight troglodytes, and my monkey brain comes up with a great 300 IQ idea to try and take him out with a bolt shot. But that ended as well as you'd expect. Many rage-fueled deaths later, we come up to the first spire, and this is crawling with knights and not so good boys. And it didn't take long for the first knight to force me back to the last checkpoint without my consent. After fisting my drywall, we were able to take out the first knight douchebag and take out the first glowing ball. 1 down, 2 more to go. Now I won't lie to you, this area took me over half an hour of dying over and over again to try and get past. Trying to fight these knights as a marine is no joke. They must be the most annoying enemy I've ever faced next to the tree goblins, alongside the Halo Reach Ultras. My human rights got absolutely abused in this area, but after downing my 5th quadruple vodka Red Bull of the hour, I came up with a big brain play of running past everything and hoping to make it to the top of the tower, and after backstabbing this knight, we made a run for it. And to my surprise, this plan did not work. And because I'm possibly insane, I tried the same thing multiple times expecting a different outcome. And to my surprise, on attempt 2 we managed to make it past everything and make it to the top, and we were able to shut down one of the beams. Teleporting back to where we started, we witnessed the Covenant have also decided to join this gangbang that we've been having down here. So not only do I have to worry about knights triggering my aneurysm, but now elites also. Now, it didn't take long for the Covenant to show up and instantly try to ruin my day even more than it was. But for now, these nerds were distracted by the knights and not shooting at me for a change, so I took advantage of that and ran away with my tail between my legs. But I did have to deal with a knight and a turret on the way. Running past all of that, we get to witness an elite getting wrecked out of his ghost, and as I attempt to steal it, this shiny bitch puts me down face first into the ground. With the ghost now acquired, we managed to blast past the fight happening all around us and we come up to the second tower, where this mad lad attempted to try and take us out by coming into the doorway I was hiding in.
What are you doing in here? Get out of here! Get out of here! What are you doing?
Get out of here, you mad lad. Much like the first tower, I was stuck here for a while. The combination of flying wildlife, ghosts and coveys in this area made me want to flip my desk, as our little marine's body holds together as much as half-ply toilet paper. But after struggling in this part for over 40 minutes and throwing my sock at my monitor, we were able to take out all 3 balls in this area, steal a Banshee for ourselves, and fly away to the top and take out the second beam. All we had to do now was fight our way to the satellite, and oh boy, this part was not fun. Because as soon as we arrive, a bunch of coveys get dropped off in front of us, and with them taken care of, we're given a choice with taking the left path or the right path. And I think that both of these paths are the same with the amount of bullshit we had to deal with, so we took the right path and are instantly greeted by a bunch of Covenant and Fuel Rod elites.
What the fuck is this?
I'm so glad I chose this path, as the elite managed to kick my ass many times over. This section was the kind of thing that made me want to take a bath with my own toaster. I died so many times just trying to fight my way to the top of this place, but after wiping away my tears and having my face forced into the ground more times than once, we eventually made it to the top of this ramp, where all we had to do was make it past 3 knights, a task easier said than done. With these knights now appearing in my nightmares, it took us a further 5 deaths to eventually get past these troglodytes, and we just full send it towards the objective, and we finally, after 2 hours of playing this level, we activate the communications dish. As our Marine begins to attempt to make contact with the Infinity, the giant testicle in front of us begins to move, and all the fighting around us stops. As we take cover, it seems that Voldemort was napping inside, and it turns out that touching this communications dish woke him up, and he wasn't too happy about that as he begins to monologue to everyone here. But our Marine was having none of that, and as soon as Voldemort sees us, he uses the Force to bring us closer to him, and he steals the captain's pawn hard drive, along with our wallet, and then throws us away like some used napkin. As our Marine wakes up like I do when I'm hungover, we look up to see a slip space portal opening up and everything being pulled towards it. Not wanting anything to do with that, we steal a ghost from a nearby Crash Phantom and we begin the ghost run. Now I thought somehow I would screw this part up, but to my surprise, and maybe yours as well, we managed to do this first try. I honestly thought I would have to attempt this many times, but I guess all those other Marine runs I did, maybe I finally learned how to drive in Halo. As our ghost flies through the portal, our Marine quickly jumps out before we end up flying off the cliff. And just as our life flashes before us, we witness the Infinity attempt at Captain Key's landing. But as we admire the landing, the giant Pokeball shows up and breaks the sound barrier as it heads towards the Infinity. Realizing that it was heading towards the Infinity with our hard drive, our Marine also begins to make her way towards the crash site. As our Marine arrives at the Infinity, the Ghoul and the Covenant are already here. Our main focus was to get the hard drive back no matter what, when we get a WhatsApp voice note from Lasky asking us for help, meaning we have to go get lost in the forest in order to find him. With no time to waste, we set off and immediately come across a bunch of knights standing over some fellow Marines who were just taking a nap. Anyway, after stealing their weapons and wallets, we move further into the forest, and deal with some more trogs before getting my cheeks slapped by this knight.
Oh god.
It seems if I am to make any progress in this game, I need to keep my IQ above room temperature mayonnaise. But eventually, we were able to claim our victory over this douchebag, even though he kicked my ass 5 times before this. But I'll still take that as a win for me. My high self-esteem didn't last long, as I was instantly disintegrated to the Shadow Realm by this robotic dog. Even in Halo 4, it seems these gremlins have taken lessons from the sniper chickens, and I for one, am not a fan of this. But what I am a fan of is getting my hands on the Promethean vision, so I am able to see these pillocks hiding in the fog below. With the number of robots I am shooting in this forest, I start to feel like I'm fighting in the Clone Wars with all these clankers constantly being thrown my way. But we were able to make awards towards the last Pokemon card that our Marine has been collecting while wandering around this forest. But just as we collect our last Pokemon card, we are greeted by wannabe Sergeant Johnson and our discount Spartans, while we have a firm handshake with Lasky. But we are instantly interrupted by a phone call from Captain McDouchebag. Lasky informs him that we need a ride out of this forest, and not even 5 minutes after knowing this guy, he asks our Marine for a favour to clear an LZ for him. And because he caught us in a good mood, we agreed to do so. Up next, however, was a level of digital abuse I never thought a video game could cause me. As for over the next hour, our little Marine was getting his Baps buttered during this holdout section, while we defend Cortana as she tries to open up a door. But it seems she's having withdrawal effects from being away from the hard drive for so long, as she was taking her sweet time to open this door. I swear, the amount of torment and distress these knights and crawlers caused me was unimaginable. I was so tempted to call the police on this game because the amount of mental abuse I was receiving. I'm pretty sure I lost several brain cells from bashing my head against the drywall. But after fighting the urge to fist one of my monitors, we were eventually able to hold out long enough for Cortana to open up the door. Thanks, Cortana. I mean, I was only suffering in this part for over an hour, but you know, it's fine. As we make our way through the caves, we witness a knight ordering some grunts about. It seems that the Covenant have teamed up with Mr. No-Nos. I mean, it makes sense if he possesses the hard drive. As we attempt to clear out this LZ, it didn't take me long to get sent into cardiac arrest by my swarm nemesis, the goddamn sniper goblins. Many deaths later, and with the help of a railgun, we managed to clear out this area and get picked up by a pelican that takes us closer to the Infinity. And as soon as we get dropped off, I saw her, the love of my life, the Scorpion tank. She looked as attractive as the day we first met back in Halo 1. Using this 66-ton... Are you serious? Using this 66-ton beast, we blast past any Covenant who were dumb enough to get in our way and clear a path to the Infinity's vehicle lift. But as soon as we enter inside, it took us less than 30 seconds for our tank to explode, with me inside of it.
Aw, dang it!
But these Neanderthals didn't put up much of a fight in round 2. With the area now secured, we get a FaceTime from Captain McDouchebag telling us to use the Mantis to get outside of the ship and reactivate the ship's defences. Sadly, that meant leaving our tank behind, but I know our connection is that strong, I will see her again. But in the meantime, we get to play with this new toy, a Mantis. With our new toy, we break through the lines of all that were in my way, and parts of the ship, but I'm sure they can just buff that out. After stepping on some grunts in the elevator, we make our way back outside, and we rapidly take out 3 jammers blocking our weapons from firing. All was going well, until we get taken out by the flying wildlife. I was one more death away in this mission before committing a war crime against my keyboard. Even though our Mantis was a little worse for wear, we were eventually able to hold back the Covenant forces long enough to reactivate the giant gun. With all the guns now back online, they all focus on the giant Malteser, but it ends up retreating and manages to get away once again with our hard drive.
God damn it!
With the Infinity now secured and able to fly again, our Marine has a meeting with Captain McDouchebag. He begins to tell us that now that the ship can fly, we will be able to attempt to leave the planet. Once we take out the planet's gravity well, that sucked us all in here in the first place. We ask how he managed to find us, and because of the data of the hard drive being uploaded back at the end of Halo 2, it still had Find My Hard Drive tracker on it, and their mission was to get it back. We tell him that the one who shall not be named has the captain's hard drive. He then tells us that we must get it back, and we know from the Cortana's message in Halo 3 what damage this hard drive can do. While flying towards our next objective, the douche in charge video calls us once again to inform us that the gravity well has cannons protecting it, and we are now tasked with taking down those guns before moving on to our main objective. But our main objective is to get the hard drive back no matter the cost. As soon as we land, Discount Johnson tells us that Lasky is on the Mammoth waiting for us, and I will say, this thing is a mammoth. It's almost as big as my... Anyway, we meet Lasky on top of the Mammoth, we chat for a bit before grabbing a jetpack and a sniper rifle. But just as we're enjoying this relaxing ride, we get to witness 3 Pelicans get shot down by a giant gun. And the Pelican that crashes just happens to have the target locator, so our Marine is required to go get it. Triple classic. But don't you worry, I had the great plan in my head to stay on top of the Mammoth and snipe everything below me to clear a path to the crash site. It's a shame that I didn't even have a chance to execute this plan, as I got shot in the face by a carbine. Realising that sniping wasn't going to get us anywhere because of my lack of ability to aim, we ended up using a Warhawk to get to the target locator, but as soon as I got my hands on the damn thing, I get swatted by a phantom passing by. Many rage-filled attempts later, we finally managed to get hold of the target locator and make it back to the Mammoth without being forcefully pushed into the ground. And once we get back on board, we target the giant gun and the Mammoth takes it out. And with that, we're able to move on with this nightmare of a level. However, just as we continue on our adventure, the Mammoth is forced to stop once again as we come up against a shield wall, being powered by 3 generators. And if I wanted to continue this progress, we'd have to destroy them. Honestly, what is with this game and destroying 3 of something? But against my better judgment, we steal this Marine's Warthog, only to get instantly sent to the afterlife not 30 seconds after stealing it. It was at this moment I knew I needed a new plan of attack if I was to make any sort of progress in this level. And that plan was to park the hog on top of these rocks and try to take out the Wraith and the Ghost that were causing me headaches. After pissing about for a good few minutes on top of the rocks, we eventually able to take out all 3 of these generators with many deaths in between. But we don't get to talk about those. But the Mammoth was able to take out another gun. However, as soon as we did that, this giant floating thing takes out the Mammoth's cannons, and we now have a new goal: to add this thing to our Marine's ever-growing kill list. But if our Marine is able to take out Scarabs and the Flood many times over, then this should be easy.
Damn it!
To be honest, this area wasn't that bad to deal with now that we had the Gauss Hog. After a few deaths in this area, I ended up parking the hog inside of the Mammoth, and using the side doors to shoot at anything that came near me, and to my surprise that ended up working, and we were able to board this giant thingy twice as I ended up getting myself killed while on board. But with totally not wasting rockets, we were able to bring this thing down and add its name to our Marine's kill list. Back on board the Mammoth, Cortana seems to be having more withdrawal symptoms. I guess all that time being exposed to the hard drive for 4 years and then have it ripped away from you is bound to have some side effects on her mind. But before we could ask her any more questions about the contents within, we are forced to leave the Mammoth and enter Sniper Valley.
Be advised, your teammate got their ass kicked.
And to say that I wasn't going to enjoy this part was an understatement, as this area was filled with so many sniper goblins that made me feel physical pain while I was trying to make my way through this section, and without the ability to zoom in with a sniper, only ramped up the difficulty to almost borderline illegal. However, that was nothing compared to this section. This section was so bad that it led to me having a mental breakdown at my desk. This area was crawling with snipers and knights that I started to feel unwell because of the amount of abuse I was receiving here. And to make things worse, there was no checkpoint. And when I got unalived after almost making it past this part, we were sent right back to the start of this whole encounter. I was struggling. If I wasn't getting sniped in the face, I was getting my cheeks slapped by a knight. I honestly thought that we had hit a wall here, and that we were not able to beat this game or get past this mission. But if I had learned one thing from playing Halo series as a Marine, it's that no matter how many attempts it takes, you can always push through difficult parts of these games. And for the next hour of trial and error, along with the rapid loss of brain cells with the amount of deaths I was racking up here alone, but as soon as this night fell, I was overwhelmed by the feeling of relief. Relief that I no longer had to smash my head against my desk and give concern to my dog. As we make our way inside, we ride an elevator down and come across a panel that would disable the rest of the cannons. But just as we insert Cortana, she ends up being sucked into the system, and we now have to go and hunt her down. While looking for sexy enemy waifu, we discover a beam of light, and because our Marine is attracted to shiny things, we step inside the light. However, just as we step inside the light, our Marine ends up having a weird fever dream, as he begins to see visions of Squidward's wife, as she begins to mention that her husband is leaving the planet to find the Composer, a weapon that can upload any data directly into the minds of a living being. With the realization that he plans to use this weapon to upload the contents of the hard drive directly into the minds of everyone on Earth, the severity of the situation was too high. We had to stop him no matter what. So we say our goodbyes to Lady Squidward and return to our body. Wondering what drugs our Marine has taken to have that dream, there was no time to question things as we instantly get attacked by more metal trogs. We grab Cortana and proceed to clear out the room full of numpties and end up riding another elevator that leads us to a portal. Stepping through, we are instantly transported back to the love of my life, the Scorpion tank, and Sergeant Stacker. Using this 66 tons of fun, we are able to blast our way to the top of this area within less than 5 minutes. Considering how the rest of this mission has gone for us, I'd say that's pretty good. As we make it to the top, our Marine is forced to exit the tank and move through some rocks, and we come up to the gravity well. We mark it for destruction, and with a big explosion, we can finally put an end to this mission, as our Marine walks away like some action hero from the explosion. Back on board the Infinity, our Marine begins to explain what the noseless individual is planning. Captain Douche blames us for losing the hard drive in the first place, and plans to leave the planet. But in that moment, Cortana throws a tantrum, as being exposed to the hard drive for so long, she's become somewhat obsessed with it, and needs it back. With the visions that our Marine saw, we know what is at stake. We disobey orders and leave, and make plans to hunt down the hard drive and put a stop to all of this once and for all. Honestly, I have no idea where this story is even going anymore. After a call to my therapist that would probably make my therapist seek therapy themselves, Mission 6 starts off with our Marine staring at Cortana's ass.
Nice ass, bitch.
But luckily, just as she catches us looking, Lasky enters the room, and tells us that the Infinity is leaving the planet, but he has prepped a Pelican for us to go after Voldemort and the hard drive, as he knows what is truly at stake. With no time to waste, our Marine hops into the Pelican ready to hunt down the Neanderthal who stole our hard drive. Now I will admit, this part of the game is really cool. Throughout the Halo series, I've always wanted to fly a Pelican, and being able to do so here is just awesome. It's a shame that this section is short, but it's still cool. Oh, and also you could do that in Halo Reach. As we come up to the first tower, we take out some of the phantoms trying to swat us out of the air with our laser cannon. With the airspace now clear, and once I found the descend button for the Pelican, we land the Pelican and make our way inside. With the gondola moving, Cortana explains the plan by using our shields to intercept the signal of these towers. How is it that we're in the 4th game of this series and she still hasn't worked out that I'm not the chief? Maybe she was still hung up on her ex, Master Cheeks. Anyway, it seems that this part tried to rupture that ever-growing Halo-sized tumour growing in my brain, as the game decided to send 3 sniper jackals to ruin my day even more. With the Covenant stopping the Progress Express at this point, we must now fight our way to the override to get this train rolling. Now I would say I did this first try, but this is indeed this. Mother.
No!
What's an elite doing here? Up here.
And it's a... I knew he was there.
It may have taken me over 24 minutes to clear out this area of all numpties and press the button without dying. But I'd like to think that's some kind of record for me. Now, the only issue is a few nights in between me and my ride. And you can only guess how that went. I don't really want that either. Oh! Fuck. One reused joke and a further 10 minutes of dying later, our gondola is forced to stop once again. This time, the second platform is covered in knights.
What the fuck?
Honestly, I'm probably just as shocked as you guys that I was able to clear out the second platform within one life. It seems that the hand of God took over my keyboard for just this section after struggling for so long on the first one. But it didn't take long for this inevitable death to happen. One rage quit later, we were eventually able to make it past the beam and use our non-existent shields to disrupt it. With this area now on my list of sections I hate in Halo, we board the gondola once again back to the entrance of this hellhole, while we have the Didac send us a disturbing voice note.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
Assuming that he must have sent that to the wrong person, we head back to our Pelican and make our way towards the second tower. And with how well the first tower went, I was filled with excitement with what the second tower would bring us. As soon as I stepped into this Japanese water torture of a room, I knew my lack of ammo was going to be an issue, so I instantly made a run for the button, and what do you know? I have to destroy another 3 things in order to progress. Honestly, what is up with Halo 4 and destroying 3 of things before moving on? Anyway, with the first of 3 blue balls taken care of, my lack of ammo was starting to become a real concern, to the point that I'm glad I was wearing my brown trousers, as the number of times I shit myself was unreal. And with the number of trogs flooding into this area, was starting to get a little bit unmanageable. But we were able to make it to ball number 2, with only 4 deaths added to the list, and it was just as bad trying to get to the final ball. With all of the blue balls now dealt with, we noped out of there as fast as we could, and instantly got annihilated by this nuke of a weapon. With my blood pressure returned to somewhat normal levels, we eventually able to make it back to our Pelican, and make our way to the third and final tower. As we entered the third tower, I had no idea what to expect here, but I knew this section was going to raise my cortisol to lethal levels. And sometimes, I hate being right, as this section was filled with mass troglodytes and flying wildlife thrown into the mix just to make me want to unplug myself from the Matrix. I honestly lost count how many times we died in this area just trying to make it up to the other side of the platform, but I'm gonna guess the number was in the quadruple digits somewhere. This section honestly made me wish I was back playing the library as a Marine. Okay, maybe not that bad, but this section was still a real headache. In the end, I just became the flying wildlife myself just to try and make it across. But even that didn't have the outcome I was hoping for. So like any other mentally ill gamer, I just kept doing the same thing over and over until it eventually worked. And after almost throwing my crusty socks on my PC, we had finally made it to the end of this hellish level. Our Marine inserts Cortana, and we stand by and watch as she almost traps No-Nose, but ends up having a fit as she can feel that the hard drive is close. But with her losing control, the towers drop, and the giant Malteser is about to leave. So our Marine comes up with a 400 IQ play, and jumps off the side of the tower. And as luck would have it, a Covenant ship was right below us and we managed to land on it. With the giant Malteser evolving into the giant Metapod, we end up leaving the planet, and we enter slipspace, only to arrive at yet another giant hula hoop. Cortana informs us that what the Red Skull is after is not the ring, but on the station. So with that information, we board the ship and attempt to contact the people aboard the station, but in that exact moment, Cortana ends up attempting a Captain Keyes landing, but instead ends up crashing us directly into the station. Upon waking up, we have a FaceTime session with the lead scientist at this station. She tells us that the Covenant have taken over the landing bays, and if we could help clear them out so that everyone can escape. And because our Marine is such a good boy, we agree to help. Arriving at one of the hangar bays, we witness the wild jackal take down its prey. But I was too busy getting footage of this moment for my animal documentary that I failed to notice a group of grunts who wasted no time in cancelling our show before it even started. With my dreams of becoming the next David Attenborough now crushed, we wasted no time in seeking our revenge against these numpties, only to get made into single-ply toilet paper by this elite, only for the game to add fuel to the fire by giving me a checkpoint right in front of another elite. You can see how this is going to end. Safe to say this elite kicked my ass numerous times, but we were eventually able to come out on top, and we were able to make some progress to the next hangar. where we are tasked with locking down the hangar, but first we have to clear out these pillocks below. Now this hangar wasn't too bad to deal with. I mainly stuck to the Obi-Wan tactic using the DMR to thin out these nerds, and once I was sure that nothing below was moving, we made a run for the button. With the button now buttoned, we must now locate the lean scientist Dr. Tilson. But along the way we get punched in the face by an elite blocking the door.
What? This is bullshit!
After a quick stress pee, we were able to make some progress by climbing these stairs and come up to a room with a pair of hunters dominating the Marines inside. And it didn't take long for me to join them. After a further 6 more deaths, I was able to pull off this absolute MLG level plays against these hunters, while taking advantage of the sticky detonator and the thruster pack. Pulling this off released so much dopamine into my brain that my confidence in being able to beat this game had doubled. With Tilson now found, we explained to her that what they have discovered on the Halo wheel is in fact a giant weapon capable of firing the data of Keyes' hard drive directly into the brains of anyone in its way. She then tells us that the weapon cannot be moved because of its mass size, so we ask her if she has any nukes on the station, and our Marine tells her to get her and her people off the station. Honestly, I'm not sure what a science station is doing with nukes on board, but I stopped questioning this plot back in Halo 2 video. With the plan to nuke the station now ingrained in our brain, we begin to make our way to assist with the evacuation by bringing the station's turrets back online. Along the way, we contribute towards the extinction of jackals, and end up going in circles with an elite in this vent. As we make more progress, we come up to some airlocks that the Covenant have rudely decided to enter to the station from. Now, I would normally press the button and launch them into space, but my digestive biscuit of a body wouldn't last long to do so. So instead, we take the high ground and hope that wasn't enough. Spoiler alert, it wasn't enough. Now, I was stuck in this room for a while, as this stealthily kept sneaking up behind me, and my short-term memory kept forgetting about him until it was too late. After around 6 minutes of getting my ass kicked, we finally moved on with the mission as we come up to the turret controls. Now I would like to say, don't get distracted with what happens outside the window and not paying attention to who's in the room with you, as you may get an elite foot implanted in your face. Now knowing that there are elites in this room, we quickly deal with those two knobheads and reactivate the station's turrets. And now we must make our way back to Tilson once again. As we arrive back at the Composer, the Covenant have already found and secured its location. With the stakes now higher than ever, our Marine jumps into a Mantis and starts implying the UK Safety Act to defend the Composer from these porn worshippers. Now, I was expecting to die in this holdout section a lot, but to be honest, I think I only died once. And that was because I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. Overall, this fight was over within a matter of minutes, as the Mantis in Halo Forge is just a beast, and dominates anything that tries to fight it. But just as we're about to find the nuke, the giant Metapod claims back the Composer. And with that, the Didact can now weaponize the content within the hard drive. We still need to get the nuke now more than ever, if we plan to put a stop to this. But just as we ask Tilson where we can find one, the giant Metapod fires the contents of the hard drive at the station. The sheer amount of content on there was too much for the living brain to handle, and everyone on the station just disintegrates, and our Marine collapses to the floor. As our Marine awakes a few hours later, he is shocked he is still alive. Cortana comes up with the theory that because we have been exposed to the hard drive for so long to fight to protect it, we have become immune to it. While we were napping, Cortana found a nuke and a ship to carry it. There was still time to put a stop to this. With the nuke now loaded onto the ship, we fly after the giant Metapod just before it enters slipspace to its final target, Earth. Time was in fact running out. Now, we all know that my driving skills in Halo are on point, so you can only imagine my ability to fly this ship in this game. Now, I will admit, this part of the game was pretty cool, even though I kept crashing the ship into walls.
Game over.
But let's not talk about that. As we come up to the final section for flying the ship, we get a good look at Earth. We had to get inside the Metapod and set off the nuke, but first we had to take out the cannon so the Infinity could make a hole in the giant Metapod. Oh yeah, the Infinity is back, by the way. Anyway, with all the cannons destroyed, the Infinity fires its laser and makes a hole within the Metapod. But just as we fly our ship into the hole, the walls begin to close in around us and crush our ship. With only one plan left, our Marine takes a nuke from the ship and plans to set off the nuke right in front of the Didact's feet, and try to avoid being shot in the arse to set off the nuke early. As we begin to make our way through the ship, we deal with a few turrets before having our first death in this section. These nights honestly made me want to stick a fork in a plug socket, but But after wiping away the tears from my eyes and being thrusted into the ground more than once, and just like my local crackhead in town always asking me for money, we kept trying our luck, and we eventually made it through this horror, even though this was the first fight of this mission. Now, I don't know what it is about Halo 4, but ammo always became a real problem, and with my distaste for using Promethean weapons, it would appear I had no choice but to rely on the light rifle and the pistol. But no way in hell was I using the suppressor. Honestly, fuck that weapon. Moving slightly forward, we come up to a room filled with teleporters. Using the portals, we come face to face with a bunch of knights, and as luck would have it, Cortana opens up a portal on the other side of the room, past all of the knights. But taking advantage of the Hollow Chief, we managed to fight our way to the next portal, without dying here a single time. But that was about to change after we spent roughly 10 minutes deciding what weapon to take.
What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
Going through yet another portal, I was just as shocked as you are to assassinate this fart sniffer. With as luck would have it, it was not paying attention. And we quickly deal with some more not so good boys before making a run for hopefully the last portal. Well, that was going to be the plan, until Megatron here decided to ruin my day by bitch slapping our Marine's ass across the map. After calming my rage back down to 1 after swearing so loud that I was afraid I'd get another noise complaint from next door, but sadly it took me yet another 8 attempts before we finally made it into the portal and moved through this dumpster fire of a level. But things were about to get a whole lot worse as we teleported to one of my favourite things in all of gaming, the holdout section. Now, this holdout section took me a while to do, as I just kept getting overrun by these robotic dogs. But thankfully, no knights showed up during this part, otherwise we were going to have a real problem. And that problem would be my monitor getting a good fisting. Anyway, after suffering and regretting my life choices to play this game, we made it to the portal where we finally found the douchebag who stole our hard drive. However, just as we get launched through the air towards our target, the roof opens up and Earth is about to be targeted by the hard drive data stream. There wasn't much time left. Before we could set off the nuke, we needed to deactivate the virginity shield that Voldemort has set around himself. To do that, we must place Cortana into the Matrix and she sends copies of her split personalities to corrupt the system. Honestly, where is this story going anymore? After all this Marine has been through, fighting the Covenant, stopping the Flood, destroying 2 Halo rings, and killing a Prophet, nothing was going to stand in his way until he sets off that nuke to save Earth. Unless it's a crawler in my way. Many deaths later, we were able to make it to the second port and insert Cortana, and she splits off more of her personalities. Honestly, she has more split personalities than my girlfriend. All we had to do was repeat this step one more time. Arriving at the last platform, we were greeted by our old friends, the Knight. I knew in this moment, this was going to be a lot harder than the last section. And oh boy, I hated being right. This last part took me over an hour. I honestly felt as if my brain was melting out of my ears with how mind-numbing this part was. Just dying over and over to these knights is not a pleasant experience. I was so close to giving up, but I kept on pushing, as I was so close to the end. Our Marine's story was almost over. We just had to get to this panel and set off the nuke. After trying multiple times, and after a pee break, we finally done it. I'd never felt so happy in this moment just to see Cortana split herself off once more time. The Didact fired the data at Earth. The pawn data needed to be destroyed. It was that powerful that Cortana's panel disintegrated right in front of us. We had to put a stop to this. But first, we had to fight our way through the last few nights. With next to no ammo, being so close to the end and yet so far was honestly being worse than being kicked in the nads by a brute. And yet, I think I preferred that than currently doing this level. I died so much here that my lone brain cell became half a brain cell by this point. After all the struggling of playing this game, the fucking suppressor, the weapon that finished it all. I honestly couldn't believe it. The weapon that is complete turbo garbage finished this game for this Marine, and allowed us to jump into the man cannon onto the light bridge above. As our Marine crosses the bridge, the thief himself attempts to stop our little Marine, but as we run for the nuke, he uses the Force and starts to monologue once again at us. Wishing we could tell him just to shut up and get on with it, sexy enemy waifu comes to save the day with her multiple personalities as she holds the Didact down. With all of our Marine's strength, he pulls himself back up onto the bridge, charges at him and plants a Rubik's Cube into his chest and it explodes. Throwing the Didact into the hard drive data stream, the Didact has now become one with the hard drive. It was now time to destroy the hard drive and end this once and for all. Our Marine grabs the nuke and detonates it. Thinking he might be dead, our Marine realizes that he is alive, just trapped in a blue box, and he turns to see Cortana walking towards him. She says that he did it. He destroyed the giant metapod and the hard drive, saving Earth, and she was able to save him just moments before the detonation. She tells a Marine that she won't be coming with him, as she was destroyed, and that this was her last moments with him. She puts her hand on his chest and says our Marine's name.
John, I've waited so long to do that.
Sam.
What?
My name is Sam. I have no idea where you got John from, and to be honest, I'm amazed after this long you never asked for my name.
Oh, well, goodbye then.
Bitch. Thank you all so much for watching this absolute unit of a video. Generally, the support on this series has been completely mental. When I uploaded the first Halo as a Marine video, I thought that maybe 14 people would watch it. Half of them being accidental clicks, and one of them probably my mum. Instead, this series somehow helped grow the channel into something I never expected. And honestly, I cannot thank you lot enough for that. I never imagined me playing Halo as a Marine would lead to 17,000 subscribers. This honestly means the world to me. Halo is a massive part of my childhood, so being able to revisit these games while simultaneously ruining my own sanity for content has genuinely been amazing, even if legendary difficulty slowly turned my brain into warm soup. If you made it all the way to the end of this 4-hour long video, genuinely thank you so much, and virtual back rubs to you. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to do the magical YouTube button pressing rituals down below. It would really help the channel out. But for now, I think it's finally time for me to rest, at least until I inevitably come up with a even worse challenge so catastrophically stupid that it physically shortens my lifespan even further. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next one.